Hello, everybody. It's Corey Poirier. We're back with the Blue Talks Amplify Your Message event. We're back live again. Day number, what are we at now? Day number 4. It's interesting keeping track. So we're at day number 4, and it's been an amazing week. We actually have our guest already on the screen, so I'm not going to bother taking her off and putting her back on. So she's already on the screen. So we have our first guest with us today, Debra Kasowski, and we have my new co-host for a day, E-Rock. So excited to have you here today, E-Rock. And where I'd maybe like to start is maybe E-Rock for a second or so. I'll get you to introduce yourself as a co-host, and then Debra will get to know you during the interview itself. So, E-Rock, did you want to take a second or two to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I'll try to keep this as short as I possibly can because I want to make sure we get a chance to hear from our guest speaker. So my story is I started in a tiny little village in the year 19. I'm just totally kidding you. I'm the CEO of Biz Famous Media Group, and I've been very fortunate over the last decade plus to be able to help companies grow and invest and advise. I'm actually I just helped the company be able to start on their journey to raise over $100 million. So we found a funding partner for that. And then actually do investments into stuff like right now we're helping a group that's putting on a New Year's Eve concert in Dubai with the rock band Kiss. And we just got some great news this morning from Dubai on how we're going to structure that deal. So excited to be here and looking forward to getting a lot of wisdom here from our guest speaker.
Awesome stuff. Love to hear that, E-Rock. And I will say quickly, as far as the Blue Talks brand, so just tell people a little bit about Blue Talks. And I think that's funny because I think I hear myself echoing. I think it might be on your side, E-Rock.
Okay, then I'll throw my headphones on, and that way it's kind of crazy. You should be able to even hear that.
Let's see if I can now. Oh, I still can now somehow. I don't know how that's happening. We got to love technology.
No, it's good.
It's good now? Oh, yeah, it disappeared right there. Awesome. Whatever happened, it disappeared. Perfect stuff. So Blue Talks, just really quickly, I mean, I don't want to take any time from our amazing guest. Just to tell you about Blue Talks, in case you're brand new to this, Blue Talks, pretty easy. It's, you can go to bluetalks.com experience, and that will actually keep you in the loop of all future events because that's how you can join us, register, and know about future events. Or you can just go to bluetalks.com if you want to know about Blue Talks, you want to watch our live videos. Debra is speaking actually at our live event next week, so pretty soon we'll have her Blue Talk video out. We have the Blue Talks podcast. I believe Debra's might have been released thus far. Yeah, I believe so. Meaning her the audio from her last talk, and then we also have the Blue Talks book, which the newest one just came out. It's on Amazon. It's #1 in multiple categories, going on 3 weeks now, which is amazing. And we have the Blue Talks virtual event, which we're on right now. So that's everything Blue Talks, and all of those things are available at bluetalks.com. That's my little Blue Talks bit for the day. So having said all that, I have one quick question, and then I'm going to jump right in. But somebody on LinkedIn asked me, wow, this is the first live I've seen on LinkedIn. Congrats on pioneering this. How did you do it? How'd you do it? So I certainly didn't pioneer LinkedIn Live, but, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with this because I'm sure we could talk with this today for those that want to look into this. But with LinkedIn Live, essentially you apply. You apply to be able to broadcast on LinkedIn. And I didn't know the process. I have somebody who is a LinkedIn Ninja. That's actually her coined name, the LinkedIn Ninja. And she told me she applied, but she knew other people that had like 50, 60, 70,000 followers who applied and were turned down. And they don't tell you if you're turned down or not. They just don't ever get back to you. So it's one of these things you apply, and eventually they may say yes or no. And 3 or 4 months went by. I figured it was a no. And then one day I got a message saying, good news, you're approved for LinkedIn Live. But I don't know how they choose that. I don't know if it's based on engagement or follower numbers or what it is. But I know at this point it's still a test thing. So my answer, LinkedIn user, is you apply. I don't have the link in front of me, but if you Google it, I'm sure you'll find that. So, but that's why you don't see a lot of LinkedIn Lives, because people don't know they have to apply. And then even when you do, I don't know what the percentage is, but she told me it's like only 10% approval. So, which is really strange, but I guess it makes it exclusive. So having said all that, Debra Kasowski, so excited to have you here today. Debra, maybe if you don't mind, I'll get you to introduce yourself just a little bit, and then we'll dive right into really get to know you.
Sure. I'll start off by, first of all, thank you for having me part of the Blue Talks. This is an awesome movement and mission. And so I'm a 3-time best-selling author. a speaker, TEDx speaker times 2, a podcast host of the Millionaire Woman Show, and executive coach. And I have been speaking and coaching for several years, and excited about sharing the messages about people stepping into their potential, really sharing their gifts fully, not holding themselves back, and getting out of their own way.
Wow. So, I mean, because I know you, there's so many things I know we should unpack today. So I think the first thing I'd like to ask you, Debra, is we're talking podcasting today. That's really the focus today and tomorrow, the last 2 days of this event. And so first, let's talk in terms of podcasting. How long have you been in podcasting, and perhaps what's your experience been like so far?
So we celebrated our 4th anniversary in July. Well, June 30th was the 4th anniversary celebration. And it has been an amazing journey. And I think what people don't understand about podcasting is when you start a podcast, you become a form of media. And you can all of a sudden open the doors to different events that you never could get into, because you're going to feature that on your show. So I was sitting in an audience, and I was watching this speaker, and this speaker was sharing about his podcast. And he was then wanting to enroll us in, I can teach you how to podcast in 6 weeks. And I sat there and I thought, okay, it can't be that hard to figure out. So I told myself, in 30 days, you're going to have a podcast. And I'm like, okay, let's do this. And I, told my VA what we were going to do. I did a little bit of research. I hired someone for an hour consulting to see if I was on the right track. And June 30th, we launched it and this is what I recommend to anybody starting a podcast, is that you have 10 episodes in the hopper, kind of, so that you can continuously release and have them already set up. Because once people hors d'oeuvre you or sample you or have, an interaction with you, they want more. They're going to crave more interaction. So it's really, really cool to watch not only the listenership, but then people messaging you back, letting you know that there's been impact. And as it has evolved, there has been so many more opportunities. I've had publishers reach out to me, send me copies of books in advance that I get to read, which I'm a book addict, so that really helps. And it's been really cool to be able to interact with some of these authors, speakers of different kinds, people in different industries, to really find out principles of life, leadership, and business to help people live rich from the inside out.
Well, and Iraq, I want to let you jump in a second here, but I want to just follow up one thing on that, Debra. It's something you said there, I think, speaks volumes. You talk about the guests you've met, the events you've been able to get access to, the books that you get to read. And I feel like most people go into podcasting. Now, we all want to go into impact other people's lives and impact listeners. But I feel like most people go in thinking that's all that's going to happen. Just like if you were on the radio, local radio, you'd think, okay, I'm going in to reach listeners. Whatever my message is, I'm going to reach listeners. And in the local radio, of course, you get invited to events and you get to go to galas and get in free and stuff like that. But I think with podcasting, the part that most people don't realize, and it takes them too long, and some people quit before they learn it. The average drop-off rate in podcasts, the average podcast lasts 9 weeks is the last stat I've heard.
Wow.
9 episodes. And you just said you should have 10 to start. So some people finish before they even have their 10th episode. But what a lot of people don't realize, because they're like, how do I make the money in podcasting? And then they quit, is that a lot of times it's the guests. It's the people you bring on. It's the relationships you build, the joint venture partnerships. It's the person you can get access to. Like, people ask me all the time, when they watch an event like this, and E-Rock is a way that, you can connect with some amazing people. And E-Rock, you can probably test to this too. But people ask me all the time, how do you get to bring Larry Winget onto your show? And, Larry was on yesterday and said it's the last interview he's publicly doing. And he said you can take that on record. I mean, how amazing an experience if it ends up being his last interview ever that I got to do that interview. And it's my 3rd interview with him. And people are like, how do you get those interviews? The truth is, it all started with a podcast, because I was able to leverage the podcast to make these connections. And then, as you know, with leverage, Debra, once you have a few guests on that have really maybe well-known names, then you can leverage those ones to get other big names on your show. So anyway, I just wanted to dissect that a little bit, because a lot of people miss the point that it's also about the guests you bring on. It's also about sometimes they can become your clients. It's also about recognizing that you need to build relationships with these guests, and maybe that turns into a cool partnership later. I just wanted to highlight that because a lot of people miss that. I don't know if you want to add anything on that, Debra, before you jump in.
Sure. Well, I have to say that I had someone reach out to me a few months ago, Angela Henderson. I'm going to give her a shout out. A company reached out and said, hey, would you like to interview Angela? Well, as we're talking, she lives in Australia. I live in Canada. She goes, hey, do you know where Wetaskiwin is? I'm like, yeah, it's like 30, 45 minutes from us. And I explained where I was. I grew up in Mundare, a town of 655 people, and she knew where that was. So we had this very cool connection between Australia and Canada. And then I was invited to be on her virtual summit that's kicking off here in the next few weeks. So it is those relationships that form. And one of the things that you need to realize when you go onto podcasting and when you launch that website, you are a global figure. And, you might not think so because you're focused on local, but when you get into a venue that can reach so many people, you're building credibility, you're building authority, and you're being able to interact with people all over the world. I've interviewed people from Germany, from Paris, from all different parts of Puerto Rico, all different parts of the world to be able to deliver that value to my audience. And when I focus on what I'm sharing with my audience, it is amazing the connections that come to you and the people that you never thought you would meet, because suddenly you're on a global scale. And having that extra credibility and authority, when you have books, being on a podcast, making sure if you have a website and you've been on individuals' podcasts, when people are looking to know about who you are, or they're going to think about putting you on TV or radio spots, they're going to go over to your website. And when you can show and demonstrate that you've been on a podcast, you've suddenly amplified your message. They can see what kind of questions you've come up with, or the interaction and how the interactions flow. So it's very powerful. And I think podcasting is very much underestimated into its reach.
Absolutely. E-Rock, I want to let you jump in because I see you may have a question, or you may have a comment you want to jump in there with.
Well, yeah, I don't want to take away from kind of maybe the narrative that you want to take, but I just wanted to kind of to validate what you were talking about, Debra, in terms of becoming in the realm of media. And it's through media connections that, my wife and I were able to visit the set of Shark Tank and interview all the sharks, and not just once, but multiple times. And so, leveraging, different media outlets and building those relationships are critical. To your point, Corey, you talked about, being able to connect with amazing people. And, one of the things is how do you do things for other people and provide value to them without any expectation in return? And that's the true definition of giving, right? If you give because you expect something in return, it's really not being giving. I like to joke that Mother Teresa is one of the most selfish people in the world because she probably felt great when she was giving to everybody else, right? So I'm curious, Debra, at what point did you say, hey, what inspired you at that kind of epiphany? I really need to do a podcast. And then what was the biggest struggle you encountered to actually getting your podcast launched? Because to Corey's point, the average pod fade rate, right? It's an industry term of, people quitting. But being that in that kind of 10 to 20 episode range, how did you, one, what was the biggest challenge you overcame to get it launched? And then two, how did you build that momentum into continuation and escaping the dreaded pod fade?
Pod fade is true. Well, when I was sitting in that audience, I think I had listened to maybe one or two podcasts, and it was very new to me to hear what a podcast was. But what he shared about this podcast, I think it's called Every Day is Saturday, I think is his podcast. And I listened to a few of his episodes, and then I had, watched everybody listening to him, people signing up. And I thought, okay, it can't be that hard. I'm one of those people who likes to figure things out. So I honestly think there's a lot of ignorance behind my starts to a lot of things, that what I don't know doesn't hurt me, and I'm just going to jump in and I'll figure it out. The challenges that I faced is learning more about technology. I knew how to, use Zoom, or I knew how to use the computer, but how do I download a podcast? How do you edit an episode? How do you do all these things? And I think when we get caught up in the how, that's where we lose our momentum. And I had to focus on, why am I doing this? Years ago, I ran a networking group called the Millionaire Woman Club. And I let it go because it wasn't growing to the extent that I wanted it to at the time. And I wasn't as passionate about it anymore. And then someone, I rebranded my company, and someone said, that millionaire woman theme, you still have to have it somewhere in your work. And I said, okay, I'll think about what that will look like. And then I decided the podcast would be called Millionaire Woman Show, because I was the host. But the whole topic came around life, leadership, and human potential and business, to really help people live from the inside out, knowing that the principles for success are all around us. But then the challenge was, well, how do you start? And when I started, it was audio. I didn't utilize video in my podcasting. And then I shifted to using Zoom and using YouTube, because I started to learn more about how people reach you. People will do business with you or connect with you, or they'll start sharing you at least 5 to 12 times before they do that, because you need to build that trust and rapport with them. And the more ways that they get in contact with you, which could be, a Facebook Live, it could be, a YouTube video, it could be an article, it could be a blog post, it could be an interview on a summit. The more times that people interact with you, that's where that rapport is built. But I started off with my telephone. Boss Jock was the app. And I went to Chapters and I bought a mic that just plugged into my phone, and I trial and error learned how to work it. And I started off with some solo casts. I think people get stuck in, needing to have a guest, and they fail to recognize all the wealth of knowledge that they have from their experiences. And, I know when I was running the networking group, as a speaker as well, people would see me as the host or the facilitator, but not necessarily the speaker. So I thought, okay, what am I going to learn from that situation to bring to this, so that I can deliver my gifts as well with the world, as well as enable others to share theirs as well. So that's one of my missions, is to ensure that I live fully by example and ensure that others around me. So the challenge was, the Boss Jock, and I didn't do any editing. I clipped it off. I'll put the pause button where I knew I was going to stop talking. And I had my VA made, a slide. I think it was from Canva. And that was our basic start. And then as I evolved, I started using a software called Movavi, where I can upload the slides. I had someone design the new brand. And then I learned about Storybook and using freelancers from Upwork. So all the how that I got stuck with came up from being in the mess and learning as I went. So a lot of what I've done through the Millionaire Woman Show has all been about trial and error and not knowing any different. And when someone say, well, can you think you can do that? I'm like, yeah, sure. I can. If someone else is doing it, I can, and being able to be open. And yeah, I think that ignorance is sometimes a good thing.
Wow. So Debra, it's something you just said that I got to, I guess we'll say build upon, but you mentioned about how people can hear you in different ways. And so that's the benefit of, let's say, being on video and audio. And there's a couple of things to, I'd like to add to that too, or mention there, is one thing I learned, and I want to talk about what you said about people learn from you in different ways, because I have a proof in the moment situation from just before we started this, which I hadn't added to people yet, so I can tell you what they said. But as far as the learning from you and listening to you in different ways, one of the other things I learned is even if you at this stage when you're starting, this is probably something I wish I would have done early. Even if you don't plan to use the video, you should be recording in video. Now, it was much harder to do when I started 9 years ago, but the point still is all these interviews I did early on, some of them I for example, T. Harv Eker. I've only interviewed T. Harv Eker once, and it was before we used video. So I've never had the video of me interviewing T. Harv Eker. Robin Sharma. I've never had the video of me interviewing Robin Sharma. have the audio, not the video. And so if you think about it from a content point of view, how valuable would that be now to put a 2-minute clip out of the video of me interviewing Robin Sharma? So what I'm getting at is, with the world we're in today and how much easier it is, I would almost, in my opinion, I would record everything in video, even if you never plan to air it and then you eventually do air it, or you never plan to use it and you eventually do use it. But the other thing to validate what you said about people discover us in different ways, I had some LinkedIn requests today, and 2 of them in particular. One says, so I'm reading this because this came in just before I jumped on here and I didn't click accept, so I still see it. She said, I'm listening to day 3 of your recent Blue Summit on the recommendation of another speaker. I have to say I'm a fairly new speaker and I'm finding it also very helpful. Thank you. Can we please connect? And then right below that is, Corey, greetings from Singapore. I just heard your super podcast on excellence executive coaching and amazed by your story. A friend of mine who runs a great podcast here was asking me to recommend somebody the power of saying no, and I'd love to connect you both. That's from an hour before we jumped on today. And one of them is in relation to this event, which I don't know the speaker. By the way, she said the name of the speaker. I left that out. I don't know who the speaker is that recommended her. So I don't even know that person. So that person found us, and then she recommended somebody else. So to your point, Debra, you don't know where the connections are going to come from. So you should have this in multiple formats. I just want to validate what you said.
Yeah. And, just to add to that, I remember years ago, and I think it was just initially when I started the podcast, or maybe I wasn't podcasting yet. I was just when I'd meet somebody, I'd ask if we could, do a short interview. And I remember it was Fabio Mancini, and he's a chiropractor speaker in the US. And I have to tell you, we had pictures together, and the video I thought was really awesome. And then when I went and watched the video, it was completely black. You couldn't see us. The lighting was crappy. And all I had was this audio, which was so rich with content. And I debated about, okay, so do I throw it out? Do I just forget about this? And I'm like, no. I took the pictures and I put the still up and I put the audio together and edited it together and I posted it, because the content is more important than having our interaction. Because I didn't want to throw that content away, because it could change. Someone just needs one piece of nugget of information and it could change their whole trajectory of their life. So if you hold yourself back because you're worried about making a mistake or it's not perfect, people are missing out on your message. They want to know that you're real. So, put that perfection aside, put that progress and build that momentum.
You guys, I'm sure, as both savvy, people in the world of media, but, for just the sake of the people out there watching this, one of the most important things you can do to create a quality video, the number one thing that you need to do to create a great video, is actually have good audio. Because people will put up with bad lighting, they'll put up with fuzziness, but it disrupts the human ear when there's a static or a scratching or things like that. So to your point, Debra, I think it's great that you went ahead and had the confidence and boldness to say, hey, I'm keeping the content because of the value. And people will be surprised, will be able to watch the content and consume it, even because the audio is great and the message is great.
And you don't know how people are consuming it. They could be driving in the car, they could have their earbuds in at the gym. They don't necessarily have to have the video.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's so true. And Debra, you know this on the speaking side. It's almost like when I talk to people and they say, what's most important? I mean, content is king, right? And I always say, yes, of course, content is king. But, and you guys maybe have heard me say this before, emotional connection is queen, and the queen rules every castle that I know about. And so what I mean by that, I know it's definitely, there's a hint of humor there. But at the same time, what I'm getting at is that your point, Erock, people will put up with mediocre content, and I'm not saying to not go with as amazing as you can with your content, but people will put up with mediocre content if the speaker is amazing and connects with the audience and delivers at a high level and is passionate and dynamic. But if you're none of those things and have amazing content, most people will fall asleep. So I think you need to have both. But if I had to choose, I would rather have a dynamic speaker that connects with an audience on my stage than somebody who has great content but can't deliver it for the life of them. And I think it's similar to the idea of putting up with, poor video to get that great content in the audio. Because that is still about the connection, right? We connect through the visual, but really it's the words that are pulling us in. And so, I mean, I'm just sort of validating, agreeing with you, but I think it also applies to speaking and podcasts as well. I mean, again, I think we all agree you want to have as good a content as you can. But what I'm saying is that if it ever dips, but the audience still loves you, they'll forgive it. I mean, look at John Lee Dumas with Entrepreneur on Fire. John says, go back and listen to my first episode. His first episode, and he openly says, it's horrible. But because people have fallen in love with John, they'll go back and listen to that whole episode and laugh at how bad they think it is, but still listen to the whole episode. They forgive the content because they love John. And how did he do that? He connected with the audience. So I just want to add, and I think it's important for us to connect with our audience.
Well, I have a question for you, Debra, on the podcast side of things with your show. I think a lot of people decide that they want to start a podcast because they believe it's a build it, they will come kind of perspective. And then also thinking that, hey, you know, this is going to be great for my business. And Corey, to your point, obviously it works. You're getting that traction. You're getting that people coming in. But a lot of times people get started, they launch, and they don't necessarily get the results that they're looking for. So kind of a two-part question is one, you know, what have you found to be effective ways to be able to expand the reach of your podcast? And then two, have you found it or had any good strategies or mechanisms by which you're able to exploit that or monetize your podcast for the sake of promoting something that you're working on or a project? So curious to know how you're kind of monetizing and leveraging that for the sake of business growth.
Sure. So one of the things, and thanks to Corey for introducing me to the New Media Summit, I had gone to the US a year ago, and they call it the Steve Olsher after effect of the New Media Summit, is that I had so many people, I had a list of people coming on the show, and we were recording in advance, and then it would trickle. One of the things that I want to, you know, your relationships that you build with people are so important, and being able to connect with people and share your message, have this pure curiosity about people and what makes them tick. And, you know, because people say, well, I'm not a great interviewer. I can't have a podcast. You are a great interviewer when you get to meet new people. You are a great interviewer when you put your judgments aside and come from a place of pure curiosity, wanting to know what motivates somebody, what drives them. And when it came to monetizing, it's really about being really clear with your message. You know, there'll be times where I will have a call. You should have a call to action with every podcast, every message you should put out. You need to have a call to action. It might be directing them to your website. It might be directing them to a free gift in which they get to have an extension of you. It might be directing them to say, hey, have you checked out my book? Let's be curious. It's on Amazon or Barnes & Noble, and you can get that book there. The other thing that I've used as well is in the podcast is to say, hey, you can come and have a discovery session with me for coaching opportunity. And by doing so, I get to connect with those individuals one-on-one. But it's amazing how many people don't step up and take those free opportunities to explore what's possible for them. Because right away, they have all the stories and the narratives getting caught up about, oh, it'll probably cost too much. Why would they want to talk to me? Maybe I'm not ready yet. Maybe there's all these things I need to put in order. And these opportunities, as you continuously share them, you know, people hear it 5 to 12 times in different ways, that call to action. It really makes a difference. And then being able to be invited to virtual summits, you know, expanding your reach, connecting with some of the other speakers on the summits. And then you have an opportunity to monetize because people hear about you that you may not have been exposed to before.
Well, and to that point, this is kind of interesting if you guys believe in synchronicity, but I shared this on our last virtual event. But even this situation right here so Debra, to her point, I basically said to the New Media Summit, this is somebody you need to have on. You and Kim Seltzer, who's also joining us over the podcasting days as well, I recommended both of them. And I had been recommended by Eleanor Pratt, for those that might know who Lana is, the intimacy expert, so give her a shout out. And she recommended me first, and then a few others said you need to have Corey on, but she was the one that started it. But the interesting part is, and E-Rock probably knows where I'm going, but I went to the first New Media Summit, and I met his wife there. And so when him and I were talking, and it wasn't even through that connection, it was through another connection, he said, do you know? And he said his wife's name, and I'm like, why does that sound so familiar? Wait a minute. And then I went to the website. I'm like, how do I know? Wait a minute. And long story short, she was there at the time. She came on the screen. I'm like, oh my gosh, we met each other at the New Media Summit. And so what it did for us, I think, E-Rock, is it built a quicker relationship, because immediately there's this connection that we didn't know existed before. But to your point, Debra, none of that would have happened if I wouldn't have got into podcasting. If Eleanor Pratt, another fellow podcaster, didn't recommend me to go there. And then you, even though we knew each other before I recommended you, some of the stuff that's happened with you wouldn't have happened. And so, and by the way, Olsher's on later on today, Steve of the New Media Summit. So again,
awesome.
All of these things are interrelated, and podcasting is at the heart of it all. So, but as far as monetizing it, one of the other things I'll add into that too with the New Media Summit is every time I went to the New Media Summit, people ask me what I do. And a big focus of mine when I was going there was helping people get on TEDx stages. And Debra was there when I went as to pitch. I think I was the first, Steve said I was the first icon to ever go back and pitch and then go back to being an icon. But I went and pitched, and the amount of people that came to me afterward, maybe a month, a week, 3 weeks later, and said, I want to do a TEDx talk. How do I get in your program? So E-Rock, just to back up the monetization, just even that, just them knowing I was there and asking me what I do, I won't even guess, but I've had a lot of clients, and I'm not a low ticket price for this. A lot of clients come to me solely because I was at the New Media Summit, and that happened because of podcasting. Yeah. So just to validate what you said, Debra.
And it's really about being open to opportunity and going with the intention, knowing that, expecting that something exciting is going to happen.
Absolutely. And I mean, it did for you. I saw, and not only that, the friendships that you built, which again started from podcasting. Like we never talked about that, but how many friendships have been built from podcasting? I mean, I saw you and Kim and I'll try to remember her name. There's another
Melanie.
person. Well, I was going to say another person, but Melanie Benson, who, by the way, is also on our 2 days of podcasting here. Yeah. But I saw you guys. Debbie Datchinger is who else I was thinking of, who was on our last Amplify. The four of you, I saw you guys that became like gelled friends because of podcasting. So, I mean, obviously I'm passionate about what podcasting can do. So, Debra.
And what was very interesting, Corey, is that Melanie and I had been following each other on social media, had never, ever met. And as soon as you walk into the room, it was embracing and a hug. And it's like, hey, we finally get to meet. So it is more than an icebreaker. You develop relationships in many different ways. And then when we met in person, it was just the icing on the cake.
So, Debra, we have a question in the comments, and then I want to ask you a question as we wind down. We're getting down to the time goes by so quick. So I'm going to call it a to be continued. But the question is, Debra, and by the way, so this sounds so weird, but this is another New Media Summit guy. And this guy went as the person pitching. So he went as a guest pitching, and his photo is one of the ones Steve uses all the time because he had the audience in tears and himself in tears, and it was this amazing capture. His name is George Morris, and George says, Debra, have you ever limited the content you provide because you question how it will be received? To be real to ourselves, must we be fearless?
We definitely must be fearless. And, you know, when we are able to pull the heartstrings of an individual to be able to do some reflection of their own story, that's when people are really drawn into your story. And the stories that you share are the ones that become relevant. I'll have to tell you, I was interviewing Mark Victor Hansen and his beautiful wife, Crystal, and they were sharing a story from their book, Ask, about a gentleman who needed a kidney. And as I'm listening to her speak, my tears welled up. And I said, okay, you guys, we didn't know this ahead of time. And I've never cried actually on my podcast. But I guess today's going to be it. Because my mom had a kidney transplant over 20 years ago. And I remember what it felt to hear when she needed the transplant and the risk of not having my mom around anymore. And all of these things. And the next thing I know, as I'm sharing my story, Mark is tearing up. And I'm like, you just feel so connected. So when we hold ourselves back from being concerned about receiving, I think we truly lose out on an opportunity to change lives. And the only time I would say, you know, when you're thinking about wanting to filter what you're sharing, is making sure you're not using your audience as therapy. You know, they don't want to be dumped out on your story that you're still processing and you're bitter or angry and things like that. If you're going to share your story, still be real and being able to express yourself, but not in the place of that you're in high emotion and unable to connect with your audience, because it actually puts a block up.
Yeah, I love that, Debra, because I always say as a speaker, and again, you've probably heard me say this one time at least, because I know you've been at least one of my events or training events, but I always say you need to be past the situation. You need to have healed from the situation before you can start sharing it. That's my opinion. You need to, because I think you need some reflection on it. You need to have grown out of it and be able to reflect on the situation so you're not still in it. So I love that you said that, because I think sometimes for some speakers that it becomes a expensive therapy session. And just to circle back to Larry Winget, because he says what he feels, Larry just said yesterday, if I hear one more speaker, say that I'm here basically to reveal to you my pains. And he said, I'm tired of seeing speakers use the audience as their therapists and charging them to do it. And so to your point, I mean, that's what happens. I think if a person's still in it and they're bitter and, it's nobody's fault, but I mean, some people just don't know that yet. But I think if they learn it now, it's better now than never, that you probably need to have some movement from it. You can't still be in it. If you're, like you said, if you're still in the battle of fighting your divorce, you probably shouldn't be advising people on the process of getting divorced. Because you might.
Why do you got to call me out why do you got to call me out right now, Corey? I'm just kidding.
I'll find out more about that tomorrow, perhaps, when Juju's on for an interview. But yeah, so I agree with you, Debra, completely. So Debra, like I said, the time's never enough, but we are winding down. So maybe if you can tell us where we can learn more, how we can connect with you, all that kind of good stuff. And I just realized it's been a long time since I had you on my podcast. So speaking of podcasting, this will make me commit to it. I need to bring you back onto the show. You've had me on twice, I think. I've had you on once, so it's inbound right now.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
Awesome. So how can people connect with you, learn more? And I guess the other question, because people listening might be looking to get podcast spots, are you always looking for guests? Are you still looking for guests? What does that look like?
So yes, I am always looking for guests, and I'm looking for the right guests. As long as you're focused on principles of life, leadership, and business that are going to help people live rich from the inside out, those are the people I'm looking for. But I'm also looking for certain criteria. I don't want someone to come on the podcast that doesn't believe in reciprocity. It's a win-win situation where you rate and review the show. You've listened to some of the shows. Maybe you're going to even subscribe to be able to also promote the show as much as I will with my audience. So I'm looking for reciprocity. I'm looking for win-win opportunities, as well as forming that relationship that continues on. So you can always go over to my website at www.debrakasowski.com, where I have a free gift for you there right now about making habits stick. So you can build focus and consistency in whatever goal you're working on to make sure you knock it out of the park and make it a reality. And the other thing, on my media page, there's other samples of interviews that I've done with people. So I'm always looking to be a guest on virtual summits or other people's podcasts, for those of you who might be watching as podcasters. And all social media channels, connect with me. Let me know what stood out for you in this Blue Talk. Amplify your message. It's really nice to know where we've connected, where something might have resonated, so that we make sure that we continue that relationship. And if you ever have ideas of content that you would like me to share, I am open to developing content and listening to all the segments that people suggest that I might not have on my show yet. Or maybe it's a topic that's hot that needs to be discussed.
Absolutely. I love it, Debra. And, one thing I'll say too is, and this is a side note, but this is for those that might be making comments on different platforms. If I see a question for Debra, I'll make sure to tag her in, because we're on, I think, 12 platforms right now. And so some of the comments show, some don't. We only can see mostly the main platform where it starts, and then we're branching out to multiple other ones. So I just want to add that it's not that Debra or I aren't answering your question. It's just that for whatever reason in StreamYard, it doesn't show them all, and it doesn't show everything. So I just want to point that out, Debra, that I may tag you in if that's okay with you, just to let you know
Absolutely.
There's answers.
And if you actually engage and reach out and you have a really compelling question, maybe you'll be lucky and fortunate, and Debra will like, you know what, that's a great topic for a podcast. And who knows where that could lead.
Well, and to that
absolutely.
point,
And I'll respond to anything that someone directly tags me in. I'm happy to answer your questions and, help direct you in the right direction. I'm here to serve.
awesome. Well, thank you so much, Debra Kasowski. It's always a pleasure, as you know. Again, I'll call it a to be continued. I'll circle back to get you back on our show. I think it's about time again. And in the interim, good luck. I know you're going to crush it, but good luck next week on the live Blue Talk stage in Western Canada. She's going to be speaking at the U of A, University of Alberta, next week on our Blue Talk stage with 10 or actually 11 other amazing speakers, 6 each day for 2 days. So good luck. I know you're going to crush it, and I can't wait to see the video myself.
Thanks so much for having me, and nice to meet you, Erock.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. I'm sure we'll be staying connected.
Awesome. Thanks, Debra. Awesome stuff. Amazing guest, Erock. I'm going to keep this, for lack of a better way of saying it, a party going. I'm going to bring our next guest right on. One of the things I mentioned to make this the whole event shorter, we didn't leave me a whole lot of breaks. So rather than me use anybody else's time, I'm going to bring Eleanor Beaton right on. Eleanor, I'm so excited to finally have a chance to interview you and meet you. We both, I think you're still based in the East Coast. Am I correct?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
So we're both based in Atlantic, Canada. We've both been circling around Atlantic, Canada, but traveling all over, doing things for quite a while. And people have said to me for a long time, you need to be an Eleanor. So I'm so excited to finally meet in the virtual world that we're in right now. So Eleanor, welcome on board and great to meet you finally.
It is so great to meet you. Your name comes up all the time. So I love this opportunity for us to get together and have a conversation. I've been looking forward to it as well.
Well, the feeling is 100% mutual. And having said that, maybe that's where we'll jump in is, can you tell us, Eleanor, a little bit about your background and who you are for those that may be discovering you for the very first time right now?
Yes, amazing. So my name's Eleanor Beaton. I have a company called Safi Media. We recently rebranded. And so we are a coaching company on a mission to double the number of women entrepreneurs who scale past 7 figures in annual revenue. So we aim to do that through media creation. So things like podcasting, speaking, resources, research, and reports, and then also through education and coaching programs that we run. I started this business. I've been an entrepreneur since 2003, but I started this particular business in late 2014 and have kind of grown it into a 7-figure company. I have some incredible team members who have helped me to do that. And, speaking and podcasting, and I know we'll be talking about that, but we live in this gorgeous place on the east coast of Canada. I live in a province called Nova Scotia. So it's like this pendant hanging off the east coast of Canada, of North America. And it has been so critical for me, I'm sure true for you too, Corey, for me to be able to access markets to make sure that our message can get out and reach the people who we know we can help. And so things like podcasting and speaking and virtual events like this have been so huge. And for those of you who are watching, you also I have to really give it up to Corey, you and your team, because putting these things on is a huge undertaking. And there's just tremendous value, I think, that people derive from this. And it's a huge amount of legwork. So, props to you for putting this together.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Eleanor. That's so humbling. And, there's a couple of directions I want to go to sort of unpack some of the things you said there. Indeed, we're both in Atlantic, Canada. And, I made the choice I want to talk about Atlantic, Canada a little bit in addition to podcasting, but I made the choice to move back. I lived in Western Canada for a number of years. I lived in Halifax for 12 years, made the choice to move to PEI, where I was originally born because of family. Yeah. But having said that, one of the things I used to hear all the time is that you can't enjoy the same level of success unless you move away from the East Coast. Mm-hmm. And I'd love to get your take and thoughts on that, because you've proven that wrong. So I'd love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah. And it's like, according to who? So this is so interesting. And I think we share this. So before I got into the world of coaching, my field was communication. So I had a communications consulting business. And part of that was sort of advising CEOs and politicians and leaders and organizations around communication strategy, right? So a lot of the kind of coaching that I'm working on, now with entrepreneurs and women entrepreneurs around messaging, niching, and sort of marketing strategy. So same thing, just applied in a different way. But the other part of what I did was a ton of journalism. So I'm a former business journalist. And so the Atlantic Canadians, my specialty was doing, was writing about high growth companies and the men and women who led those companies. And so the Atlantic Canadians that I was spending time with and learning from were people like the John Risleys of the world, the John Braggs. So John Risley has a massive company called Clearwater, as well as other things. John Bragg, who is the founder of Oxford Frozen Foods and Eastlake, incredible entrepreneurs who did not sacrifice or compromise their ambition to live in this beautiful place. So what I have found, I remember talking to John Bragg about this, and he said, when you're from the East Coast, you are going to run into people at the superstore, while you're buying groceries. So you need to be able to connect with people, to forge strong relationships with people, and to, develop trust, the kind of trust and connection that is the bedrock of good business anyway. So I think it has given us, I think if you understand and see it as an advantage, it's only an advantage to live in a place like this. But I think if you choose to play into a have not narrative, and I know we're going to get some strongly worded letters about that one, but a have not narrative, well, then that's what you're going to experience. You get to choose.
Well, it's interesting you say that, and I want to shift to podcasting, but I'll add one thing on that. Is a while back, and I don't know, I probably have it on my shelf here, but if I try to reach it, I'm sure I'll disrupt everything. But I have a book series that I wrote a number of years ago when I first moved back called Conversations With. And there were 5 of them. One of them was Conversations with Nova Scotians, in fact. The one that did the best was Conversations with Atlantic Canadians. In that book, we had everybody from Dave Carroll, who I'm sure you know quite well, to Jimmy Flynn, a musical comedian, to I think he's an honorary Atlantic Canadian, but if we still put him in there, Chef Michael Smith, because he chose to move to PEI from, I think, New York. But the point of the story is we had all these Atlantic Canadians in there. And when at the front of the book, what I did was I summarized some of the accolades. Oh, by the way, Robin Sharma was in there. People don't know Robin grew up at age 1, and I think it was Port Hawkesbury.
Yeah, Port Hawkesbury, good Cape Breton boy.
Absolutely. So Robin Sharma, when I added all the things up, it was like the combined people have sold 20-some million copies of their books, reached 100 million people. Dave Carroll almost did that on his own with his story. And then on and on and on. One of them had taught Jerry Seinfeld at university. And so my point is, I put this all in the book and put the book out to say to people, tell me this doesn't match influencers anywhere you go. All these accolades. One of the other one had been on The Tonight Show. And that was Richard Wood, the fiddler from PEI. And he was on stage with Shania Twain on The Tonight Show. And so my point was, with the book, was this is proof that you can be born in Atlantic Canada and still have success. And by the way, for those that maybe are going, why is this all about Atlantic Canada? You could insert any small town or place where people say you can't achieve success unless you move away. So I just wanted to touch on that because I know you and I both experienced that. But Eleanor, what I also want to go to next is let's talk podcasting. How big a dent or difference did getting into podcasting make to allow you to start bringing your brand global? Like, was it a big part of that?
Yeah, it was. So I started my podcast. So my podcast is called Power Presence Position. We've had like 1.3 million downloads. We're on episode number 400. I started it in 2016. And I had sat on podcasting for about a year. It was one of these things where I wanted to do it. I thought it could be great, but the technical side of it really sort of held me back. And so then I ultimately decided I launched the podcast in April of 2016. And it has been one of the most important anchors in terms of helping me find my audience and helping me develop relationships with that audience. It's interesting. So a lot of the work that, the offers that we sell in our business are high ticket coaching offers. So, our programs start at $3,000. So in order to make that's not necessarily the kind of decision where you just make out of nowhere and you just like click a button and buy. Our clients really need to know us and trust us, have a relationship, understand what they're getting, understand where we're coming from. And so I have found that having a podcast has helped grow our business in 2 ways. Number one, by increasing sales conversion, because people have a relationship with us and with our company and with me before, they buy. And then the second part is really having that ability to build a platform, to build a global audience with our show.
Wow. So there's a couple other questions I want to dig into there, but I don't want to take away from E-Rock. If you have a question that you want to put out there before I jump into my next one.
No, you keep going. I'll insert when I think it's time to add value.
Okay, sounds good. So here's what I wanted to ask you about as well, Eleanor, because people listening, there's going to be people listening that want to start a podcast, and there's going to be people listening that want to get interviews on podcasts.
Yeah.
And so kind of a two-part question here, but people always ask me, should I start a podcast? And I do not think podcasting's for everybody. I don't think everybody realizes how much work's involved. I'm not sure if you're familiar with a gentleman named Jordan Harbinger.
Yes.
Okay, so I had Jordan Harbinger on a while back, and I asked him, what does he recommend to people that want to start a podcast? Now, this is somebody that launched The Art of Charm, which is one of the biggest podcasts of all time from a non-celebrity. And then he launched the Jordan Harbinger Show, which basically was just as big. I mean, he's had people like Chelsea Handler on his show just on a random episode. And so I asked Jordan, what would you recommend? And he said, I'd recommend not starting a podcast. He said, most people don't realize the work involved. He said, I could have put the same work into a YouTube channel and the 12 years I put in and had a bigger audience.
Yeah.
And, you could make the argument, is he doing that to be contrarian and maybe just to kind of say, don't everybody go into podcasting. It's not the answer for everybody. But there is some truth to the amount of work involved. So first of all, what's your take on should everybody have a podcast? And then I want to dial it into the relationship between podcasters getting interviews on other people's shows, because there's something I've noticed there.
Totally. So I would agree. I mean, I think that, podcasting is amazing and has been huge. The downside of podcasting is it does not really drive organic traffic. So when I think about like building an overall traffic system for, a company, I think about the people, so you're going to have sort of really very well-nurtured people. So podcasts are excellent for building relationship, for educating people about the problems that, that you happen to solve, making them sort of helping them move from problem aware to offer aware, adding value, building a relationship, plus just having fun. I mean, it's super fun, to have interviews with people on your show and all of that kind of stuff. What podcasts I have found not to be that helpful with is bringing in organic, certainly not search oriented. Like, yes, I've had some people who found our podcast because they were looking for, female leadership podcast kind of thing. But something like YouTube that leverages the power of search, that's much more likely to be bringing in new traffic into your business, which I think is, it's obviously super important. What podcasting does, I mean, I think that, if you like talking, if you enjoy speaking and you like talking, you don't necessarily want to be on video every day. Podcasting is a very intimate form of communication and marketing because you're literally in somebody's ear. If you think about it, we all heard our mom's voices in utero long before we saw them, we talked to them. So it's a very strong bond that you have through that auditory connection, but it is a lot of work. And not just that, it's like this level of consistency. I mean, but that's true no matter what. So I say, if you feel inspired and you're ready to show up regularly, I think it's a great tool. If you are, there are certainly other tools that you could use, so that's what I would. And I know we've got this other part about like guesting on shows that we could dive into, but does that kind of ring true for your experience as well?
100%. I mean, I won't even try to add to that because you pretty much summed up exactly my feelings on it. Yeah. What I'll add though, meaning what I'll jump to now, is what I was saying about the other side, which is people ask me, what is the best way to get guest spots on podcasts? And I have two answers for people. Usually I'll say, if you know somebody I know, get a referral through them, because 9 times out of 10, I'm more apt to check out somebody's stuff, read their stuff, watch their interviews, if somebody I already know, like, and trust sends them to me. Mm-hmm. So they'll jump ahead of the message that I get from HarperCollins even, saying, do you want to bring this guest on with a new book? Now, the other side to it is what I found, and I want to get your take on this part. What I found is that I'll take a bigger chance interviewing another podcaster than somebody that I never met off the street, because I already can see that they put the commitment in, the time. They know the format, the platform. I can listen to their episode. I can read the reviews and see if people say, this person's got such charisma. And so what I tell people is, if you truly want to get interviews, but you also have a passion for speaking and sharing, even doing a once every week or once a month podcast will still get you more interviews than if you don't have one. But don't do it for the reason to get interviews. I'm just saying, if you love the platform and want to do it anyway, what I found is it's an easier way to get interviews than to come in with no podcast and maybe nothing to show to say, look at my interview style or approach. So I
Yeah.
just your thoughts on that.
Well, this is so interesting. So when I launched my show, I launched it with like 10 episodes, and it was all straight up interviews. So I thought of every high profile person who was in my, high profile, interesting person who was in my network. I interviewed them. I asked them to help me market the show, and that helped us get on to New and Noteworthy in our launch, which was great. And what I noticed over time, and this is so interesting. So one of the people that I had on our show was the executive producer of a program called The Social, which is like Canada's version of The View. And she was saying something that has totally played out, in my experience. She was saying, actually, what audiences love, the relationship that is most valuable for the audience is the relationship with the host. And that very often, so when they were booking guests on their show, what they found is that their viewers would much rather see, Lainey Lou and the women of the View of the Social talking to each other, and that would probably be just as popular, if not more popular, than having like Tim McGraw on or something like that. So in the beginning, as I was building my podcast audience, guests, especially high profile guests who had their own audiences, they drove downloads. Today, our downloads are much more likely to be higher on a solo show, which I'm doing on my own, unless you have one of those firecracker guests. So a firecracker guest, to your point, is somebody who knows the art of on-air communication. There's energy. They are talking in word pictures. They are bringing predictions. They're a little bit provocative. Like, they get people excited and interested. The conversation is like fire. That's what we're all looking for, because that's the kind of thing that drives feedback, shares, reviews, people coming back. Those fire guests are who I think we're looking for. So for people who want to be guests, number one, show us. Like, we get so many, like you guys do, so many emails every single day. Do you want this person to be a guest? Do you want this person to be a guest? I'm like, why don't you insert some examples of an amazing exchange that they had, where we could hear the energy that you're bringing, the way that you talk, the stories that you're telling, the aha moments that you're dropping. Otherwise, it's just like, this sounds terrible. But otherwise, it's just like somebody else who really wants to get their word out there through the power of your platform. And we're like, whoa, do you know how much work goes into building this platform? If you're going to come on our platform, you've got to bring it, and not just bringing the expertise, but bringing the, like, understand, we want to be entertained. So you've got to be an edutainer. To me, that's the most important thing as far as driving podcast guesting experiences.
So I love that you said that, because it makes me think of something else that somebody once said to me whenever they decide to book me on the show. I sent a few different things for them to choose from, and a couple were lengthy interviews on big, like Forbes Books Radio or Entrepreneur on Fire. Amazing. And they said, well, sorry, Corey, but I don't have time to listen to the interviews. I'm just too busy. But I sent a video clip, and this is what's intriguing to me. And I see we have a couple of questions, so I'll circle around to those in a second. Just if you're wondering, I'm going to ask Eleanor these two questions for sure. But I sent them a clip of a video, and it was a clip of Lisa Nichols and a clip of Les Brown, both saying how much they enjoyed the interview with me. And the person told me, they said that 8 seconds got you the spot on my show more than those other clips you sent ever would have, even though those other clips are on really big shows. But they're like, I'm not going to listen to a 30-minute interview. It's just not going to happen. But those clips, and especially they were video, which really adds something to it. But Lisa said something like, I've done 100, they're good sound bites, right? But 155 interviews in the last 6 months, and you ask questions nobody's ever asked me before. And somebody said that clip sold me. And
can we just acknowledge we're in the presence of greatness here? Like, not only that's an amazing tip. That is like next level ninja. This guy, like, you're so nice, but you were also next level ninja marketer. Like, that to me, not you're so nice, but you're so nice and next level ninja marketing. Like Lisa Nichols, Les Brown, dropping it about, like, that's everything. That's endorsement, credibility. That's the chops. That's the power of association. I hope everybody's listening and taking notes.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you so much. That's so humbling. But I have to say too, as an Atlantic Canadian, born in PEI, with my grandfather saying, always be humble. It was hard for me to put those videos together.
Yes.
And by the way, credit to my girlfriend, she fought me on it. Like, I'm like, I'm gonna do it, but I'm having hesitation. She goes, do it. I don't care. Do it. You need to do it because you're serving people by doing it. But to your point, yeah, I always battle that dynamic because I grew up in a small town where you're not supposed to do that, but I know you have to do it because, as Zig Ziglar said, if I have knowledge that you need, it's my moral obligation to get it to you.
Yeah.
And so same thing, right? I felt it's my moral obligation to secure that spot. And so I need to share this. And the truth is, when they said that to me, it almost knocked me on the floor. So I know if it did that to me, then I need to share that with people. But yeah, thank you so much. That's so humbling.
So Eleanor, I love what you're saying, and thanks for the kind words for my good friend Corey. He's an amazing entrepreneur, and it's good to connect. So a few things that I can share, because we'll do podcast consulting, and actually we'll have some big news to share in the podcast space, Corey, here in the next couple months. But a couple things. So one is, I think a lot of times people get so stuck on their own story and they have their own agenda that they want to push out into the world. Yeah. And the worst thing you could do as a guest is if you keep sharing the same thing over and over and over, because people will go check out your kind of corpus of work and they're like, look, that's kind of been done. Like, if your audience is following you and they've heard that story several times, it's not going to provide a lot of value over here, because a part of that is the symbiosis of, hey, I'm going to promote you as a guest.
Yeah.
But I also expect you to promote your appearance on my show to help me drive new listenership. So one of the things that I recommend people do is, hey, give some really juicy headlines. Like, here's because if you can hook the host on a headline for the show that's like, oh, that caught my attention, that's something that should resonate with my audience, that'll help. But then the other thing is asking them, your audience, I want to provide value to your audience. What's something that you think would be valuable to them or they're struggling with? And I'd love to do something custom for your show. Just making that offer is hugely helpful. And then the other little kind of cheat secret is, go to the host and be like, hey, if you decide to promote my show, I'll throw $100, $200 behind social media ads to help promote my appearance on your show, drive traffic to and awareness to your event. And that makes it pretty hard to say no.
Yeah. That's genius. I hope people are paying attention and not just paying attention, but actually doing it.
Right.
I hadn't thought about that. That's really the paying to advertise. That's a really good tip.
So here's a question, Eleanor, as a follow-up to eRocks, is if somebody pitched you that way. So just now I'm putting it in the other position of eRock shared, this is something I found works. And I know you're nodding your head, so I just wanted to double check and see, is this something that happens to you? And is this something that resonates when somebody pitches you an idea for a show that because I've heard Steve Harrison, if you guys know who he is, he talks about you should pitch the whole show. He says, pitch the whole show, and then just you happen to be one person within 3 guests, let's say. Now that would be more for your traditional, let's say, the social, where you're saying, here's a whole idea for a whole show, and I'm just one guest. So then they see you're trying to help me build the whole show. Then that's pitching to the producer. But yourself, if somebody comes to you and says, here's the title for the show, and you go, wow, that's magic. Do you get those? And is that something that resonates with you?
No, I never. We get anywhere from 5 to 10 pitches per day coming in, and never been pitched in that way. So that's kind of interesting. The other thing, that I was thinking about, even if someone was like, I'll put money behind it. So here's the risk that I think that people don't realize with a podcast. So, and I want everybody to think about how we all listen to shows. So I have a few shows in rotation, and you're listening. And then I'm most likely to drop listening when there is a guest that I don't know, a topic that feels off, or I start listening. The last one that I listened to was an interview and it just wasn't awesome. And so then what happens is you're like, what other show could I listen to? And so now you go, and as a podcast listener, from a behavior perspective, now you're listening to that show. So there is a cost to having every episode counts, and so especially once you've got a show and it's a juggernaut and you're building it and it's going and you have a relationship with your audience and you have this covenant, hey, I appreciate you being here. I'm going to bring it every week, and really bring you content that I think you're going to love. So I think pitching that way, but for me, from my personal perspective, I have to know that we're going to have a conversation, and that conversation is going to be good. and that's what I'm usually trying to ascertain. And that's what doesn't always come through in a pitch letter. Yeah.
Well, and I know you're about bringing on fierce female entrepreneurs and leaders. Do you ever bring males on the show? Because I know somebody's
on occasion. That's right.
I know somebody's probably going to ask that. So,
Yes.
What made me think of it is that the next two questions are both from men. So that's what made me think. But one of them is from Bob Adams, and he said, I did a 5th podcast with a 5th organization as a guest about my military and doctor life and books. How do I let the world find these podcasts? So how does he promote the shows that he's already guest on?
That he has, or his own show, or that he's been a guest on?
That he's been a guest on is how I'm reading it.
Oh, got it. So, I mean, I think, what I think about is well, this is interesting. So there's like broadcast places, but if you really wanted to promote it, so he's been a guest on someone else's podcast. That's a great way. If you already have an audience, like if you have an email list or something, to E-Rock's point, that's a place where they might hear something. They might hear something that you're sharing that you haven't shared anywhere else. And so if you really want to build trust and build even more connection with the audience you already have, you could share that via email. Of course, there's the social, sharing it on social channels. And then if you really wanted to go whole hog, you can put some advertising dollars behind it and share it that way too. And your podcast host will love you. They will love you.
Well, I think that's truly a win-win because you're building credibility. The ad cost is going to be, if you're doing, let's say, Facebook, ad costs are going to be really low.
Totally.
And there's going to be people that are going to see you, and it's the 3rd or 4th time they've seen you. They might not even click to listen. We never want to think that, but it does happen. But they still know you are a guest on the show. Yeah. So you get that credibility. I think it's a very low-cost way, Bob, to get that message out that you're on a show. But if you already have an email newsletter, as you mentioned, Eleanor, and if you already have social media, you definitely should be sharing it on there.
Yeah.
And I think you can even put it in rotation. You mentioned the word rotation, where you share it now, but you share it a month from now. Most of the people that saw it then are probably going to be different people that see it now, or they're going to forget they saw it. Yeah. Truthfully. The second
it's funny. If you ever get anybody that ever comes to you and says, hey, you posted the same thing 3 times in the month of September on your channel, like send them a check, take them out to dinner because they love you.
Yeah, and or they need to get out to dinner. One or the other, because they're following a little too closely. But yeah, I mean, so true. And the next question, I know this gentleman's name is George Morris. I met him at the New Media Summit, and I know where he's coming at from this. So I'm going to ask his question. I'm going to add one caveat to it. He said, Eleanor, can you get opportunities on podcasts? What if your message is information and not a story? And what I want to add to this is George, I know, feels that his is just a message, but it truly is a story. And to back that up, he spoke at the New Media Summit and he was in tears sharing his message. And I watched, and audience members are in tears. And to me, if that's not a story, I don't know what is. And what it is he's a scientist who's very passionate about basically hacking the medical system. And I say that in the way that he wants to help people get better and help people actually have maintenance rather than just getting, health recommendations and getting fixes whenever they're already sick. And so what I'm saying is he has a real passion story about why he's doing that. But I think he feels like he's trying to turn people on to the idea that there are other options for your health. And so again, his question is, how do you get podcasts if your message is information? I think his is a bit of both information and story, just as a backstory to that. But I'd love to get your take on that.
Yeah, I mean, I love that. So, I mean, I think first of all, you if that's you, understanding to E-Rock's point, really connecting it to the host. And here's why this is super valuable to your audience. And here's why they're going to be intrigued. And here's why they're going to want to tune in right now. So there's something about, when you're sharing very practical information. And again, I think everybody should think on their own experience. So the kinds of podcasts that we're talking about right now, they're not like the serial podcast, they're not podcasts that are, heavily produced, massively researched, but, almost like a documentary style, but it's on audio. We're talking about a lot of guest style, podcasts. And so in that way, people are listening and they're hungry for information that they can use right now. They want to have, there's an itch that they want to scratch. They want something that's immediately useful and relevant and practical. And then I think they also want to feel connected and entertained. And so to your point, I think if you can bring people to tears on stage, you're probably going to be a great podcast guest, because that to me says you are bringing in emotion, you are bringing in storytelling. You combine that with very practical tips. I mean, that's super useful.
Now, how about when you've been on shows? I have a two-part question here, but what have you found that when you're on shows, a host can do to bring the most out of you? And again, I'm thinking of this for the guest who's saying, when I get on a show, how can I interact best with a host? What's that magic formula, if you will?
Well, this is so great because we're podcasters, right? So we talk every day. I talk all day, every day. It's hard to, so the advice that I'm going to share now is specifically for if you're interviewing someone like us who are used to talking, like we're comfortable speaking. I honestly, I was interviewed recently by a woman named Michaela, and I forget her last name, but her podcast is called A Walk in My Stilettos. And she was one of the best podcast interviewers I have ever experienced. And I've been on great shows, but she was a truly amazing podcaster. And so here's the first question she asks. Do you know the meaning of your name? Now, do not ask questions like this to people who are who are new. You'll get a lot of uncomfortable silence, but it was great. But it was unscripted. It was free flow. She was able to be very present and listen. She asked me beforehand. She's like, look, I'm going to, push and prod and just kind of ask things. You don't have to answer anything that you don't want to ask. But she was really able to maintain trust, intimacy, to kind of throw away the typical script and get right into a real and authentic conversation. That was mastery. It was so, so good. I really suggest people go check out her podcast because of the quality of her interview. We talked about stuff I haven't talked about anywhere else. And here I am telling this audience, hey, you guys need to go check out this show, So I think that just that ability, especially when you're talking to people who talk all the time, like to Eroc's point, right? Like we've all heard everything that we have to say. How can you move beyond that and find something that's new, find the new angle, the new story, the new insight from, a seasoned communicator?
So have you ever heard the Steve Martin quote, be so good they can't ignore you?
I have heard that.
That's what popped in my head when you said that. And that comes from, I think, the interviewer side or the guest side, is she's so good from what you just shared that she can't be ignored. And it makes you want to tell other people. And how rare is that you say, you need to go check out the host of this show? And who was it yesterday that said that? Somebody said yesterday, Anthony Trucks. I don't know if you guys know who Anthony Trucks is. He's you should have him on the show at some point. He's a former NFL linebacker, 3-time American Ninja Warrior, and just a great guy. And Anthony said, dude, you got to show up. You have to show up. And so he has this cool story about how he got to be on Brendan Burchard's stage speaking. And he's done it now like 10 times. And it was because they said, hey, did you want to, they've heard his story, loved it. They said, did you want to come out for coffee or whatever? And he started volunteering to help because he wanted to be around the event just to learn how to plan events like that. Not because he wanted to know Brendan. Because he shared, like, look, I was in the NFL. I got to meet a lot of celebrities. I wasn't there to try to rub shoulders. And he said, but I just showed up. And so he ended up being Brendan's security guard, who also would get on the stage then and be one of the keynote speakers. And I said, what did you do differently? He said, the only thing I did differently is I showed up fully me. And I think that's it. He couldn't be ignored because he showed up. And so I think that's a thing that a lot of people need to do. Because I've seen shows where I brought guests on and I can tell they're not even there with me. And it's taken us 5 months to schedule the interview because I might be that far booked out. And they come on and they're just not even in the moment with me. And so, yeah, I think what you just said about that is she's so good you can't ignore them. So if you have to think of a quote, think, be so good they can't ignore me.
Love it.
That's a great point that Corey that you're making, and one of the things that I'll do for podcasts that for hosts is there's certain things that you can incorporate into the questioning process that will hopefully not just not to say jar, it's like a pretty aggressive word, but just kind of jolt or kind of get the attention of the listenership and also the speaker, right? So one of the things that I'll do is like, hey, Eleanor, I'm going to put you on the spot here for a second. And it doesn't even matter if the whole thing's scripted. It doesn't matter if like they know what's coming next. subconsciously it's going to grab that guest speaker's attention, because they might think that you're going to go in a different route, and so it kind of pulls that audience back in. So when there's an element of like kind of danger or drama, or like, hey, you're probably not going to like this next question I'm about to ask you, but
oh, so good. Well, it's kind of like, did you guys watch that movie about the family, and they were really happy and they went to the lake and they had a picnic and then they came home? No, because there's no tension.
Oh, it's my favorite story. Did you know
that.
What I was doing yesterday?
I was waiting for the that's us, right? As humans, I was waiting for the big part of what changes, what happens. I need some drama here, and there's no drama. But it's true, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sure you've had guests on. Now, I mean, you don't like to say it in a negative way, but I'm sure you probably had that experience where you had somebody on, and in your head, you're like, we need to build something here. We need to bring something to life that pulls people in. And I've had, I was saying the other day, I mean, you have all kinds of experiences, but I had a guest on who was so aggressive that you couldn't even have the conversation. And I'll never reveal his name, but it was somebody I actually looked up to in terms of his books. Got him on, and I said, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I already did a mini bio. I used to do the bios really formatted back then. And I said, can you tell us a bit about yourself? And he's like, why would I spend time telling you about myself? Can't you Google that? And that was like the first answer. And we laughed for 5 minutes, and I said, I'm kind of thinking this probably isn't a fit. Now, we weren't live. We were pre-recording. But again, I mean, I know the energy is not going to be good for the audience if that's how it continues. But then to the same extent, we had Larry Winget on yesterday, and anybody who knows who Larry Winget is, Larry doesn't always, play by the same rules. But because I understand where he's coming from, and because I know it's from a genuine place of he wants to help people, then it's a totally different energy. I mean, I love his energy. I love having him on. But he's going to say stuff that's going to make people uncomfortable, probably even me at some points. But I think there's a difference between that and somebody saying, go do your own Googling to find out who I am. And it wasn't for me. I already did the research. He's saying to the audience, you go just Google me if you want to know who I am. Well, then all of a sudden I feel like you're insulting. You're now making the audience mad too. But yeah, I think you have to serve the audience. And so you need drama, but also at the same time, it can't be uncomfortable the whole interview either.
So Eleanor, I have a question as far as like, maybe you can share a little bit with us about, what inspired you to launch a podcast, and I'm curious to learn a little bit more about like kind of like what your business is and how you're helping people. And then, have you ever had an example where someone who came on as a guest ever followed up with you and said, hey, as a result of being on your show, this led to that, or there was some successful outcome, or they just had this amazing experience and you helped them actually solve a problem during your show?
So what inspired me to start my podcast really was I knew that I needed to do something in terms of the ability to like show up regularly in front of my audience that I was building at the time. So I knew that I needed some form of marketing infrastructure. I was a blogger and that was great, but I just felt like maybe I needed something else. And I couldn't shake podcasting. I'm a former like radio broadcast journalist. And so I loved the medium. And I'll be honest, like, running the podcast it's one of those things that I would do for free. Even if I didn't have a business, even if I didn't have, it weren't a great asset, to help sort of drive, the sales and marketing side of our company. I really, I love it. And, we've been talking about sort of energy with guests and chemistry. I think our energy in terms of how we create and put out content, like if you love it, if you love the medium, your show is probably going to be successful because people will feel that. And that's what we're all looking for when we listen to a podcast. Where's that spark, that life, that usefulness? Where's that connection? That's what has people coming back, to listen to the show. So that's what kind of got me started. And then as far as my business goes, we are a learning and coaching company. We're on a mission to double the number of women entrepreneurs who generate over $1 million in revenue per year. And so we do that through sort of media and learning resources, as well as training and coaching programs. So that's kind of what what the company is all about. And then I forget the third part to the question.
It was just, and then has a result of someone being on your show led to a successful outcome because you actually helped them actually kind of solve a challenge for themselves on that during that dialogue, or did it ultimately lead to some other success that they came back and said, oh my gosh, so grateful to be on your show?
Well, that's a really interesting question because I would say that I don't really coach on the show. Although interestingly, I brought on a guest recently who was doing, I was asking her for an example. She's like, well, can we try this? Can I coach you on the show? And the show was like a roaring success. People love, hearing that kind of stuff. So it's interesting that your question is like, well, maybe I should be doing some coaching on the show. But I would say that the biggest thing when people get back to me about the show, it's normally because our listeners, so for instance, our listeners will reach out to them to book them as speakers at their events. And so, when I think about the demographics of our listeners, these are powerful, well-connected women. And so they will often go listen to the people. They're sort of relying on me to bring them, to be a source of interesting voices and, thought leaders. And then they will go and bring those guests onto shows. So that's happened a few times, which is always, always a really, really gratifying thing to be able to kind of have a platform that can make some of that connection happen.
Amazing.
So, Eleanor, I have a couple of final questions as we wind down. Obviously, I want to ask you how people can connect with you and learn more. But before I jump ahead, I want to ask you a couple of quick questions. One is, have you ever had a returning guest? And if so, what made you say this person has to come back again? Because we only have so many hours. As you said, we only have so many options for slots. You're also doing solo shows. So for you to say, I'm going to bring this person back on again, I'm curious what has to happen.
Yeah. So I have had one returning guest. Her name is Barbara Hewson. She's the one who I was telling you about. She came on just recently. And so she's an expert. So here's what had her be a returning guest. So number one, her topic and area is just so related and applicable to my audience. It's women, wealth, and power. She's a best-selling author, has an amazing reputation. She's often quoted a lot by other guests. But also more than that, she came on, her body of work is so impressive. And when she talks, it's like everything that comes out of her mouth is a new jewel, a new pearl. It's so rich. It's so, it's just such an amazing experience for the people who are listening. We get, just unprecedented emails and shares and everything from that conversation. That's what, it's that chemistry and that trust that this is a person who's going to really deliver a great connection, a great conversation, and going to be riveting, for our audience. So I've had one repeat guest.
Wow. So my last official question before the how do we learn more is I try to ask this to every person I interviewed for the first time, which is I've asked this question over 5,000 times, if you can believe this.
Amazing.
It's insane.
This is actually 5,001 right now.
I know it's over 5. I don't know the exact number. You're 5,337. But the question itself, you may have even been asked before because it's not like it's out there. It's just that I've asked it so many times. But I'm going to put a spin on it for you.
Build up that E-Rock was talking about, by the way.
I know.
Build up. I'm like, oh, everyone's like, here we go. I'm like sweating. What the hell?
In a world of podcasts, there's only one man that can ask a question 5,001 times. And the question is...
So, here's the question. And I built it up too much now. But the question, I'm going to put a spin on it, that I've asked that many times is, if you could jump into a time machine, go back and talk to a younger Eleanor, you pick the age, and give her one piece of life advice based on what you've learned in the years since, what do you think you would tell her? And the switch I'm going to give it is, if you want, you can take it either from what you would tell her from a life experience point of view, or what would you tell her about podcasting?
Ooh.
That's the flip on it.
Yeah. So I would go back and I would tell her, continue dreaming really big. Continue believing that those things that you dream already are. And because of that, relax, don't rush, allow yourself to do things with intention, with precision. In the words of the NCAA coach John Wooden, and be quick, but don't hurry.
Wow. And you know what? There's probably some insight there about podcasting too, because everybody's rushing to get all these massive amount of listeners on their podcast, when in fact, in some cases, if they're a niche podcast, it's just having the right listeners. So maybe there's something there.
Yeah. And here's the deal. I know we're wrapping up, but I just have to share this. It's so interesting. So I am obsessed with like legit direct response copywriters, like old school direct, long form direct response copy. And there's a master of this. His name is Ben Settle. And he's so interesting. He's just this great copywriter. He's kind of a little bit curmudgeonly in his approach, but he's always entertaining. Love him. Anyway, I have been giving that guy a lot of money. You know what I mean? I've just been giving that guy a lot of money. His copy is so amazing. You're just like, we just have to reward this, but it's so good. But to what you're talking about, and to this point of being okay doing things slowly, like one of the things that he talks about, he has this super highly responsive list that he built up over time, and it's taking the time to do great work. And the people that you attract that way are loyal. They are true believers. And I would take one true believer over 5,000 false. Well, maybe exaggerating it, but like
4,999.
4,995, somewhat lukewarm, partially interested. So I think that's the virtue of being okay to take not the slow, we're entrepreneurs, like not the slow route, but to not be in a rush to make things happen,
Wow. So now before I ask you then how we can learn more, I have to ask, are you a fan of mean old Dan Kennedy?
Oh, love Dan Kennedy. Are you kidding? You show me a curmudgeon and I just have so much love. I just love curmudgeons. I mean, they're entertaining. It takes a lot of courage to be a curmudgeon, I think.
Well, and if anybody heard me say that and thinks that's kind of rude, Dan, that's his coined, like people know him as mean Dan Kennedy.
Yeah.
And there's also Frank Kern and Jeff Walker. You probably are a fan of them as well. So
I don't know as much about Jeff Walker, but I love, again, Frank, any direct response copywriting person. I am just kind of, I'm super into that work. I find it's to me one of the most amazing skill sets.
Awesome. I love it. I'm a pretty big fan too. Obviously, if I'm naming them, it tells you.
Right.
I've read and watched a few things by these gentlemen, and yeah, there's who was I just? Somebody else popped in my head. I was thinking of that.
Gary Valenciaga.
Yes.
Joe Sugarman. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so I totally get it. So Eleanor, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. Last question I've been promising is how can we learn more? It could be fierce women entrepreneurs or future fierce women entrepreneurs who want to know how to connect or listen to the show or any of those things. Where would you send them?
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. So I would instruct people to go check out Power Presence Position. So it's the Power Presence Position podcast on any of your favorite podcast places to play. Go check that out. And you can find me, Eleanor Beaton. You can find me blowing up the online space.
Wow. So I don't know about you, E-Rock, but this has been an absolute pleasure for me. I thank you so much, Eleanor. You can tell that you're making big waves happen in the world. So I honor you. I salute you. I thank you. And let's call it a to be continued.
Thank you.
Nice to connect, Eleanor.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Eleanor. We'll send you to the backstage and let you go on and make magic happen with your day. Thanks again. Wow. What an amazing guest. Back-to-back two amazing guests. It's kind of neat, E-Rock. I don't know if you found that, but it's like we've kind of have a theme building. Like we're building upon, but we're not really overlapping.
That's right. Well, it's always about how do you try to complement, right?
Absolutely. And definitely Debra and Eleanor, both fierce ladies, have been making big things happen, but both bringing different knowledge sets around podcasting to the conversation. So I love that.
Absolutely.
Awesome. So having said that, no pressure, but let's bring up our next guest.
You get to follow up on that.
Eleanor is such an easy person to follow up on too. She's full disclosure, guys. I know you got to introduce me, Corey, but full disclosure, I've been an Eleanor fan for years. So go ahead.
Well, and interestingly enough, E-Rock, this is kind of this might be the first time this has happened so far out of all of our virtual events. But this is like now out of 4, including yourself, 4 people that have been on the screen in the last 10 minutes. 3 of them are based in Atlantic, Canada. So Tim is based in Atlantic, Canada as well, in a small little fishing village in Nova Scotia that he moved back home to, giving up a really hefty income and launching a really successful company, which is, I guess I gave a little bit of part of your backstory, Tim. But this is Tim Alison, who was actually my co-host last time, so needs probably less introduction because he was around last time for almost 2 full days. But Tim, I'm so excited to have you here. So excited to talk podcasting. I know you are a huge fan of the world of podcasting. So Tim, even though I just gave a little bit of a bio, did you want to share a little bit about yourself as well?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm glad you didn't start with something like, give us your story or something, Corey, because when you get to my age, people have to ask me that question. It can take a long time. Let me give you the Coles notes. I mean, like a lot of kids in my generation, I'm a boomer. So I grew up, doing what I was told to do, which was go to school, get good grades, go to, university, get a degree, get a good job. If I'd asked my parents what a good job was, they would have said a job that pays well. And I did that all in, in Toronto. And I was rocketing up the corporate ladder. By the time I was 28 years old, I was in the 6-figure club, which back in the mid 1980s, that's how far back we're going, it was a big deal. But I quit in 1988, I guess. I was 31 years old, and my wife and I moved back. She's the native Nova Scotian from a little fishing village. It's not even a town in southwest Nova Scotia. And we've been here for now 32, going on almost 33 years, I guess. And founded an educational software company, which had some success, did about a dozen years of business coaching, small business coaching primarily. And for the last 2.5 years, since May of 2018, primarily known as the host of the Screw the Naysayers podcast. So that's the short version, man.
Well, I was sitting there looking at, because I was just kudos to a cool name. And, one of the ways that I might have introduced you is like, hey, we're about to bring on a guy that likes to screw people.
There you go. I like his introduction better, Corey.
It's a name, though. It's a podcast name you certainly don't forget. And, we can jump right in there. But I think that's an area, too, that's overlooked often is even just coming up with the name of your podcast is way more important than a lot of people give credit to. I've seen people that go, what do you think of this name for my podcast? And I'll be like, when did you think of it? Well, just now. Well, okay, you might want to take a little bit more time. But how important is the name in your perspective?
For me, it's been everything, Corey. So here I am. I would be best described as someone that's, for most of my entrepreneurial life, been a big fish in a very small pond. So we had done really well, and we had a great standard of living, and the income was great and everything. But in terms of wanting to create a podcast, which was going to reach out to people around the globe, nobody knows me, and nobody knew me at all when I started this thing. So, I could have called it the Tim Alison Show or something like that, which I would advocate is better than coming up with some really strange name that people can't understand. I think the biggest mistake I see in podcasts are people that come up with names that they think are catchy or interesting, which hopefully mine is, but it also says something. Like Screw the Naysayers, we can interpret it differently. And that's been the amazing part of it, is people from all different walks of life from all around the world think of the different things when they hear that, but we all get what it really means. We've all been surrounded by people telling us that we're crazy or that we can't do something. I know, just listening to Eleanor Beaton, I know that as a minority woman in a rural community in Nova Scotia, I can just imagine how many times she was told that she, if she'd said, well, I plan on sharing a stage with Hillary Clinton or with some of the biggest names in show business and in business, people would have said you're crazy. So the Screw the Naysayers concept it's fun, and it really is what made the show. But the biggest advice I have is clarity. If you don't have a name that people are going to recognize, you can put your name in the show if you want. But get across what it is, whether way back in the day, conversations with influencers, or, you've had different versions of your various shows, but communicate what people can expect. Because, we're all, I don't know how much people can see, but, these little phones, this is one of the really small iPhones, but this is where 99% of our people are visiting us for podcasts. And so when you're going through that iTunes app, on the podcast, the Apple Podcast app on a little phone, your cover and everything else is tiny. It does, you want big, bold letters, of exactly what the name of the show is, so that people can stop long enough to say, oh, okay, I want to just dig a bit. And so I see a lot of people coming up with them. None are coming to mind, and I wouldn't want to call anybody out in this situation anyway. But I do know that people come forward with really sort of bizarre and they always end up changing them because people can't understand what they mean.
Yeah, and I so agree, Tim. And not to interject, but I'll add this in about that is that I think I shared this with you, but when I first launched my speaking podcast, I called it For the Love of Speaking.
Yeah.
And it sounded great because it's about passion about speaking, all that stuff. But through other people's lenses, when I finally did a survey. I had it as that name for over a year. And I did a survey and I said, what do you think when you hear that? And they said, well, it's people that love communicating, right? Like for teachers and, lawyers. And they just thought it was about speaking in general. But the show, the idea was teaching you how to crush it on stages and get paid to speak. And so I went to Steve Olsher, because he's going to be on later, Steve Olsher's New Media Summit. And I kept hearing people say, make sure, to your point, people know when they hear the name of your show, what you're going to share on the show. If it's a teaching show, tell them what you're going to teach them. So the show, I named it To Get Paid to Speak.
Yeah.
Now, when you're scrolling down, if I want to learn how to get paid to speak, this is the show. Yeah. And so I love what you said there, Tim, because they know when they listen to your show, they're going to hear people that are going to say, you know what, screw the people that say you can't do it.
Yeah, but I'd like to get real here and honest, because that I've been going through some rethinking of the show to 300 or so episodes in, and I did take some time this summer, a little bit of a hiatus. And one of the things that I've realized, Corey, is that even that name, even something like Screw the Naysayers, it has attracted such an eclectic mix of people that it almost didn't put boundaries on what might fit in the show. And I've said, so I wouldn't change a thing. Like if you said what I could, would you go back and do it differently? No, I wouldn't, because I've had 300 or so amazing conversations with people from all over the globe, and it's introduced me to so many other people. But what it did do is, one of the challenges it's created is that my audiences, Eleanor put it this way. She says, you don't get, much in the way of organic traffic from a podcast. And for me, the only traffic I was really looking for was people to listen to the show type of thing. But the problem is if one week I was talking to, someone who was a survivor of, domestic abuse or sexual abuse, and and yet found a way to overcome that adversity and come back. And next week I was talking to Seth Godin, about entrepreneurial success, or about, the challenges in our education system and what we as parents need to do, the conventional wisdom we have to challenge. The risk was, and I found myself sort of over a period of time kind of losing a little bit of that focus. So, I've pulled it back, and now I'm reminded myself that when I founded this show, it was about challenging conventional wisdom. It was about, if somebody had said to either of you guys, you throw an idea out there and they say that'll never work. Because anybody who started a business has had somebody say that to them. I've had some people say that to me that, I'll never forget. I've told this story, I think, to you probably before, Corey, but I had just got back to Nova Scotia, and I was so excited to be starting this company, an educational software company. But I was in this little fishing village, and nobody even knew what software was, let alone the fact that I wanted to run a company around it. So I drove up to the big city of Halifax, which was our provincial capital, and I met with someone that worked for the Provincial Department of Economic Development. So this person's sole purpose in life was to encourage people like me to start businesses and grow businesses and employ people. And I shared with him what I was planning on doing, and he sat back in his chair, he crossed his arms, and he said, that will never work. And I think here I am 33 years later, still visualizing that. And I know it was in my mind when I started, Screw the Naysayers. So I think it what I was after, and what I maybe lost a little bit, in the process, especially during the pandemic. Because what happened here during the pandemic is that I think, like a lot of podcast hosts, I just wanted to figure out, well, when everything got shut down, I said, how can I contribute? Like, how can I best help right now? Because I'm in the middle of nowhere. I can't go out and drive food into the middle of the inner cities and, give it to the homeless or whatever. I'm shut down in a little fishing village surrounded by a few people. But what I thought I can do is I've got such an amazing network of people. So I'm just going to podcast 7 days a week for 3 months to talk to people about how they can overcome the adversity of the pandemic. And I don't regret that. awesome thing to do, but it did create some legacy issues now that I rambled, but it's just what came to mind when you ask about the name and the clarity and all that kind of stuff. Clarity is really what it's about.
Absolutely. No, I'm glad you continued on that, because that's when the gold sometimes comes out, is when somebody goes further into where they're thinking. It's like the 5 whys, which I know you've heard of, where if you ask somebody why and then they give you an answer, go, but why? But why? And keep going deeper. And sometimes you uncover some amazing stuff. And I think we did there as well. Tim, I wanted to ask you a question that somebody else had asked earlier, but again, a listener asked earlier, and I asked it to Eleanor, but I'd love to get your take. It's kind of maybe a situation to get 2 perspectives. But the question, I don't know if you heard this one earlier, but he said he's done 5 podcasts with 5 organizations as a guest about his military and doctor life and his books. And how does he let the world find these podcasts? So how does he promote them? Any thoughts on how either you would or how you've seen guests promote their appearances on your show?
Yeah. Well, it's something that we as hosts spend a lot of time thinking about, because we try and make it easy. I mean, at least if you're getting invited to the right shows, hopefully the host is making it easy for you to promote. But, there's really easy things you can do. I mean, number one, I tend to push people to the iTunes feed. I know not everybody's on Apple, but the reality is, at least, I don't know about your show, Corey, over 80% of my downloads come from either the Apple Podcasts or from, Overcast or one of the other, Apple dominated, podcast apps. But, write about it. Take a screen capture of the cover. And do a social media post with the cover and just say, hey, I had such a great, a little more than that. If you say I had a great time, that's fine, because who doesn't like to be interviewed? Think of something that you dropped during that interview and ask a provocative question, or say, hey, Tim and I went deep on this discussion. I loved his questioning. To hear my answers to, this question or whatever, check it out, put the link. And you use the word rotation, and that's the name of the game here. Like and someone that you and I both know is Jeremy Ryan Slady, because we interviewed him on his on the last Amplify Your Messages event day. But Jeremy, if you're in his Facebook feed now these days, because he's got like 700 or 800 episodes recorded, he's got a rotation going 3 times a day of different shows that just pop up in his Facebook feed. Because, as your co-host, the point was made that if people see the same things, it's rare. So you could put things into the rotation. Definitely, another thing that a lot of people have done, and I think it's great, put it on your website. Put under, oftentimes you can either have a slot. If you don't have your own show, you can even have a tab that says podcasts, or you can simply say media, and underneath it, take this to cover, put a link to the show, put a little description of the show, and make it possible for people to get over there. And it builds your credibility. Because if you get on 5 shows and it just honestly leads into another question you asked, that might have been the same person, but I mean, it's like, how do you get on shows? Well, I'm like Eleanor, and I think it was Eleanor, maybe Debra, I can't remember, but the issue of originality is very important. But at the same time, if you're hitting up a guy that's done 300 episodes and the reach that I've had, if you're hitting me up and you've never been on a podcast before, I've had first-time guests, but not so many, So I like to easily, quick, and go look. And so those 2 things come to mind. Hopefully, your guest is dealing with the SEO searches on the episode, so that if you put in, this person's name and a podcast, it should come up. With especially if they put a YouTube clip. I guess this is the one beef about just I think it was, again, just too much value being dropped here today. But the SEO issue is so much stronger if there's been a feed also dropped over on YouTube. Like if you've done a clip over to YouTube, or if you have the video there. So I have this love-hate relationship. I mean, I'll be honest with you, I do not always post to YouTube. Need to get back to it. But a lot of my episodes in the beginning were just audio. But here's the love-hate situation, or the sort of the thing that's confusing a bit. By far and away, the number of listeners that I get is way higher in terms of the podcast. Like the streams and the people that actually listen to the episodes, and you can see the data for how long they're in and everything. That's the audio. They're not watching the YouTube versions of it. But in terms of it popping up, if you Google, Corey Poria on Screw the Naysayers, it might come up. It probably would because of your name. It might, it'll come up with maybe with Apple Podcast or Stitcher or iHeart or something. But if I've got you on a video clip there, it's definitely coming up as one of the videos, that people can get at. So if you've got both, it really behooves you to get, to get them, into both. But it's just like getting, anything out there. If investing the time in being interviewed, if you think it's going to change your life, unless you're on a really massive show, it's not. It's a cumulative effort to build your own credibility, to build your own brand, and also to learn. Like, I don't know about you, I learn from every guest, and I hope that some guests learn from the conversations that that we have. And so anyway, again, a rambling answer, but there's just a lot of things we can do.
Yeah, and I'll add to that too, Tim, and Rock, you might want to weigh in on this as well, but I'll add to that too, Tim, as far as social media. And some of these popped in my head as you were giving your answer, so it's not like I was planning to jump in with this answer, but I started thinking and I don't do it enough because we're all overwhelmed. We have so many, I have so many different things I'm juggling that even when I'm on a show, I'm going to promote it, I'm going to share it in my newsletter, but I might not be able to promote it everywhere I wish I could. But if I've only done 4 or 5 interviews, or I've only done 1 interview, what I'd be doing is, and I'm on these networks anyway, I'd be doing stories on LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook where maybe I could be videoing saying, check out my interview I just did. What do you think of this thing I said? I'm worried that I said the wrong thing. Like E-Rock said, maybe develop this curiosity. What wrong did he say? And then you've done it on YouTube or LinkedIn, maybe you tag in 4 or 5 people and say, do you think I said the wrong thing here? And so there's so many ways you can put a little clip or a little thing saying, check out my interview on such and such a show. Another thing is you should have, if you have 4 or 5 interviews you've done, and as seen on banner. Because even if I never go listen to your interview, but I know you've been on 5 cool shows, maybe the next time I'll listen because you built credibility now in my eyes. Exactly. Maybe write a LinkedIn article about, I said this on the show, what do you think of that? So I guess what I'm getting at is leverage all those social media options, especially if you have time and you're for early interviews. I wish I would have done that in my earlier interviews. So I think there's a lot of ways outside of even running a Facebook ad, which you can do cheaply, that I would maybe do to leverage all these platforms, and you're only putting in maybe 1 minute a platform.
Right. Well, and your LinkedIn article one is a great example because you can put links in it, the article. So you can write an article related to something about something you said in the podcast, or it was an embarrassing moment, or it was a good moment, or this topic came up and we had a great chat about it. You can put a hot link to the to the episode itself to get people over there listening to you. You can put links to your to your website where it might be posted if you wanted to go that way. Like it's I think it was you can love or hate Gary Vaynerchuk, but I mean he thinks that, and as a podcast host, you and I will die when he's trying to do what he suggests, but he thinks we should have 300 pieces of content for every episode we produce. And
one thing that I'll add in, and on the LinkedIn side, that a lot of people, and again, there's a little bit of extra work, but a lot of times the extra work pays huge dividends, especially we were talking SEO earlier, and versus just, hey, posting something on a LinkedIn post in and of itself, there's some value in that, but what a lot of people don't realize is that you could actually take some of that either audio clip or video clip, put it in as an actual article, and then share that actual article. And if you do a good job with the titling of that article, obviously the SEO value of the LinkedIn domain is far greater in most cases than where the actual podcast was streamed in the beginning. And then now you'll actually have that linking back to the episode. So there's a program that I'm working on that we're going to be launching here in the next few months about how, because my background comes from originally manipulating Google for fun and profit. And so we're going to apply some of those strategies to be able to get that. So, if you're going to take the time to post on LinkedIn, go create an actual quick article, and then you can actually do it. There's a Facebook feature that you can actually do something similar called Facebook Notes. It's, and I hope that I'm still relevant because Facebook's gone through some platform changes lately, so this may not be as applicable. But go see if you can add in a Notes app, and sometimes those will actually get indexed in Google as well, and it's almost kind of like the Facebook LinkedIn articles.
So I want to make sure I really get the learning experience. So the video itself can be posted as an article?
You can embed it.
You can embed it right in there.
Yeah,
Perfect. I've never done that. I put links, but I mean, because one of the things, and I know, you guys are very familiar with, one of the things that we always do is we'll go into the episode and we'll come up with some short clips. At least, good goal is at least 2 per episode of something where, it might be an interaction between me and the guest, or it might be the guest just drops some real gold, and you just grab it as that short clip. So sticking those shorter clips as well inside those articles is cool.
Yeah, I know. I've done it in the past where I've written something about my TEDx talk I wanted to talk about, and then just drop the YouTube video of my TEDx talk right into the LinkedIn. I'm not sure, and you maybe know this, E-Rock. I'm not sure if you can upload the video straight away or if you have to use a link from Vimeo or YouTube or what have you. But I know for sure you can put a video in through YouTube. Yeah, you would just upload it to YouTube and then drop it.
It depends on kind of what the strategy is. There's different ways like you can slice and dice, the opportunity. Typically, almost on any of these social platforms, if you just drop the link, your reach is typically less, because what these platforms don't want you doing is taking you off of LinkedIn and the platforms, because they want to serve the ads and they want time on site. And so typically that's why I'm like, hey, if you can create and take the content, take a little extra time to put it so that it's native on the platform, you'll typically get a lot bit greater reach and engagement.
There you go.
Yeah. So, Bob, the question you've had it answered now by two podcasting experts. So Tim and Eleanor both tackled this one. Hopefully you have a lot of different ways you can use this. But the reason I tackled that question again, and Tim, you can probably recognize this as a podcaster, is that something a lot of people wonder, I'm sure, after they leave an episode, and we benefit by them doing it. So we have to make it easy for them, but if we're not, and it's not his fault that host didn't make it easy for him, but if we're not, then there's lots of ways he can leverage that.
Yeah, but let's also be honest, as podcast hosts, there's a lot of people that will come on your show that will actually not promote the episode. It'd be nice to think that they all will, but just not always the case. So it's...
Well, I don't know if you heard Larry wing it yesterday, Tim, but he said, one of the things I like that he said, and I shouldn't say I like that he said, but he brought up something really important, is that we see a lot now where people will go to somebody and say, if you come on to my platform or you come on my thing, let's say if it was Larry, they might approach 10 people and say, look, as long as you have 10,000 people on your list and you come on and share my event, then you could be on my event. And I don't think his complaint is if that person has 20,000, they're asking you to share it to 10. His complaint is when they have nobody and they're going to 10 people and say, can I use your list to build mine? And so to that point, he said, I don't even do that. He said, I don't even do that anymore whatsoever. And so I think we always have to remember who's doing who a favor. So whenever I have somebody in the show and their name I know is going to be leveraged and bring reach, but they won't share it, I understand that, because they're doing
absolutely.
A favor. And I heard this one time, a guy that did a compilation book, and he had Seth Godin in it. And Seth said, I think it was, I'm trying to remember his name now, 6 Pixels of Separation, Mitch Joel. And he's worked with Seth, and he said, I think it was him that said it, when Seth's going in your book, he's doing you a favor. You're not doing him a favor.
Absolutely.
And so go to Seth and say, I'll bring 100,000 people to you. Go to Seth and say, would you do me the honor of being in the book? And, and it'll help us reach other people or what have you. But don't make him think like you're doing him a favor.
Yeah, and absolutely. And look, Seth Godin, I didn't expect Jack Canfield from Chicken Soup for the Soul to be out there pumping me and stuff. You do get surprises. We both know Mark Victor Hansen, who's Jack's co-host, which has been on both of our shows and many others. He put a big effort into telling people about, so you do get some. I think what the point I was making is that, especially when you talk to somebody that's been on like 5 shows or something like that, I think people just, perhaps should place more value on the opportunities that they're maybe being given here. And it's not always just in the immediate listenership. The things about podcasts, they're evergreen. They're going to be up there for a very long time. They present a lot of long-term marketing opportunities. So as a guest, if you're not making an effort to promote it, it's your missed opportunity. I don't think the host, at least I'm not one that's ever going to put those kind of requirements on people. It's nice to have, but I'm not going to make demands of people in order to, maybe that's just my idea of what, media integrity is, or whatever you want to call it. But I think that Eleanor made the point about, trying to remember the words, but, every episode counts. You got to bring it. And I think that that's really important, to remember that the focus, if your focus is on your your listener and the value of the messaging and everything that you're going to provide. That's what's stamped in the center of my forehead. The rest of it, well, it's a long game. Really.
Well, I want to circle around to the hosting side. Sorry, Iraq. I was just going to say, I want to circle around to the podcast and hosting side for people that want to launch a podcast. But Iraq, I interrupted you, so I'm going to let you finish what you're saying.
No, I was just going to just quickly add on the fact that it depends on what's the perceived value of the guest in terms of, again, we're all human beings. Like the janitor and the CEO, they're all provide value. You can't run a successful enterprise with all the components that come into play.
Exactly.
But if you're wanting to attract a bigger name guest, you don't have a lot of leverage. You can't sit there and be like, hey, I want you to promote this. The goal is just figure out a way to provide enough value that they'll want to do that. Exactly. Right? And another thing is depending on how you have your show formatted, for those of you that are hosts, is, let them know you're going to promote it as much as that you see them promoting it. Right? This is a team sport, right? We're playing together. We're on the same team for a short amount of time. And if you're willing to go out and do what you can to promote it, right, then we'll go ahead and do that. So like something you could do is like say, hey, like this is how we'll promote the show after the fact. We're going to put it here, LinkedIn, right? All these different places, contingent that, hey, like we would love to see that you're promoting it on social and that. And if someone doesn't want to do that, you reserve the right to sit there and say, how hard do I want to promote the show? Because at the end of the day, as hosts, right, you being a successful, host with Screw the Naysayers, right, you're going to promote the shows that that seem the most popular.
Oh, for sure. No, it is.
And the ones that are putting in the equity to be a part of that team.
And we also have to be real about how much, time and effort that it takes to do all these things we're talking about. And so for a lot of us, I've not had a big team around me, let's put it that way. And so you do have to make choices. And people that are really enthusiastic or really brought it and are engaging. I'll bring it back with Mark Victor Hansen is another example. Like when I posted about his episode with him and his wife Crystal on LinkedIn, he jumped all over the conversation. Like whenever there was a feedback or somebody replied to a comment that I did, that I put the post up, somebody said something nice, Mark took the time, and it was him. You could tell it was him just from the comments and all that kind of stuff. And it makes a gigantic difference. If your hosts post these things and they tag you, get the heck over to wherever they tagged you and engage in the conversation, and be respectful and like every single comment, but comment back, because it really can make a world of difference in terms of the number of people that, see it.
And to that point, Tim, and it's a good segue to flip around to the other side, which is the hosting of a show and running a show and what have you. But with Mark, he's a great example because, whether I won't basically say list all the things he did on my side too, but I had a similar experience. And Mark introduced me to people before he asked me to introduce him to anybody. And then he said, hey, do you know of any podcasts that I would be fit on? And I'm going to tell you guys right now, and I can't say I've done this many times, I think I probably got him on 15 podcasts.
Yeah.
And I'm not making that up. I went to each person who I had a relationship with and said, hey, and of course, let's be honest, it's an easy sell. How would you like to have the guy on your show that's helped sell 500 million books? I mean, it's not a hard sell, but the point, and some of them came back to me and said, thank you for the gift. But my point of it is, though, I worked harder for him because of how engaged he was in the whole thing, how much he wanted to help and serve me. And you want to reciprocate. So I agree with you, Tim, that if a guest does that, and it doesn't have to be Mark Victor Hansen, if you have a guest that's constantly has you in rotation, every week you're saying, was so excited to be on the Screw the Naysayers show. I know there's one guy whose show I've been on. It's like I only was on one episode like 4 years ago, and he's still like on Twitter tags me in probably once every 3 weeks or once every month and a half, and says check out Corey's clip on our show. He's still doing that all the time later. Well, if he asked me for a favor, I'm probably all in. One thing I want to add too, because it just of course I'm managing both sides of the coin here today. I'm also managing comments and stuff like that. So I basically I was looking on one thing to see if I had any questions or if somebody, because if people say I can't get the feed, I need to help. And on Twitter, I saw that Debra, as soon as she was done on the show, put an image quote up. I mean, I wish I could share it to show you, but she said, great interview in the Amplify Your Message. She did some cool quote where she's showing the picture of the speakers and the flyer. And she said, make sure you listen today and all this stuff on her discussing this. She's already promoting me and she's off the show 5 minutes. Well, of course I'm going to remember that. You know, of course I am. And I'm going to do what I can to promote Debra. And Kim Seltzer, who's on after you, is right above Debra saying, can't wait to be on Corey's Amplify Your Message event. Right. So as a guest, when you do those kind of things as host, we want to push and promote you harder too. So Tim, bringing it back around to running a podcast, can you tell us what has been the hardest part of running a podcast for those that want to get into it?
Well, let's be really honest. I think it's changed a bit over time. I mean, I'm 63, guys, so I was 61 when I started this, and I would say I was not what I would consider to be a technical genius when it came to things like audio and video and stuff like that. I mean, so in the early days, quite honestly, just mastering the technology associated with it and feeling comfortable with it and all that was a big, a big challenge. I think I'm just going to talk about where I am right now. I mean, like 31 months into it. I think it's been understanding that a podcast in many ways, Corey, is just like a business. You have a purpose for it. You started it for a reason. You should have some measurable outcomes, some ideas of how you're going to measure your success. And I encourage people not to base that on the number of downloads or number of listeners and all sorts of the external things that they can't control, and base it more on the, interactions they're having with people, the way their network is growing, all of those kind of things. But podcasts are like businesses, and you can't stay stagnant. And so I think what I realized as I was approaching 300 episodes and 30 or 32 months into it, is that, I needed to pivot a bit. It was time to say, okay, this has been great. It's been wonderful. What have I learned? What's it going to look like for the next 12 to 24 months? Because for a variety of reasons, started to feel a bit stale. Some of the fun was getting out of it. I'm just bearing my soul here and just talking about, when you do something, like that. So I think it's being open to change. I think it's being willing to continue to learn. So participating in events like this is the value of, you doing these, what I think are going to continue to be quarterly events. I mean, there's real value, because like I was making notes when Eleanor was speaking on some things. I didn't hear too much of Debra's. I was making, notes when Irad was talking about the, Google and videos and all those kind of things, or LinkedIn and the videos. I mean, we got to continue to learn, because what worked 2 years ago isn't necessarily going to work, in at this time. I mean, there's been such a, an explosion in terms of, the number of shows. I remember when I first started doing little video clips, and they were just literally images. They were, I called them audiograms, but literally just the image of a guest picture with a video clip, or an audio clip, I should say, captioned. There were only a handful of podcasters doing that with any regularity on LinkedIn. So it was easy to get 10,000 views of those things for a guest that nobody had heard of. But now, you go through your feed, you can't, you're going to get a sore finger just trying to skip them in terms of what's there. So it's to continue to learn and not get too complacent in what you've been doing. I think it's the biggest lesson that comes to mind right now.
Well, I want to add too, I don't know if you know this, Tim, or heard these numbers, but I was a part of the New Media Summit that took place 2.5-3 weeks ago. And Steve Olsher, who founded and runs the New Media Summit, shared the statistics that are out now. And I think it was pre-COVID, and I might have these numbers slightly wrong. I know I have the post-COVID right. The pre-COVID, I might have it slightly wrong, but I think they said just under 1 million podcasts that existed. I don't know if you know the numbers, Tim. So this is since March, but they said the last numbers that they got the stats on was just over 1.4 million. So what that means is podcasts have grown by, what's that, 50% in like 7 or 8 months.
Yeah.
And it took how long to get to 1 million?
Yeah. Well, it's to put that in perspective, because I did know the number when I started in May of 2018 was right around 500,000. So it's almost tripled, Corey, in a little over 2 years, 2.5 years.
It tells you two things. I mean, it tells you, A, everybody knows there's a market there, but it also tells you, B, there's a lot of competition. So if you're going to get into a podcast, you need to learn what works. And then, as you said, keep learning. So what works is consistency. And I've been on a break right now, but I've been open about it. I'm on a break, but when I go back, the reason I'm on a break is because I wouldn't have been consistent if I didn't take the break.
Yeah.
So I'd rather take a break, almost like a season break, and then jump back in and going every week again, because you need to be consistent.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I've been doing too. But and we're coming back real soon. But you're absolutely right. You have to consistently show up, and I think what I find discouraging is that when I don't know, discouraging is not the right word, misleading, is when you get all these people that have started their podcasts and they're 20 episodes in and they say, oh man, I got 1 million downloads and I'm getting 50,000 an episode and all that kind of stuff. And or you get people that Eleanor's been at it, I forget, 6 years or something. She has earned her 1.4 million or whatever the heck it is, but she has earned it. Those 400 episodes, and she's promoted the hell out of them. But I would still argue that most people probably outside of her circle didn't know her. She's built this massive, community, global community, a huge success story. But if she'd been trying to compare herself to Tim Ferriss or some of the bigger names, Joe Rogan, that kind of nonsense, you can get really discouraged. The stats that I saw, and this is admittedly a couple years old, but Libsyn 2018, I think it was, 50% of the shows on Libsyn, Corey, I don't know whether you know this, but have less than 150 downloads in the first 30 days. 50%. So that means if you get more than 150 downloads in the first 30 days after you publish a new episode, you're now, at least in those days, you were in the top 50%, of podcasts. And, if people don't know you, the promotion counts, the understanding SEO counts and everything, but consistently showing up, doing the interviews, tagging people, building your network, doing like you did, you mentioned Mark Victor, but at the end of every interview, I ask for referrals. Is there, can you think of someone who might be a good fit for my show? And the smart guests will ask if I can think of any other podcasts. I make a lot of introductions. I'll never force an introduction. If it doesn't feel right, I won't. But I do, like you, make a lot of introductions, and will help and build your network. And as the network grows, so too will all the other things that you want. But it's consistency.
So Tim,
well, there's two things.
Go ahead.
I want to go in on this real quick, just because I want to make sure that it follows on what he was saying. So I love what you're saying in terms of, one of the things, and maybe this is something you're teaching like in the speaking side of things, but, never be afraid to ask for an introduction all along the journey, right? And the other thing is one of the things that I'll coach and consult with podcasters is as soon as you finish the episode, so we just finished an episode and it's like, Tim, we just finished, we're kind of off the air, but we're still recording. Yeah. This is the key thing, right? Like if you need to stop hey, we're just going to record all the way through. We're going to edit it out, right? Make the guests feel comfortable, right? And if you're live streaming, cut the live stream off. But you still, excuse me, but you still want to be able to have a recorded conversation at the end. And one of my first questions is oh my gosh, Tim, thank you so much for being a guest on my show. I know you're on a lot of podcasts, but I'm curious to know how do you think things just went on our interview? Yeah. And right there, you will get a testimonial. Right now, very few people are going to probably chastise you or criticize you. But to your point earlier, Corey, about how do you get those little clips? It's right after that impact, right after you finish that interview, they're going to sit there and tell you. And the reason I think about this is I remember my wife, Juju, speaking, and she's speaking tomorrow on your event, Corey. But she spoke at an event for a Think and Grow Rich World Tour out in LA. And one of the guests there, after the fact, we had a conversation. And she works with major NFL athletes and been thousands of presentations. And on a phone call or on a Zoom session, and I didn't have it recorded, said, your wife was so amazing that I couldn't leave to go pick up my children from school. I called them and said, I'll make you wait, because they wanted to finish that presentation. But right after the end of that podcast, ask for that. And then if you're a guest, then, hey, ask for the intro, especially if they said, hey, they had a great experience.
Yeah, I can share a couple stories, short ones though, Corey, because, and I can relate to this suggestion too, because too many times when I get to the end of the interview, I click stop record. And I've had some people drop some absolute gold, and I'm going, oh man, why didn't I have that recording? When people were saying, say some amazing things to you. So I've learned because, it really is, and it's brilliant suggestion.
Well, let me add this one thing because I think it's appropriate just as a callback to what I said earlier. And then, Tim, I want to know how we can hear the show, learn more, all that kind of stuff. But I mentioned earlier about, Les Brown. I was doing an interview, and you know about this, Tim. I stopped the recording. I'll correct that. The recording was still going. And the only reason, and you guys are both right, I didn't do this intentionally, and I should have. But the only reason I caught him on the recording is because I just didn't get a chance to go to all the cameras yet. I was shutting them off, and he was taking the mic off. And I think you've seen this, Tim. He said, asked me a question, and then he said, the old man can tell when he's in the presence of greatness.
Yeah.
And so, but the great part about the clip is it's very authentic because he's taking his mic off. It's not like I said, can you stay and do this? But he said something else after that almost knocked me in the floor. Maybe it was only for him and I. So I won't say what it is, but he said something else that was amazing after that. And same thing, I'm like, why didn't I leave the camera on? Why did I go purposely and shut it off? But again, sometimes you have to say maybe it was meant to be that way. But to your point, I wasn't asking for it, but the fact that I have that clip, you heard what Eleanor said, right? She said, that's brilliant. That's going to sell a person more on why to bring you on. And it's not because, especially where you see Les going like this, it's not because, Corey said, can you do this for me, Les? It's because it was authentic and in the moment.
Yeah, because you do get all those ones. You'll get the pictures of somebody with Tony Robbins or somebody with Jack Canfield or a little video, Jack saying, and this is Joe or whatever. But you can tell when somebody is just at some event and they're going through the rotation and they don't know you from Sam. And Les was sitting there. And I remember it clicked, Corey, because he said, are we finished? And you said, yes. And then he just casually, he's taking the mic off. The question he asked was, he said, do you do much speaking, Corey? And you said something, well, yeah, quite a bit. And he says, well, I can always tell when I'm in the presence of greatness. And, it was just, it's remarkable.
And to finish that off, I should add this too. You're going to get way more ownership in that. I would never expect Les to share it, but you're going to get way more ownership in that if you let the person know you're using it, because he said, is it off? I went to his manager and said, hey, if I can't use it, cool, but can I use it?
Oh, yeah. No, you need to ask. If people think that they're off the air, you need to ask, that's for sure.
And the Lisa Nichols one, she knew she was still recording because I said, we're still recording. No, I want to say this, she said. So, it's, but bottom line is that, I love that idea, E-Rock, because what it does, we all know this, it from both sides. When somebody does it with you, if they show up at my event and they get a picture, it allows them to maybe leverage a little bit off that. And when they're doing it for you, it allows you to leverage. Like E-Rock has a picture of him sitting at the Dragon's Den. I think, is that the picture that comes up? Or Shark
I'll stop the camera.
Yeah. Well, the Shark Tank, right? And
that's Mark Cuban's chair.
It's funny.
There you go.
It's funny because Dragon's Den was brought up the other day, and how two of the dragons end up going to the Shark Tank. But that's what made me think of it. But the picture of the Shark Tank, how much credibility does that have, right? Showing you sitting on the set of Shark Tank. It just adds credibility, whether we like it or not.
Absolutely. Of course, for sure.
I love it. So, Tim, this has been an absolute pleasure. I love the fact that you said, is it okay that I went in this direction or that direction? I love the fact that you bring us all over the place, because that's what a conversation is. So, Tim, having said all that, if somebody wants to listen to the show, want to learn more about you, want to connect with you further, where would you typically send them?
Yeah, so two places really. Like the podcast is the main gig, guys. So it's Screw the Naysayers. So it's wherever you listen to podcasts. And there is my website is screwthenaysayers.com. It's going to be some changes coming up there. We're going to have a brand new launch coming up, relaunch of Screw the Naysayers version 2.0 coming up in the next 30 days or so, and with a new partner that I'll be bringing on camera a little bit some of the time. So looking forward to sharing all that stuff. But can't thank you enough, Corey. I'm humbled always to talk to you. You're doing great things.
Coming soon to a screen near you. Screw the Naysayers 2.0.
There you go. I need that clip.
Voiceover work. Awesome, Tim. Always a pleasure. We'll let you run. Thanks for making all the magic happen today, and always appreciate everything you're doing, my friend.
Take care, my friend.
Awesome. So, E-Rock, I'm going to ask you to do me a super quick favor. I got to take a 1-second break just to go grab some water. 3 hours is kind of my point, that I need to get a little bit of water. Do you mind telling us for a second about Juju and maybe giving her a little bit of promotion, the fact that she's on tomorrow, what people can expect? Because she's our closing speaker tomorrow. So, and Kim, I see you in the backstage area. We're going to be bringing you right on. So, E-Rock, do you mind for a second just telling us about Juju a bit?
Yeah, well, geez, that's all what I hopefully try to get to do, and I'm blessed and honored to be able to do that on a regular, consistent basis. So this is somebody that you're going to have an opportunity to hear from that is actually came into America and had the courage to leave everything behind to pursue their dream. And this is one of the things that attracted me to this amazing woman and entrepreneur. So Juju was a professional musician in the south of France and wanted to pursue big dreams here in America. And literally in a matter of moments' notice, made the decision to be able to get on a plane and come here with basically $50 a guitar and just basically $50 in her pocket. Didn't speak a lick English. Came to America, landed in Los Angeles, didn't know a single human being here in the United States. Got off and leveraged her biz tuition. She's the CEO of an organization called biztuition.com. And so she listened to her inner voice and trusted and had faith that it would guide her in the path that she should. And that's how she kind of got her feet wet, if you will, in the world of America, and has an amazing story of that journey and where it led, and has been able to do some amazing things in the world. She contributes to Entrepreneur Magazine. She's been able to be a best-selling author alongside Jack Canfield, and just amazing person, has amazing passion, and going back is the, again, you know, had that one of the most highest compliments, Corey, that I could possibly think of, where a mother said, I am going to let my children wait at school for a little bit so I can finish, and seeing some, you know, and watching someone finish a presentation. And I was so frustrated because it was so organic and it was just real, you know, having a real conversation. And I was like, oh my gosh. And so we ended up getting a video testimonial later from the person, but just in the moment when it's real and organic, that's when that real communication value comes in. And so, you know, Corey, she's going to be coming in tomorrow to really provide value to your audience. And obviously you guys have connected personally in the past, and there's been that kind of synchronicity in terms of timing and how we all connected. And I don't want to steal today's story from that. So you're going to have to tune in tomorrow to see what that story entails.
Awesome stuff. I so appreciate it. I can't wait. And speaking of, I can't wait to bring our next guest up. I've known her for quite some time now. She was a part of the New Media Summit, which I gave a shout out to earlier. I heard you talk about Juju coming to LA. She is an LA girl. I think you're still living in LA right now, right, Kim?
Yes, I'm in LA. Yeah.
And she's an image and dating expert, intimacy expert, I think to some degree. And we met each other at an event. We were talking earlier about the power of connection. We met each other at an event. I don't even know what date it was now, but it feels like 4, maybe 5 years ago. And Kim, I don't know if you were doing podcasting then, but I mean, we've grown so much since then. I added a second podcast. I guess you started podcasting since then, but it's just the power of relationships. It's amazing when you think about how we met at this random event, and here we're still connected almost 5 years later. So Kim Seltzer, I'm so excited to bring you on today, talk about podcasting, talk about the work you do, and introduce you to our Blue Talks audience.
Yeah, I mean, Corey, this is amazing what you've built. Yeah, I mean, thinking about when we first, said hi together. And by the way, that conference, it was all men. I think it was 1 of 2 women there, right? and I remember actually, and I want to kudos to you, I did not have a podcast back then. And you were one of those people that I remember talking about that really influenced me and getting excited about starting one. So it's funny how it's all come full circle.
Absolutely. And it's kind of neat too. I talked about this earlier, but there's a synchronicity here because E-Rock's wife, I met at the New Media Summit. And I felt you were a good fit for the New Media Summit. So I recommended you. You went to New Media Summit, made some amazing relationships from the New Media Summit. So I guess we're giving New Media Summit a lot of shout outs, which is a good segue because Steve Olsher, founder of the New Media Summit and Podcast Magazine, is up next. So it's probably a good segue. Having said that, I don't want to jump ahead because Kim's got an amazing story and also helps people in an amazing way. So Kim, first things first, can you tell us a little bit about the work you do, a little bit about yourself for those that are discovering you for the first time?
Yeah, it's been a journey, as it always is, and I always say we are our own best teachers every single time. My career has done a lot of twists and turns over the years, but now I call myself a confidence therapist and an authentic dating strategist, and I kind of implement style, emotional, and social intelligence into people's lives, and that's kind of my charisma quotient formula. That's the name of my podcast. It's kind of the foundation on which I work with people on, and so I work with people from the outside in versus the inside out. So I kind of flip the switch, starting with people's presentations, then going inward. My background is that I'm a therapist, I'm a dating coach, I'm an image expert, and I kind of put it all together and really helping people look and feel their best so they attract what they want. And, trust me, if you were to ask me if I were to be doing this, say 18 years ago, I never would have dreamed I would be here. I was this kind of good girl from Chicago living the conservative traditional life, and I had even the traditional picket fence in the Midwest from Chicago, and I had the husband, the dog, the kids. I still have the kids, but you know where the story's going. So what happened is that I practiced as a therapist for all those years in a very traditional way. And then we all pick up, we move across the country to here, La La Land, and we land here, we do what all the other people here do. We get a divorce and joke, right? Obviously issues going on in the story. But, really what happened is that sometimes when you make a change in life, it brings forth some things that are not working, right? And I think that everything just came to a head when we landed here. And there I was having to make a new life for myself in this new land with no friends, a little bit of family here. And I didn't know what I was going to do with my new life. And there was no way at that point I could have been just a traditional therapist, right? If anyone had come to me at that moment in my life, in that dark period, and my clothes reflected it, by the way, this is really important to the story. I would have said, you think you have issues? Like, let me go on the couch for a second. I was in no way, shape, or form to help anybody else, let alone myself. And what happened, and this is where all my business started shifting, is, and then I'll get into the whole podcast thing, is that I remember just waking up in the mirror one day and just being horrified at what I saw. Here I was, a therapist. I knew better. I knew better up here. I had a great support system. I did all the work. I went to therapy myself. I still couldn't get out of my own way. And I was horrified at what I saw in front of myself in the mirror at this sad, frumpy mom. I still had the nursing bras on. I'm like, I'm supposed to go out there and make a new life and date with looking like this. So I got so fed up. I went shopping, and this is where I had my red dress moment. I was pulling all the same clothes again, black, right? Dismal clothes. I think I'm up-leveling myself because they're new, but no, I'm stuck in the same mindset, same clothes. And this personal shopper came up to me and she said, ma'am, I think you should try this on. And she holds up this red dress that's kind of like the red that I have on now. That's kind of my signature color now. And it looked like 3 sizes too small. I said, that's really sweet of you, but that's not my size. And that's so not my color. And she said, honey, that is your size. That is your color. Try it on. And I was like, oh my God, she hit me over the head with that red dress. I realized in that moment, she was right. I needed a shift. And so I tried on that dress like Cinderella. I twirled around and I looked in the mirror and I just couldn't believe what I saw. It was just this visceral response that I had, that I hadn't seen myself in that light for a very long time, maybe if ever. And I decided to buy that costume that day. I call it a costume because I didn't really believe it yet, but I wanted to marinate in it and get used to being seen because I was hiding. I realized the black clothes was my cloak. It was to keep me invisible from you alien men, because I was scared of you. So I didn't know how to, like you guys were really scary, And so the dress made me realize how scared I had been, but then also how amazing it was to finally be seen. But I had to get used to that. And I also understood that there was this symbiotic relationship between the outer and the inner when it comes to raising people's confidence, because I had to move. I had to put myself into action. Before I was just in analysis paralysis and I couldn't I couldn't move. And that red dress allowed me to move. And from there on out, the rest happened that you heard in my bio, right? Like I just started doing makeovers on friends and family. And I saw the power of that, with first impressions and body language. And it was almost like a direct hit and gateway into somebody's confidence in a very quick way. And then I go inward and work on emotional intelligence, meaning how people express themselves, how, we show up in a vulnerable way, which is super important in podcasting, by the way. I really teach that. And then, working on social intelligence, how we interact with the world. And yes, that includes flirting. So that's another big part of my business, is teaching people how to flirt and for women be in their femininity. So that's the long of the short of it. And I never again dreamed that I would even get to the point where I have a podcast too. So that's another part two, but I don't know if you have questions.
Yeah. So let's dive into part two. So the podcast, what's the journey been like? So you said I helped in some way encourage you to get into podcasting. Was it a good decision? Did I encourage the right person? Has podcasting helped your business? Has it helped you personally? Has it helped your clients? I mean, I'd love to hear your thoughts on what podcasting has done for you.
Corey, I cannot even tell you how transformative the podcast has been for me, my business, my audience. Here's the deal. So you heard my story, right? I come from a place of being educated to help people. And I had to get over the hump of even charging people to help people, because I'm like, what? I'm making money to help you. I just do that, And so what was been real, this was just amazing. I used to go on other people's podcasts. That's how it kind of started. And everyone kept saying, Kim, you need your own podcast. You need, you have a voice, you need to get that out there in the world. And I kept saying, yeah, I should. Yeah, I should. And I kept just saying, yeah, I should. Until one day I said, yeah, I am. And I think it was people like you, when I was hearing just the power of podcasting, how it was so congruent with who I was, because I could talk to people in a very authentic, vulnerable way. I could just have people come in and call in, and I could coach them live, and I just do what I do. But now people get to hear what I do. I always used to say, I wish I had a camera and a microphone following me everywhere I go, because the magic that happens with my clients, I want to share just to empower everybody else. And I feel like podcasting does that. And so it tickles me when people get on a call with me. And the other day, this woman, I do breakthrough calls at the end. And that's really helped my business too. That's where I get a lot of clients. I would say I am probably getting the most ROI out of my podcast out of anything else that I'm doing right now. And I do a lot of other funnels and whatnot, like we all do. But I said her name. I think her name was Betsy. I said, hi, Betsy, how are you? And it's just blank on the other line. I'm like, oh, I thought I had a bad connection. I was about to hang up. She goes, oh, God, I'm sorry. Oh, okay, this is really weird. I just can't believe you're saying my name. And I was chuckling to myself. I'm like, well, I said, no, you don't understand. It's weirder for me. I'm just talking into a microphone and I have no idea who I'm talking to. No, it's my pleasure to talk to you. There's people listening, so that's what's so magical, and how far reached it is. I have a client from Qatar that I just landed, and the UK and Australia. It's mind-boggling to me, and just beautiful at the same time.
So here's then the follow-up to that, Kim, is, and now I'm thinking of this question for those that want to get into podcasting. If you can think back to when you were early on with your podcast, how did you get the message out there that you had a podcast, that it existed? Was it, I know you have a newsletter. I don't know if you were building your email list then or not, but how do you get the message out, and how did you start building momentum and getting people to discover the podcast in the first place?
Well, I was really lucky in that I was a reoccurring guest on another popular podcast in the dating space. And so people started recognizing me and following me from that podcast. So I did have kind of a leg up on that, but I still didn't know where to begin. I think that was the hardest thing for me, is that I didn't know how to get started. I had a vision of maybe things and topics that I wanted to talk to, but I didn't know the format. And so actually this media company who I started doing work with, they helped me launch. And that was super important. And anyone listening who's like thinking about starting a podcast, I always say, farm out the things that you hate and you don't like. And I hate like this whole technology thing, and like it overwhelmed me. And it actually, I think that's what stopped me. That was what I think I could have started it even, you know, maybe when I had met you, I still had the idea of starting one. I was scared to do that. And so they really gave me that confidence because I got the formula down, just the beats. I did some media training, so I knew exactly just like the arc and how to, just convey my message. And so I think those two things, being on a popular podcast and having the media team like jumpstart me, that was super helpful. And then, I do a lot of virtual summits. And so I started announcing it on there. I do have a big email list, so obviously that helps too. And I will say that consistency is king. I'm sure a lot of people have been talking about that, but, I send a regular newsletter out every week, and that really helps because people are just used to it. They expect it, and it's part of the deal. A new thing that's just developed that I just want to talk about that I didn't even realize this is going to be a benefit to podcasting, but I am in the midst of doing a 5-day flirt accelerator challenge. And for those of you who have done challenges or are familiar with it, oh my God, it's been an amazing bridge from my podcasting world and my email list to the challenge, where I'm getting all these people in my community now in one hub that I can really, nurture and talk to and, develop a relationship with. And that has been super fun too.
Wow. Okay.
So, hey babe,
doing?
how you doing? I'm just kind of wondering, like, if how do I learn how to flirt better? You know what I'm saying? Like the 5-day challenge. I mean, it sounds amazing.
I think you're doing a pretty good job right now. Yeah. It's the challenge is super cool. Oh, and the other thing I will say that's really helped just I would say turn over clients is at the end. I think I mentioned this before. At the end of my podcast, I always have a call to action to hop on a call with me. And I often include my call to action with that of the topic that I'm talking about. So if I'm talking about how to not attract narcissists, I will say that right before. And hey, if you want to learn more about not attracting those narcissists, hop on a call with me so we can map out a plan. And so I think also treating your podcast almost like a blog, if you know how to market in a blog or other forums, just institute it in the podcast. And I think that has been also really fun for me because, marketing has never been fun for me, I'll be honest. So to me, this feels like an authentic way to help people and to market myself without feeling markety, if that makes sense, if that's even a word.
maybe self-promotional.
Yeah, exactly.
And so, maybe I'll circle this back to you for a second, E-Rock. And I know I didn't introduce you guys off the top, so I didn't know, Kim, if you...
I know, that was so rude, Corey. Like, here we are. We're like, who is that guy?
Who's the stalker?
Here he is flirting with me, and I don't even know who he is.
Listening in from the wall. But yeah, I know we got introduced at the first, but E-Rock definitely has spent a lot of time in the PR and publicity and media world. So, E-Rock, I mean, maybe I'll pose this question to you because I haven't posed this question to you yet today. But what are your thoughts on that? What Kim was just saying about, the idea of getting out there and self-promoting and trying to get the message out there. What have you seen that's worked for your clients? I know relationships is massive. Joint ventures is probably big, but what have you seen that works really well?
Well, it goes back to number one, getting onto the right shows with the right message so that there's engagement in providing the value in that relationship. And being able to have really kind of, how do you showcase the value that you can bring to the show, not just from a message, but also a potential amplification. And what a lot of people, again, they go into these with like kind of expectations in terms of what they think is supposed to happen. And what they miss is like the side collateral of what could potentially be included in the deal that maybe you've never thought of, right? So if I, let's say, for example, wanted to come on your show as an example, right? I'd be like, okay, great. Like, so tell me who in your world, and I'm asking you this now, so this becomes a real legitimate question here, right? In a perfect world, who are the top 3 people that you'd like to have as a guest on your show?
Yeah, I love that question. Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm actually pretty strategic because a lot of people in my industry, in the love industry, I'll just say, approach me to come on my show. And I'm really picky with that. I prefer not to have people in the same industry. In fact, I look for people who complement what I do, not do exactly what I do. Because, from a marketing standpoint, then it confuses the audience, in terms of, well, I like her message and his message and all that. So I love that, and I'm very holistic in the way I approach love and connection and confidence. It's a broad topic. So I'm lucky in that I can bring a lot of different kinds of experts in. I mean, I've had people in business come in, a lot of big business people, fitness trainers, yoga people, even people who do similar things in helping people, but not maybe in the dating space, that kind of thing. The other thing that I look for are people who are fun and can have just an organic conversation, because I cannot have, my podcast be this dry, like Q&A, because that's what I teach. Like, I teach not to have boring dates. And if I'm boring with my guest, like it won't work. And so I really do look for like cool, fun people like Corey. I've brought on, 2-3 times now. So because you give good podcasts, you have good voice, right? And so that's super important, and I think, that's the other thing I want to say is I have an improv background. I know Corey does too. And it's something that is really, I would highly recommend doing some sort of like acting or voiceover work or media training so that you do have a good voice on a podcast so that you can get booked on other people's podcasts as well. That charisma really does shine through on the podcast.
So is what you're saying is that you should not be boring and talk in a monotone voice okay, got it.
Awful. Just awful. I think we lost 3 people when you did that. I like seeing the comments go away. No, I'm just kidding.
I think Urok might have been also looking for like a wish list from you of actual names because he might be able to facilitate that. And Ollie had somebody who, I don't know if you've had him on the show yet or not, but somebody who I feel is like a compliment who you need to have on your show if you haven't yet, and you may have, is John Gray.
He has been on 3 times.
Okay.
I love him. Yes, and my audience eats him up. And yeah, having the female male perspective, I guess that would be another category, right? Like if you're a female podcaster, it is nice to have male energy, especially if you're speaking to a lot of women. Women need that male energy. Like I brought a fitness guy into my challenge. I have over 350 women in my challenge, and they were slobbering all over him. It was just so nice. It's refreshing. And he could say the same thing I do, but they hear it differently, right? And so it just echoes your message as well.
So kudos to both of you for you referencing improv and then the callback back to John Gray and talking about the alien thing earlier in your conversation, right? And
right.
John Gray. Because Corey, what book is he famous for again?
Men are from Mars, women are from Venus. And he has multiple within that series, but obviously the main one. I don't know if you guys know this little fun fact. John did. I found this out during the last interview I did with him about setting intentions. He spent 8 years daily setting an intention, wanting to be the best-selling relationship author, so he could impact a certain amount of lives. And it took 8 years, but that book now has sold 100 million copies. The second best relationship book, second best-selling, is 5 Love Languages at 10 million. And that's no chump. 10 million is no chump. I mean, that's unreal. But John's 10 times the best. So he's number 2 is 10 drops below. But the interesting part is he spent 8 years daily doing intention every day. And what he did was so neat is he would say, thank you. He would do it. He would say the intention as if it was his publisher calling him, saying, John, the book's on the list. Or a couple saying, thanks for saving our marriage. And what's interesting, as a side note about manifestation, I would share that story with people, and they said, well, clearly, if it took 8 years, he's doing it wrong. And like, well, you do it then. What he did, nobody else in history's ever done. If it only took 8 years, I don't think he's doing it wrong. But it's funny how people say, I could have manifested that in 8 weeks. Okay, then. Your life doesn't work that yet.
Yeah.
You just choose not to. But it's interesting how, it's funny how people immediately jump on that, like that there's certain time limit on manifestation. And Kim, this is maybe a segue back to what you talk about, but it's the same with people trying to manifest relationships. You know, I mean, obviously some people it happens right away. But for some, I know not everybody can just go to the bar that first date once ever and say, I'm going to manifest the right relationship tonight and then be married to that person for the rest of their life.
Yeah, you can. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, actually, it has happened, but they had to be on my watch when I'm.
And I said it doesn't happen all the time.
All the time,
like,
right?
It's not a daily thing. Like everybody that can manifest.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people that can say they're master manifestors that want to be in a relationship that are single, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no. I'm really glad you mentioned that. And I wanted to piggyback off of what both of you were saying around networking. And I meant to say this in the beginning. I mean, besides, the media team and being on the other podcasts, rewind even further back when I was first getting into this space, I built my entire business based on networking. I mean, I didn't go to school for business. Like that whole world was super scary. I didn't know about marketing. I didn't know about how to put up a website, any of these things. And so, but I did know the power of relationships. And to this day, I think it still holds true. Like even the best people, like even, you, Corey, it's amazing to me how people, and this holds true in business and dating as well. Like people want to do business with people they like. Like, I don't care how many things that's in common with one another and facts going on, and you can study forever podcasting till the cows come home. But if you have an amazing person that can be kind of, your person to lift you up, to encourage you, to motivate you, to hold you accountable, to get the podcasting out there, who will do shout outs for you. I mean, that's way more meaningful than studying podcasting for a year, right? It's just like, just do it, just get it out. And that was the lesson I learned. Like I sometimes fall into that, it has to be perfect. I have to learn everything, but that just kept me in paralysis. Right. And so that is something I highly recommend, is just ask as many people as you can and get those relationships going.
Well, there's some good segues there, because we had Kevin Harrington on, as E-Rock knows, because he was a part of that. We had Kevin on, and he talked about two things that you just kind of touched on. Just start is one of the things. And of course, his book is called Mentor to Millions. So find a good mentor. Ask people if you're, there's always somebody that's willing to and wants to answer. But then I can go to the other extreme about just start that you said there, Kim, and I'll go reference again Larry Wingett, and maybe that's the power of Larry to have such good sound bites. I'm referencing him, I'm promoting him like crazy because he has great sound bites. But he said you have to be really, really sucky at something if you want to get really good at something.
That's true.
Yeah. So true. It's so true.
And most people, that's the problem, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I say something similar in the dating world, but this pertains to exactly what you just said, is that you have to be uncomfortable in order to change. I mean, no one changes when they're comfortable. So when you're not comfortable about something, it makes you a little anxious. That's good. That's really good. Like, go for it. It's like, before you go on stage, Corey, those butterflies that get going, they always say, like, that's awesome that you have it. If you don't have that, you don't perform as well. And so use that energy to thrust you forward. So I love that.
Yeah, and I've only discovered small exceptions to that, Kim, where there's some people that were just, honestly, it feels like they, for lack of a better way of saying it, they walked out of the womb ready to be on stage. But I mean, you guys know that that's like 1%. That's the anomaly. Yeah. That's not the average person. Now, there's some people that get that comfortable after doing it for a while. But to your point, most speakers I know, they can go on stage 1,000 times, 5,000 times, and either A, they still get nervous, or B, they're going to come across an event or share the bill with a speaker they haven't shared the bill with, or talk to a speaker that they're nervous around, and they're still going to get the butterflies. And I think you're right that if they go away forever, for most people, there's probably something wrong. It's time to move on or something.
Yeah, it's true. Like, I remember when I first started, like, a big mistake that I started with, and when you listen to my earlier episodes, of course, it was a technology thing. And it's always been something I've been scared about. And of course it happens, right? And sometimes the things that you're scared about, like it almost happens naturally. And so I forgot to turn on the mic, and so that it recorded through the computer. And it literally sounds like I'm in the bathroom for, 5 episodes. And so, I was horrified. I'm like, oh my God, people are going to make fun of me. No one cared. No one even noticed. But, that's what I'm saying. Like, sometimes the things you think are such big deals really aren't, unless you make it a big deal and laugh at it. I mean, whatever, we're human. I mean, that's the vulnerability and the authenticity of it all. And people actually like that.
Well, it's interesting because sometimes mistakes is what leads to your successes from that you never may have had that idea without having had that mistake take place, and it's serendipity, right? Like, who knows that if what had happened could have led to like some kind of styling format or change of your episode. Like, and I'm not saying that's the case here, but it could have, right? Like you joke about things like, you know what, that's like, let's talk about that. That's a really good idea. And there's actual like strategy coaches like, all right, let's get into a meeting, let's brainstorm. Who's got the worst idea possible? Like let's throw out the worst idea so that you get rid of the judgment and you can actually be more creative.
Oh my God, yes. In fact, there is, Corey, you probably know, there's an improv game around that. And I'll never forget, right when I had my first class, it was a game that, pick something you're really bad at and then act it out to the 10th degree. Like, punch it out, highlight it. And back then I laughed. I said that I thought I was a bad storyteller. And so I went up on stage and I told my story in a really bad way, which was amazing, right? Like, my bad version was amazing. And it really helped me get over that like limiting belief about myself. In fact, now I teach storytelling. I love storytelling. It's like a big part of obviously what I do. So yeah, that's a great point.
So Cam, I'm going to ask you a question that I've asked most of the guests today, because I think this question is one that's on a lot of people's minds when they're going on to a show. Because I know I get the question, and I know that I've had the question myself. But the question, I'll short phrase it because we asked it a couple times, but when you're on a podcast as a guest, because I know you do a lot of guesting as well, the person asked, I've been on a couple of podcasts now about my book and my life. How do I let the world know about my interview on this show? So how do I promote the show? How do I let people know? And I think they're more wondering, not necessarily for just the perspective of how do I let the host know I'm doing that, but they're just saying, how do I actually maximize the fact that I was on the show?
Oh, well, I always say start with what's your jam. Like, there's some people who love Instagram and they're all like, their whole audience is on Instagram and they love going on and doing lives. And if that's your jam, that's where your audience lives, then that's where you should really highlight it. But there's so many mediums now today, and it's so different for everyone. I mean, there's the email list, it's social media and whatever platform you choose. It could be all the platforms. And then even on your own podcast, you could reference it too. I mean, I think that's good. And then have that person come on your podcast. I love doing podcast exchanges. And for me, if you can time it where you can have it come out around the same time, then there's a lot of, energy around the two of you. So yeah, I mean, you can do it in so many ways.
Well, we talked about this too, Iraq. We've had a few people talk about the fact, and I guess I brought it up as well, that you're more likely to bring on a fellow podcaster than you are probably somebody you've never heard of who sends you a random email.
So true.
Like you said, the podcast swap I think it's become a big thing. And I think it's because it's like a sisterhood and brotherhood in the world of podcasting. And it's like, if you're the right fit for my show and I'm the right fit for your show, why wouldn't we want to help each other?
Yeah.
So I think it's like, for lack of a better way of saying, I think it's low hanging fruit to some degree. But if you want to, and it's a really good thing if you're just starting in podcasting, but you really want to also do a lot of interviews, I think having that podcast, you can leverage that to get those spots.
Oh, definitely. Definitely. Well, it all goes back to what we were talking about before, and that's relationships. And not only that, the actual episode, I think, reads better. It comes across better because there's a connection before you go on air. Like, there's already that familiarity. You have each other's kind of personality a little bit. So it's just more natural.
Maybe you flirted a little bit with them.
Maybe flirted a little bit.
Sense.
I always wear red when I'm interviewing a guy. Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Oh, go ahead, Rio.
So I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here and just kind of get your take on looking back. Is there one mistake that you could look back at and say, hey, I wish I would have done this differently, or had I known this is what I would have done different, that maybe could help lower the amount of fear someone might have when producing or wanting to produce their own podcast?
Oh my God, so many mistakes. But like we were talking about before, that's where I learned the most. I don't even look at them as mistakes, to be honest. I look at it from learning experiences that helped me grow. I think from the very start, I wish I started earlier. I mean, I know I don't even know if that's a mistake, but I should have just gotten over that fear way earlier, where I think then I could have grown my business even earlier from this podcast. And with that, it was just because I was remaining paralyzed with that perfection mentality. Like I was thinking I had to have everything lined up perfectly before launching. And I wouldn't do that again. I would just hire people to help me, ask way more questions, and have somebody to just like push me like that media team did. I wish I had met somebody like that, beforehand. And then, the other thing is I definitely, I think that, I've been lucky that the media team has continued to produce my show. One thing that I still wish I could do and have, and I'm looking into it, is even how can we take the podcast and make it even juicier for people in all different kinds of ways, like creating blogs from it. And like, I think there's just so much opportunity, and I don't think I'm using that enough. Like I'm still learning and growing with that, and to build my audience with. I don't have a ginormous audience either, but my audience is really dedicated and they're very committed. And that's why I think I get a lot of clients from it, but I would love to have a farther reach with it as well.
So Kim, I have one more quick question before we ask you, of course, how we can learn more and wind things down. But I've asked this question to, I think, pretty much everybody today. So I'll ask you as well. And I know I've asked you this question before, so I'm going to give you a swerve on it. But the question is my time machine question, which is, if you could jump into a time machine, go back and talk to a younger Kim Seltzer, give her one piece of life advice. Based on what you've learned in the years since, what do you think you might tell her? But I'm going to put a swerve in that. I'm going to ask it about podcasting. So what do you think you'd tell a younger Kim about podcasting that you wish you would have known?
I would have told her that this is the medium for me. All those other things that I was banging my head against the wall with, like doing paid ads on Facebook and trying to build all these funnels, it just so overwhelmed me. And trying to understand, no, you need a video series, you need an ebook. Like if I could have just jumped through time and said, Kim, just focus on the podcasting, you'll be fine. That would have just made my life so much easier, and I would have skipped all that other stuff.
Wow, I love it. And you're giving great segues for our next guest when you're saying, you hired a team to help you launch a podcast. We'll dive into that shortly. But Kim, of course, before we let you run, maybe the most important question is, we've been talking about your show, we've been talking about your work, you've been talking about your challenge that you have on. So is there a way people can connect with you? Is it too late to get in the challenge? Where would you send people? What's the hub? All that kind of good stuff.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Well, it's not too late. I'm kind of in the middle of it, and I record everything. So definitely, you can find everything on my website is kimmyseltzer.com, KIMMY Seltzer.com. And of course, my podcast is called The Charisma Quotient, and I've been announcing the challenge, and I have links in there as well. And you can find that all over the place too. So, and of course, social media, and all my handles are pretty much Kimmy Seltzer at this point. So thank you so much for having me on. It's really special to be here, Corey.
Awesome. Well, Kimmy Seltzer, it's been an absolute pleasure. And E-Rock, I think you could agree when Kimmy said she invested years ago in media training, that she knows her stuff.
Awesome. Well, hey, thanks for flirting with us, gentlemen, for a brief period of time on our show.
It was my pleasure.
Awesome. Oh, Saturday Night Live. You've like the pleasure of leather.
The pleasure of leather. Yeah. Awesome, Iraq. It was so nice meeting you too. I'd love to connect afterwards as well.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Thanks.
I'll let you guys circle back and make connections. But Kim, always a pleasure. Let's call it a to be continued. As you know, I appreciate you. I thank you. I adore you. And we'll get you back on the show at some time in the near future, because I think you're one up on me now. I think I've been on your show one more time than you've been on mine. So let's balance that out at some point soon.
I love it. I love it. Thanks, Corey.
Awesome. Thanks, Kim. Have an amazing day. Awesome. Another fantastic, amazing guest, E-Rock. I don't know about yourself, but I'm taking mental notes. I am making some physical notes. I'm learning myself. I mean, I've been doing this a long time, but it's so amazing because everything's always changing, especially with podcasting, to be hearing things that I'm like, I never tried to do that before. I never thought of doing that. Or I did this, but I wasn't doing it in that way. And every guest has delivered nuggets that I know that I can use myself. So.
Well, it's interesting because people think that, they have to have the perfect plan, to her point, and really it's iterative. And how do you make just take one thing, at the end of the day, out of all of this, take 1 to 3 things out of all the things you learn, because you're going to get overwhelmed with, and something that Juju calls infobesity, the overwhelm of information. And so at the end of the day, take these notes and then distill them down into the 1 or 3 things that had the most impact, and then go actually implement it. Take action on what you're learning. That's the key.
100%. And I said that Kimmy gave us a good segue. Today, I have to say that because of the synchronicity involved in the New Media Summit, we've been giving the New Media Summit a lot of shout outs today. And so and it wasn't intentional, but we've had, 3 icons that have 4 people so far for the New Media Summit. So I think this is a great segue to bring our next guest on. It's the man, the myth himself, Steve Olsher from the New Media Summit, also Podcast Magazine. And I know he knows because I've told him.
And mentor to Madonna.
Yes, exactly. The Vogue move. And yeah, he knows because I've told him he puts together one of the best events I've ever attended. And this is from somebody who at times has spoken at 200 and some events a year, and then also attended events as well on top of that. Steve Olsher, I love what you're doing. I love your generosity. I love who you are. And so I'm so super stoked to bring you on today, but I'm also excited for people to really dial into your knowledge around podcasting. So Steve Olsher, that's your intro. Welcome aboard.
I accept that intro. Thanks for having me, bud.
Awesome. Absolute pleasure. E-Rock, I know Juju attended the New Media Summit, had a lot of great experiences there, but have you guys met before?
So no, we actually haven't had an actual conversation except the email dialogue. I'm one of the baneful people on the internet that'll actually go out and hold people accountable when they'll do certain things, because a lot of times people will do things and it's, and the intention is great, and then you just get busy and then things happen and then you're like, oh yeah, thanks for the help. And so a long time ago, this is, I don't know, a couple of years ago, Steve was doing some sort of promotion. Somehow, I don't even remember how I got on your list, my friend. And you're like, hey, I'm doing this episode. It's like, oh, I'll kind of hang out, listen into this webinar and see what this guy's talking about in the world of podcasting. And I've got this amazing giveaway. So he goes through the whole process, and then I'm like, all right, well, I wonder when he's going to address the giveaway. And then it seems like it's going to close. It's like, hey, are you going to do the giveaway? And so he's like, all right. And one of the giveaways was a free ticket to his event. And so he's like, all right, well, let me pick something. And so he picked out a random fact that he had shared during the episode. And it was, how long is the average podcast? And I was busy doing work, and that was one of the things that stood out. I put in the answer. And as a result, I won the free ticket. And I told my wife, Juju, it's like, hey, you want to come out to this event? And she's like, yep. And that's how this kind of whole thing spawned out. So kind of a full circle, Steve. Thanks for being very gracious and honoring that. And my wife said she had an unforgettable experience at your event down in Florida.
Yeah, sweet. Okay, cool. She came to the one in Tampa. Nice.
Yeah, and the irony is that her and I met at that event, and of 200 people in the audience, her and I met, and you did I've shared the story quite a few times this week, but you did you look the person in the eyes for 5 minutes thing, where the awkward moment for people, awkward 5 minutes, and there was only 2 people that I was paired up with, and she was one of the 2. And then E-Rock and I are talking totally different capacity. I can't even remember how it came about. Actually, it was around Kevin Harrington. Remember that, E-Rock? And we're talking that, and then you said, by the way, do you know Juju, Christopher? And I'm like, that name sounds so familiar. Long story short, she's there. She comes on the screen. I'm like, wait, we met at the New Media Summit. And for some reason, Steve, it seems like the New Media Summit is like this event that seems to be like somehow it's like the smallest, everybody says the world's so small, the smallest thing that somehow globally connects everybody. Because I meet so many people, like, how could all of these people have been there? It doesn't make sense. But you've created some really cool 1 degree separation through that event.
Yeah, just like I think Brendan Bouchard did a really excellent job of creating a whole generation of people who can share their expertise and then be able to make money, right, from their expertise. I'd like to think that we've done our part to really help people take full advantage of what's available to them via leveraging the power of new media, right? And so coming out of the New Media Summit, I've seen a lot of people who have attended as we call them icons of influence. So the podcasters who come to the event looking for guests to feature on their shows. We've seen a lot of those icons go on and create their own events. And we've seen so many of our attendees go on and create really great podcasts. And we've helped many of them, but a lot of them have done it without us. And it's just so cool to see how we birthed just some really interesting game-changing initiatives. And, sometimes credit is given where credit is due. And we certainly appreciate you mentioning the New Media Summit. And other times I look around, I see these summits, or these types of things where it's like everyone's a freaking, New Media Summit graduate or participant or whatever, and they never make mention of it at all. So whatever, people, okay? You know who you are.
Absolutely. And I wanted to ask you about this. And then, Steve, I want to dive into probably what everybody wants to know about is how do you land and leverage podcast spots as an interviewee? I mean, this is an area you specialize in. But I wanted to ask you about that, something you just touched on, because I think, well, I'll ask you the question before I make a judgment. So the question is,
I'm judgmental as hell, so let's all be judgmental, right? Let's just have it. It's not when I wake up in the morning, it's not a matter of whether or not I'm going to be judgmental. It's just simply a matter of how many people I'm going to judge on that particular day.
And when it's going to start.
Yes.
So my question, though, is, does it ever bother you? Like, I mean, you're
all fucking day, all the time. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
100%. I'm not one of those that's like, oh, it's just okay and the world is great. No, fuck that, man. Like if you did something and you gained something out of someone teaching you or being in a certain environment, or somebody created something for you that you've been able to leverage moving forward, then hell yeah. When I see people out there who don't give credit where credit is due, and I see people using my material, like they come to the New Media Summit, I teach, and I take great pride in the teachings that we have. I see people teaching my shit. That bothers the hell out of me even more than just somebody not giving credit where credit's due for whatever it is that they're doing. Now, I am not one of those people that goes, oh, just live and let live. No, hell no. No, not even a little.
That answers my question, because I've always been curious. I'm like,
they know who they are. They know.
They know?
They know.
Why do you got to call me out on the cast, Steve?
You know who you are.
But yeah, I'm always curious because, there are a lot of people that, a lot of great things have come from the New Media Summit. I'll say it that way. And so I just always wonder, because I also see people give you shout out, and I also see people not give shout outs. I haven't seen anybody teach your material yet. I think I would, the first thing I would do is let you know so you could at least address that. But I haven't.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, absolutely. So speaking of that, speaking of your teachings, one of the things I love is that you give practical advice for both how to get on shows. The teachings you do there is world class in the sense that a person could take that, just like Brendan Bouchard does as well, take everything you teach and literally do it on their own. And people, as you said, I think a lot of people realize how much work's involved and realize they probably won't be able to do it as well. But my question is, out of that, you teach a lot of great practical advice. First, let's maybe start at the first part is, when you see people get on podcasts, what do you see that they do really well, and how are people leveraging podcasts? Is it the pitch? Is it building relationships? I just love to know where you see people having the most success getting the spot first.
Yeah, and so thanks for the question, Corey. And look, there's 3 phases to the whole process, right? Just like there's 3 phases to pretty much anything that you do, right? It's here's what I want to do, here's me doing it, and here's what I could have done better, right? So the before, the during, the after. And the people who are doing really, really well leveraging the power of podcasts take a look at all 3 phases of the process, and they continually improve however they can improve in each stage of that process. So obviously before, you want to make sure that you are very clear on who you are. You're super clear on as it's been taught by numerous people, and I would give credit where credit is due, but people really having clarity around their blue ocean of opportunity. Really where is that category of one, so to speak, that they can create? How do they really differentiate themselves from the hundreds of thousands and tens of thousands or millions of others who are doing something very, very similar, right? So you have to be able to articulate who you are in your own unique way. You have to have your own vernacular. You have to have your own framework. You have to have your own reason for being the selection when, and you know this as well as anybody, that there are a lot of people who want to be on shows and not enough slots for guests to come onto those shows, right? I mean, I know for us in our shows, we'll get 20 to 30 applications a week for 1 or 2 shows, right? So, reality is we just can't fit everyone in who says, hey, I'd like to be a guest. So there's the pregame, right? And just making 100% sure you're clear on the pregame, and also having clarity on what is it that you really want to get out of that appearance, right? Because it's a lot of time, it's a lot of energy. For some people, it's a lot of the investment of resources. And so one of the things that we teach are just 5 simple words, which are everything starts with the offer, right? So everything starts with the offer. So starting at that end point, whatever that finish line is, and then really understanding how do you work back to this pitch, right? Because ultimately the pitch has to be reflected, a reflection of what action do you want people to take who are listening to you on that show, right? So pregame, you got to get all that stuff done. Of course, how are you when you're actually on the show? And then postgame, looking back at it, what could I have done better? What went really well? What can I improve? There's all of the things that a lot of people don't take the time to do. How many shows have you been a guest on? And maybe Corey, I'll even just ask you this and we'll turn the table for a second here. And obviously you can answer this as well, but how many shows have you been a guest on that you've actually sat back and listened to in its entirety after you've been that guest?
I'm going to say, honestly, top of mind, less than 10, maybe less than 5.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know I can tell you that the one time I was ever on someone's podcast, yes, I went back and listened to the whole thing.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, sweet. Batting 100. 100%. Batting 1,000, I guess, technically, is how they would do that. Yes.
Yeah, and I mean, to further that, Steve, I mean, I don't know the number now, but it's high hundreds that I've been on. So just to put that in perspective, because somebody could think, well, if you've been on 20 and you went back and listened to 5, that's not a bad percentage. But I don't know where you're going with the question fully, like the full end of that. But my answer is, yeah, low number.
Well, again, it just goes back to if we look at it in the context of before, during, and after. A lot of folks, did you ask, what are people doing when they leverage the power of the medium? Well, what are they doing? That's what they're doing. Is they're really maximizing what they get out of it before, during, and after. And, it's like a tripod. It can work with just 2 legs, but eventually that thing's going to tip over. And probably right out of the gate, it's going to tip over. So if all 3 of those pieces aren't strong, you're not going to be able to take as much advantage of the opportunity of being a guest on a show as being a guest on podcasts allows. So that's where I'm going with that.
And now, I guess the other side on getting spots, we talked about this a few times today. So how about other podcasters, fellow podcasters? Are you more likely to bring a podcaster on the show, or are you more likely to bring somebody that's just brought up to you and said, hey, you should check out this guest, if all things are equal? Like, I'm wondering how much of an advantage it gives somebody if they do have their own show to get other interview spots.
It is interesting, and you would think by definition that someone who is a podcaster and understands the dynamic of what it means to interview people and have people on, as a guest, that they would naturally be better guests because they understand the dynamic. It's not always the case. It's some people can be really good hosts and really crappy guests. I wish it were just a hard and fast rule of if you've done 100 shows as an interviewer, then that's going to make you a phenomenal interviewee. But that's not always the case. It's just like anybody else. You see this. Let me just give you an example. I mean, you see this a lot with people who are really great on stage and just, they're funny, they're energetic. I mean, just like everything that you see on stage, you love. And then you see them off stage and it's like they're a completely different person. And it's like, where did that guy go? Like, I like that guy. That's the guy I want to hang out with. And you are not that. And so you just have people who have these, my friend Todd Herman has a book called Alter Ego, and you have those people who just kind of step into those alter egos, so to speak, and really turn into that different person when the lights and the microphone are on. And when the tables are turned and they're not the one on stage, but they're one actually then on the other side of the mic, doesn't always work. I mean, for us, we actually prefer finding the stories of people that haven't been heard from a million times over. Those are a lot harder to find, and we actually find that those are the stories that our audience loves more, and actually we love more.
I think I remember you talking about, and again, if I'm pulling this out from nowhere, correct me. I mean, I have a good memory, but I might be pulling it out from a different story. But I thought I remember, was it you that said something about having like quadruplets on the show or something? Is that right? That had this story that, you know, if somebody asked, you have to be a celebrity, I think they said, or something. I can't remember the context, but you said, let me tell you about this personal story we had on, and it was like the most listened to show or something like that.
Yeah. So we had, I'm going to say this was 2016, something like that. So it's a number of years ago already. But yeah, we were the second media outlet to ever feature these four amazing young women, the Lucci quadruplets, the Lucci quads. Now they've gotten more press and maybe you even heard of them, but at the time they hadn't had any press at all. It was literally their second media appearance, and they were young, maybe 18, 19, something like that. Obviously they would all be the same age being quads, but you know, somewhere right in there, 18, 19. And they were so nervous and they were so scared, and their hands were shaking when they were holding the microphones because they came in studio with us. And basically their platform, what they were trying to teach and really what they were focused on is shedding light on a lot of the atrocities that take place in the foster care system, because they themselves were products of the foster care system. I'm not going to go into the whole detail around all that. But yeah, that to this day is one of our top 5 most downloaded episodes, and they had zero media experience outside of that one small time thing that they did.
So, I mean, so it stands to reason that if somebody has a great story, to your point, the story can still trump them having massive amount of media experience.
Yeah, for sure. And frankly, when you have people who have a lot of media experience, I mean, myself included, you, others, and I'm sure that you've had on here, it gets to sound a little canned after a while. I do my best not to sound like I'm giving canned responses, but reality is it's just muscle memory. Some things just kind of kick in. It's just like jujitsu, right? I mean, you see the gi in the background if you're watching on the video here. It's like, I've been doing that for 20 years. Some things just kick in and you can't help yourself. It's just somebody asks you a question. It's like, boom, I know that answer because the one time I gave that answer, somebody laughed. So I'm going to give that answer again because that seemed to work, right? So, yeah.
Well, and that's a stand-up comedy. I mean, that's a stand-up thing too. If you get a laugh when you didn't plan to because you stepped a certain way, every time you get on stage again, you're going to do that step a certain way to see if you recreate it. And if you do, it's going to, like you say, it's going to be a trigger that now you step like that and you don't even remember why.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, that's how we are. It's how we are as human beings. We want our audience to have as much of a positive experience as they can. I mean, you can look at people like Larry Winget. I don't know if you know Larry or not, but I've known Larry for years. He's spoken at a couple of my events. He'll do the same gig that he's been doing. I mean, his presentation is pretty much the same presentation that he's been doing for the last 10, 15 years now. And every time he does it, it works and it's hilarious. So, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And I think there's a lot of that too. Well,
the reason that E-Rock and I both smiled a little bit is because I mentioned Larry today numerous times because he was on yesterday.
There you go.
And he said, now we'll see. He said we can go on the record with this. It was the last interview he's ever doing.
I don't know if it's going to
happen. And the way I took it was not. Didn't take it like if Larry King invites him to an interview. I took it more like the podcasting world summits, what have you. But yeah, that's what he said. So we'll see. But to your point, it was interesting because he said, I built this thing over 30 years, and he said now I'm laid back and I just want to slow down. But it's interesting because I've mentioned a few of his things today because, as you mentioned, it works. I mean, there's stuff that he says that you're just like, I need to share that again. It resonates with other things we just talked about. And I think that's maybe one of his magic potions is that he was relatable in every different way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I still have memories of jokes that he's used in his presentation that, I can recall, on a moment's notice. So it was so good. And I've seen it now a few times. That it sticks with you, and there's very few things that you can do from a material standpoint, from a content standpoint, that really hit home and have a place of permanence.
So now one of the things I want to talk about, Steve, I want to definitely get into what you teach people in terms of how to actually monetize the podcast. I mean, I don't want to reveal all your nuggets, but just talk about that. But before we go there, on that same note, when it comes to podcasting and people being able to leverage podcasts, what kind of tips do you give to people in terms of being able to leverage their podcast, for example, to get either interviews or open doors they couldn't get open otherwise, or build relationships? I mean, because podcast seems to be a really good leveraging opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no. I'd like to sit here and say that it's a one size fits all, and this is going to work for everyone. But what I will say is that, from my perspective, one of the reasons why, I'll give you a concrete example here of how this can work. One of the reasons why we started our show Beyond Eight Figures is purely for that reason, Corey. I mean, the God's honest truth is I wasn't focused on, let me put it this way before I bury myself a hole here. I wasn't really focused on how many people were going to listen to the show. If anyone listened to the show, that would be great. But for me, the intention behind starting Beyond Eight Figures and the premise of sitting down with entrepreneurs who have either exited for more than $10 million or currently have businesses that gross more than $10 million, great premise, great promise for the audience. But for me, all day long, it was a Rolodex play because I was in the process of launching a new tech company. And so what I wanted to do was to be able to open doors to people who had the ability to potentially help fund this tech company, or introduce me to people who could provide advisory services or actual dollar and, however many dollar investments, right? I mean, those sort of things. So it's really important to be clear on why you're doing the show. And there is no right and there is no wrong answer. I mean, we haven't gone into either of our current shows, Reinvention Radio or Beyond Eight Figures, ever with the intention of directly monetizing the shows through ads or sponsors or partners or anything of that nature. For us, Reinvention Radio is always a credibility authority play. And it gave us the ability to tap into some really interesting people who have reinvented their lives. And then, of course, they would share their interviews, or some of them would share their interviews. And that would help us to grow. But for us, the show was really all about establishing me out of the gate as the moniker that I created of America's Reinvention Expert. I needed something to support that moniker and really establish position as that reinvention expert. And so it's a long answer to your question, but there's a lot of different ways for people to be able to leverage the power of podcasts, and it's not always dollar and cents in a direct fashion.
Well, it's interesting you say that because DJ Doug Sandler.
I know that guy.
Yeah, a very familiar face at the New Media Summit. And quite a while back, I mean, I don't want to say how long, but I'm going to say maybe, I don't know how long ago it was, but let's say it's a year ago, maybe a little less. Doug had me on his show and we were talking about this, and he talked about it on the show, or I wouldn't share it otherwise, but he was saying how same idea that in launching that show, part of it is that a lot of the people that come on the show would ultimately end up becoming clients of his. So he was able to source out. So he built the show for his ideal client, and a lot of times that meant the guest that came on could end up becoming his ideal client as well.
Yeah,
and that's another way to leverage it, I suppose.
Yeah, the Doug Sandler formula around that is he calls it very simply. He just calls it guest equals client, and in his way of thinking, if he can turn 1 out of 5 or 1 out of 10 guests into clients, it's a huge win.
Absolutely. So, Steve, now let's dive into something that a lot of people probably struggle with, which is how do you actually, if you're on a show, how do you actually get people to find and follow you? For example, call to action, lead magnet. Like, are you open to going into that a little bit? Because I know that takes a big path, but.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So again, it goes back to the core 5 words, which is everything starts with the offer, right? And so what I encourage people to think about when they're, again, it's both sides of the microphone, Corey, right? I mean, if it's the side of the microphone of having your own show, great. What's the offer? When I say the offer, what I mean is what's the last step on what we call your profit path? In other words, what is the highest price product, program, or service that someone can invest with you on, right? And come into. So for us, that's our Icon Maker Elite program. That's I work with 5 people a year one-on-one, get them real clear on, I'm not going to go into a pitch on this whole thing, but just get them really clear on everything they need to crush it, not only in the new media landscape, but in business overall, right? So that's a fairly expensive proposition. I mean, it's a year of my time working with people. I do it for 5 folks, right? Blah, blah, blah. That's the last step on our profit path. So knowing that, what I have to think about is, what do I have to demonstrate in this role now of being a guest, right? If I have my own show, it's one thing, but now in this role of being a guest, what do I have to demonstrate so that there are people who come to the conclusion of, not necessarily that I want to enroll in Icon Maker Elite, because that's a huge jump to go from, not knowing who I am to saying, let me cut you a check for, for 90K. But really then understanding that I need to do whatever it takes to get people into my ecosystem so that I can begin developing that relationship with them, establish my credibility, establish my expertise, establish who I am as a business person, and eventually get them to the point and bring them to the conclusion that maybe that is the right option for them. And if it's not that, then maybe it's our core Icon Maker program or whatever it might be. But everything starts with the offer. So you have to move backwards from whatever that last step on the profit path is to the actions that you need to take right here, right now, to begin cultivating that type of relationship.
No, I love that. And Erock, I want to let you jump in if you have anything else. I was just going to add one thing to that. We had Anthony Trucks on yesterday, and I'm sure you're quite familiar with Anthony Trucks because I know you go to Brendan's events. You know Brendan quite well, and Anthony is on the stage often at Brendan's events. Yeah. And we talked to Anthony about this because he obviously works on funnels, helps people with funnels. And I said to him, how can somebody build this that they have the call to action, but it's not too complex? And he said, it can be as easy as, and I hadn't heard anybody say it this way, it can be as easy as literally setting up a page where you send people for whatever that lead magnet is. But then the next page could be simply you in a video saying, hey, did you want to jump on a call with me? And it could
I think it's even, and that is an option. I think it's even easier than that. I think we try to overcomplicate things. I mean, reach into your pocket right now and pull this out, right? Do you own a phone, right? Do you have an email account? It's even easier than that. I mean, literally, I see all these people getting caught up in these funnels, and we're as guilty as anybody because we actually build funnels for our clients because you need them. But out of the gate, it can literally just be as simple as, if I establish my expertise, let's just say I'm an accountant. You have me on, I'm a professional accountant. Corey's asking me, Corey, you're asking me all these questions about accounting. How do I do this? How do this? I'm saying you can do this. I'm saying you can do that. I'm saying I help my clients save 100K here. I help my other clients save 50K here, this, that, and the other. I'm talking about tips, strategies, et cetera, that you can leverage in your tax returns. If at the end of that show, I just simply say, look, on average, my clients save $64,200 in terms of what they pay in taxes over a 3-year period between when they met me and I did 3 years of their taxes. So if that sounds good to you, hit me on my cell right now. Here's my phone number. Just as simple as that. Here is my phone number. Here is my email address. If you want to chat, no obligation call, but if you want to be one of the clients that I can help and I can work with, we've got a really busy practice here. We can probably onboard 5 new clients right now. If you want to find out more about being one of those 5, here's my phone number. Here's my email address. Call it a day. I mean, forget everything else.
It's funny you say that because so first of all, agree completely, and you're right. I mean, it can be that easy. It could be, as you said, it could be schedule a 15-minute call. Here's my number. Here's my email. And I love that because we do tend to. It seems like everybody I talk to is like, which funnel service should I go with? And I'm talking like, do you have a website yet? No, but which funnel service should I go with? Do you have a podcast yet? Or have you been a guest? No, but I need to know which funnel one. Why? Why are you that far into it so far? So I do think we complicate it. And here's a question. Since you said you work with more than one client, it won't reveal anything. But an icon maker who's starting told me, they asked me yesterday, do you think I should have 1 or 2 topic areas when I jump on the show as a guest? And so, Steve, maybe I'll reverse the question and ask you, how important is it to have one niche that you're known for when you jump on? Or if you have multiple offerings, should you go to different shows with different offerings?
Yeah, well, I'm aligned with Brendan on this for sure, because what Brendan teaches and what I'm aligned with is most people will give up long before they get to 100K with any one thing that they're doing. And so what I'm a proponent of, what I know Brendan teaches, is take one particular path to 100K. So take one particular path to 100K. And if after you get to 100K with that particular path, that particular expertise, you want to branch out, then sure, then perhaps add a second path. But I'm in a mastermind with some pretty high level folks, Roland Frazier and Darren Hardy, and some people that and Darren once shared an analogy that I'll share with you here today, which is that most entrepreneurs end up leaving more quote unquote Coke in the bottle than they realize. And I was like, well, what does that mean? He said, well, think about, a bottle of Coca-Cola and you're drinking that Coke out of a straw. Well, what ends up happening for most entrepreneurs is they drink that Coke out of a straw and then they get to the bottom of the bottle and then they think they're done. And then they set the bottle down for a second and they look over and they go, oh, there's a little bit more in that bottle. And they use the straw and they drink it, right? And they get a little bit more out of that bottle and they set it down. And as condensation hits and the bottle, gets warmer and the liquid starts to drop against the, the side of the bottle and so on and so forth, a few minutes later, you can see that there's more Coke in the bottle, right? So he uses the more Coke in the bottle analogy. And I really love that because it is true that most entrepreneurs leave a lot more quote unquote Coke in the bottle than they realize. Right. And so I don't believe that you're doing yourself or anyone else a real service by having multiple areas of focus or by having just a confusing message. Because what I know to be true, and Corey, maybe you saw this at the last New Media Summit on one of my signs, right, is that people buy energy and clarity sells.
Absolutely.
Wise
and so,
words.
I'm going to let you jump in here because I see a question I want to ask Steve from a New Media Summit alumni. But before we jump there, Erock, I seen you had a question, so I'm going to let you jump in.
Well, I'm kind of curious about just how the whole industry has been maturing and heating up. Obviously, Joe Rogan made some tremendous waves in the world in terms of just offering exclusivity to Spotify. And then, of course, there was another gentleman, I think his name was Joseph Beaton, which I thought when someone sent me the email, it was like a spinoff of a Joe Biden joke, and how he decided not to renew his agreement because he didn't want to have exclusivity. So you being, the editor-in-chief of Podcast Magazine and being highly integrated into the podcast ecosystem, if you will, just kind of curious to get your thoughts about how, where things are trending. And then I'd love to kind of get some future prognostications of where you think the industry is going to be in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, so let me start with the discussion around Joe Rogan, Joe Button, Buden or Button. I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it either. But what I will say is money talks, and at the end of the day, there's a fine line between being a creator and being an entrepreneur. And I do believe that so many of us get caught up in that whole discussion of I want freedom. I want to be able to create the way that I want to be able to create. And look, I totally get that. I totally understand that. But at the same token, far too many creators lose sight on the fact that they're also entrepreneurs. And so that's why you see very few creators being really great entrepreneurs. It's so few and far between, it's not even funny. And so what I know to be true is that if you have an opportunity to accept cash in hand, you always want to have that check in your account rather than having those dollars in someone else's if that opportunity arises. Because if you are smart and if you are creative and if you have the ability to do what you did once, I fully believe you have that ability for lightning to strike twice, if not 3 times or more. So if somebody says to you, I would love to buy what it is that you are doing. And let me just be very clear on this. It's what you would define as a life-changing amount of money. You can call me a sellout. You can call me whatever you want. I'm taking that check all day long because I know that with dollars and zeros and digits in the bank, it gives me the flexibility and ability to do more of what I love doing. And I think people confuse the two. So from my perspective, just in answering your question, what I believe you're going to see, and why do I know this? Because we're actively involved with this as well. So we are actually in the process right now of raising capital to do a roll-up in the podcast space. So what I know to be true, and this is going across a number of different areas, but specifically as it relates to shows and content, what I know to be true is that there are a lot of opportunities out there for not just the big podcasters, but even the medium-sized and the smaller podcasters to monetize the followings that they've already been able to cultivate and to grow within a larger ecosystem if they're willing to let go of ego and just say, you know what, this is an opportunity that I could probably not cultivate on my own, and I may be giving up a little bit here to gain a lot here. And at some point as an entrepreneur, you look at how much, let me ask you this, how much of Amazon do you think Jeff Bezos actually owns percentage-wise? Do you guys know that answer?
I don't know. I know that answer off the top of my head.
Any guesses?
I would suspect it's probably less than 10%.
Corey, any guesses?
I was going to go 20%.
Yeah, 4%.
I was going to go 7 for like a real specific, but yeah, I figured it was going to be under 10.
Yeah, at this point, it's about 4% based on the last piece that I read. So what does that mean? 4% of a $3 trillion company ain't doing too bad, right? I mean, like, you can see where he's at in the scheme of things. So it's important, right, to be able to weigh, am I selling my soul? Am I giving up my creative abilities here if I do something? You know what? Perhaps. And at the same token, it's only temporary because no one's locking you in for life, no matter what deal you sign. And so for a period of time, if it can help fund what it is that you're doing, if it can help fund your dreams, if it can give you the opportunity to expand beyond what you're doing now, I think it makes all the sense in the world. Sure.
Yeah, well, I've been fortunate enough to bid on the set of Shark Tank a couple times and interview the different sharks. And in a conversation with Kevin O'Leary, he talked about the value of partnerships and how you're not going to ever create anything significant. Now, you can have lifestyle success. That's great, right? If you want to do things and be a solopreneur and kind of do the whole lifestyle thing. But if you want to build something of significance, it's going to require partnerships and finding those right partners. And I think to your point, Steve, earlier in the conversation, talking about the value of podcasting to develop those partnerships. And I think a big mistake a lot of people make is not being more strategic on how they're leveraging their podcast for business development.
Yeah, and I will say that, it's twofold, right? There's not only, of course, the business development side in terms of the products, the programs, the services that you have that you can offer to your listeners, but also in terms of the partnerships and the people that you can align yourself with, either inside or outside of your vertical. I mean, those are certainly options that not a lot of podcasters are looking at, but even more so, just even in terms of a network, perhaps, right? There's a lot of people who are very much against the idea of being a part of a network. And I guess the question is why? What is it about a network that's scary to you? And in the long run, would being a part of a network actually work to your benefit more so than trying to do this on your own? So there's a lot of different definitions of quote unquote partnerships in the podcast landscape. And some of them are a lot less innocuous than others.
So, Steve, I said I was going to switch gears to the New Media, and I know you're going to know who I mean as soon as I say his name, the New Media Summit alumni, and not on the icon side, on the pitch side. And I think he might have only been there once, but he made an impact. And he asked me recently how he can get the picture, because you guys use his picture for one of the things. It's George Morris. You remember George?
Sure.
So George had that presentation where he bared his soul, and the audience was in tears. And he asked us earlier, he said, how do you get on podcasts if you're just sharing a message and not a story? And I said, George, you're sharing a story. You have people crying. But his question here is, Reinvention Radio pre-COVID required people to travel to California. My library has a full TV studio. Can one be a guest long distance?
So the answer is, of course. I mean, we're certainly doing that here now, and we're seeing that pretty much for every show, every summit, and so on. I mean, you just can't get together in person, right? I mean, that's just the nature of where things stand right now. So yes, there's certainly no doubt. If you're asking specifically about Reinvention Radio, I will say that we, and this is very much in line with the conversation that we've been having, we're actually in the process right now of selling both Reinvention Radio and Beyond Eight Figures. So we're not actually doing any new episodes right now of either of those shows, and instead are shifting away from both of those and are selling them. So for right now, it's a moot point altogether as far as Reinvention Radio goes, specifically because we're not recording any new episodes any longer.
I have a question. Are you selling the independent episode of the shows independent of each other, or is it part of like a operational like parent company? And this is the investor side of me kicking in. But are you selling those as assets individual, or is it part of like some sort of holding company that's doing production for a bunch of shows?
Right. So we're selling both individually. We do have some people who have expressed interest in picking up both assets. But, it's more than just the show, right? I mean, there's so many assets that go hand in hand. And that's one of the things. And this is a completely different conversation, Corey, than perhaps, in terms of the question and also in terms of the question that you asked me. But what I would ask people to really start thinking about, because now I'm knee deep in it and really thinking about it, is for those of you who are launching your own podcast. And yes, I know we've got people who would never think about doing that, but there are people who want to launch their own show. And then there are people who have their own show and maybe are in more of the embryonic stages of this. I highly encourage you to think about building that asset to sell. And frankly, I didn't think about that enough with Reinvention Radio and Beyond Eight Figures, as you're asking the question here, as individual saleable assets. I saw them as part of a bigger whole, much like what you're describing. But now that we're looking to move forward with the holistic approach that we're taking outside of the scope of focusing on these two shows as an integral part of that, it's opening my eyes to the fact that you really need to build your show to sell. And there's a lot of different ways to do that. But ultimately, yeah, we're going to sell these as individual assets, complete with the brands and the websites. And I mean, we've had 1,000 odd people on Reinvention Radio, so we're going to give people the whole Rolodex so you can rekindle some of those relationships beyond eight figures. Everything that goes with it goes with it. And so, yeah, it's really interesting now to sit here in the seat of being the seller and think about and realize all the things that I missed. So, yeah, really, really interesting crossroads that I'm at right now in this space.
Well, I now have a follow-up question to that, Steve, because somebody told me that the other day that Steve's selling both of those, but of course I wasn't going to bring that up because I didn't know if you were willing to share yet, and I never put it up unless somebody talks about it. But having said that, I'm curious now, and you can go as far into this as you want, but
sure.
Do you see it as you becoming sort of maybe more of a governing of podcasting, having a magazine, having a new media summit, and not having any podcasts? Or do you see it as maybe starting another podcast from scratch? Like, have you looked that far into it yet?
Yeah, so thanks for the question, and I can answer that. I'm happy to answer. I mean, you know me, man. I'm an open book, and that's the beautiful thing about our being in relationship is, if you need anything, you come to me, and I'm happy to answer that for you. So let me just say this, which is to paint the picture here for you. What we're moving towards and what we're developing and what we're in the process of doing is creating an umbrella company that we call Ear Control. And so Ear Control is this umbrella company that takes more of an end-to-end holistic approach to the medium, in that there are 4 specific pillars within Ear Control. Pillar number 1 is, of course, media, and specifically Podcast Magazine. Right, so Podcast Magazine is one of those distinct pillars. Now, will there be other media opportunities that can potentially fall under that pillar, so to speak? Perhaps, but given our plans for Podcast Magazine, it may be enough for what we're looking to do there. The second pillar, of course, are our own podcasts. And so we will have our own podcast network of shows under the Podcast Magazine or Ear Control umbrella, or a different name. We'll figure that out. But for instance, the first show that we are launching under the umbrella of whatever the network is that we're eventually going to be calling it, is our Podcast Magazine Hot 50 Countdown. So when you think about Casey Kasem and what they did with American Top 40, that's what the Hot 50 Countdown is. Now, it complements what we're doing with Podcast Magazine because it's based on the Hot 50 Countdown, the Hot 50 chart that we create every month that we release in the magazine. And so it's a countdown of those shows that the fans vote on. And so the fans create that list. So again, everything starts to now tie together. And of course, you have the email subscribers and the website traffic and, the social and everything else that falls within those particular initiatives. The third pillar is our live event, right? So of the New Media Summit. You've obviously been there. You've participated. But we're actually looking to greatly expand the event and change the format of the event in a way that allows us to really grow this thing to 3, 4, 5, 10,000 attendees. But something that is fan focused, right? Not podcaster focused. There's, some great events for that. Ours will be very fan focused. So we've got a live event and whatever other opportunities to get together in person fall under that pillar. And then the last piece is technology. So we're actually in the process of developing a piece of technology that really addresses the discoverability issue, which is both a problem for podcasters to be found and for fans of podcasts to find new shows. So really long answer to your question, but yes, podcasts are certainly a part of what we are doing moving forward. And they are simply one of the four pillars, if you will, of the overarching entity that we're looking really to grow and acquire and bundle and package and sell.
Wow. So, Steve, my very last question, because I know we have to let you run, and I also want to respect everybody's time. It's a two-part question, or not question. One's a statement, one's a question. But the statement part is, one of the things I admire about you is that you are always that person that's willing to be open and share fully. And I have to say, one thing that really resonated with me was whenever you shared in an email. I remember this email coming through right after the New Media Summit that I was actually supposed to be at, but then COVID happened and I couldn't travel. And that New Media Summit, I remember you sharing, it wasn't the greatest event in terms of the sale at the end, meaning, you're making offers. It was obviously a little bit more tricky because of everything going on and what was happening. I mean, you guys were running the event literally the day they announced it as a pandemic. And so I love that you were so open about that. But my concern was, is Steve going to pull back on podcasting once I read that email? And what I hear now is you're actually going deeper in, which I love hearing that. And so the question out of that is obviously most important. How can people connect with you, work with you? Where would you send people? Is there a hub? Where would you send people to?
Yeah, I mean, look, the best place, and thank you for the opportunity, the best place I would say to get started is with Podcast Magazine. We produce it on a monthly basis, and if you love podcasts and you really want to go deeper into the lives of the podcasters you admire and further into the stories that most podcast fans can't get enough of, Podcast Magazine would be a great place to start. And I'm happy to share a URL, kind of a backdoor URL, where folks can grab a free lifetime subscription if you'd like.
Yeah, 100%. Please do.
Okay. Real simple. Just go to podcastmagazine.com and then add a /free on the end. So podcastmagazine.com/free. And we do this. We've done this a couple of times now since launch, where we have free lifetime subscriptions to the digital version of the magazine. And this will give you an opportunity to take advantage of that.
Love it. Well, Steve Olsher, always a pleasure. Again, I so appreciate you. I thank you. I know how valuable your time is, so thank you so much for joining us today. And how did the vote turn out, by the way, on the beard or no beard?
You know what? It's interesting. So I would say if you are a white woman, you probably voted no beard. And if you're anything else, you probably voted beard.
Okay. So it's definitely maybe a line drawn down the middle as far as numbers. But
Yes,
there's demographics.
Yes.
Who prefers the beard? I love it. Well, I can't wait to see how that plays out. Thank you so much, Steve. Always a pleasure. We'll let you run. E-Rock, I'll let you say bye to Steve, but thanks, Steve, and we'll call it to be continued.
Thanks, Steve.
Sounds
Look
good.
forward to reconnecting soon again.
Awesome stuff. I guess I sent him backstage a second too quick, but thank you so much, E-Rock, as well. And we have our last guest coming up any second. I'm super excited for this. We've been waiting for this all day. If you're cool with it, E-Rock, I'm going to bring him on, and I'm going to let you introduce him. Is that cool with you? Because you know
Absolutely.
very well. I've interviewed him in the past, but I mean, since you helped facilitate this, I thought maybe this is a good opportunity for you to introduce one of the guests, and especially the headliner guest. So let me bring Dave on, and there he is.
Hey guys,
Hey, Dave.
Mr. David Meltzer, how are you, my friend?
fantastic. Way better now that you guys are here. Thanks for having me.
So I didn't realize I was going to be co-host on the day that you were going to be here. So it was a little bit of a surprise for me. So hopefully we're not throwing you for a little bit of a loop. But look, you're an iconic guy in the world of media, and it's my job to kind of introduce you here for the show, just because of our relationship. David is an amazing mentor, someone who we connected with at a major marketing conference a year and a half ago. One of my business partners is a guy by the name of Kevin Harrington. Corey, which I don't even know if you knew this, Corey, that actually came up with Kevin's title for his book, Mentor to Millions.
I did not know that.
And so, through that introduction, through that connection, met this esteemed gentleman that's here with us today. And he's got an amazing journey. Like, he's just got one of those epic stories where, he's riding kind of what I would call he's like a surfer, riding this top wave, right? And then some things happen. I don't want to steal his story, but then he crashes into the ocean, right? And then what does he do? Swims back out and catches the next wave. And so he's done some amazing things. Like, he's been on a consultant for one of the most iconic movies ever, Jerry Maguire. I'll let him share a little bit about that story. He gets to work in the realm of sports, which is uber cool, right? Like, I thought I was cool, helping working with KISS and their project right now and what they're going to do New Year's Eve. But this guy is basically the man behind the sports world that's interconnected with almost everybody at the coolest levels. And he just invests and sows so much wisdom into so many different people in the world through, this guy's live streaming all the time, wants to change, and I think it's 1 billion people to make them happy, David, right?
Yeah.
So excited to bring on to today's episode. And what's cool is he's not going to just do an interview. We're going to turn it over to him and just impart some wisdom for a little bit. So we're going to turn it over to you, Mr. David Meltzer, and share some of your iconic wisdom, especially when it comes to the world of podcasting, with one of the most highly visible, highly rated, most downloaded show called The Playbook.
Thank you. Well, yeah, I love lessons and stories. So thank you for giving me an opportunity to teach people lessons and tell those stories to make it hopefully entertaining, to capture what you do. Everything applies to podcasting to me. And when I talk about my life's mission of empowering over 1 billion people to be happy, podcasting is such a huge opportunity because it's content. And any type of content can be repurposed if captured correctly. And it can be modified, amplified, and perpetuated. And those are the 4 things that Shakespeare was talking about way back when he said the whole world is your stage. But I don't think he could have imagined or even fathomed 4.4 billion people being able to view your stage. I think it's ironic. I ran the most notable sports agency in the world, Lee Steinberg Sports Entertainment. Most people know Lee for the movie Jerry Maguire. They based that off of him. But it's so ironic today because I've been telling people for years that someday these stadiums are going to be empty and it's not going to matter. That with the billions of people that watch these sports, they actually can have a great experience with fans cheering. And today there's pop-up fans in there, but it really doesn't matter. And if you realize when you're podcasting that you have the world as your stage and it's your job to create quality content, to capture it, modify it, amplify it, and perpetuate it so that you too can impact the world with your frequency. And my journey is about learning and building a frequency. My frequency has always been based off of 2 currencies. The first currency is money. I believe that money is a currency. It's an object of energy that we put into the flow to get what we want. And the second currency is faith. And both have interplayed in my world since the time I was 5 years old, when my dad left. 6 kids, single mom, used to pack our dinners in a paper bag in a Country Squire station wagon, and then go from teaching 2nd grade, raising 6 children, to filling up turnstiles at convenience stores like 7-Eleven with greeting cards just so we could eat. And so it'd be fair to say that I lived in a world of not enough, that I was a victim. I used to call myself a whine me person. Why can't I have that house? Why can't I have that car? Why can't I have that family? And focusing in on the fact that money buys happiness and love, my journey continued. And in some respects, I was very lucky because I did focus only on money. And when I say that, I mean for one reason. I wanted a lot of money for only one reason. My why was to buy my mom a house and a car. We had 6 kids in a 2-bedroom apartment. And I thought, because the only time I wasn't happy, catching my mom crying because of financial stress, car breaks down, dishwasher, can't afford to go to summer camp, I'd catch her crying. In my 5-year-old, 7-year-old, 9-year-old, 17-year-old mind, money was going to buy me happiness because I was going to buy that house and a car for my mom. I was going to take us from this victim world of not enough, where everything happens to us, into a world of everything was going to happen for me, an optimistic world where everything was going to happen for me. And I could give my mom a house and a car, and I'd be her favorite child. I'd give money to the community, and I'd be its favorite child. And all of these different understandings of giving and receiving and energy of money. But consistently, I had faith to believe that I would do it. And I ended up wanting to be a professional football player. Got ran over my first play in college by Christian Okoye, who's later known as the Nigerian Nightmare, AFC Player of the Year. But I remember lying on my back thinking, doctor, lawyer, or failure, which was one of my mom's favorite statements, doctor, lawyer, or failure. But because I was so focused on the currencies, money, and faith, I didn't care what I did as long as I could make money. I used to tell my mom I'd shovel shit with my hands 6 days a week, 12 hours a day if I could buy you a house and a car. And because of that, I was blessed because I kept my options open. I kept my point of entry open. So many people limit what they want to do, and they subscribe to a certain path of what other people want for them, what they don't want for themselves, instead of truly keeping all the options open, focusing in on their capabilities. And because I just wanted to make money, I developed my skills so that I would have the most opportunity to make the most money, my knowledge of not only what I needed to know, but who I needed to know. And I had the common denominator of success. As E-Rock said, I'm blessed to have a very successful podcast called The Playbook. That's kind of my Think and Grow Rich of the world. Like Napoleon Hill gets to interview all of the greats of the world, I get to do the same thing on The Playbook, leveraging the relationship capital with celebrities, athletes, entertainers, billionaires, millionaires, media stars, whoever it is. And the common denominator is they must be what they can be. And that became one of the true stable interior things of my own. My true value was I was going to enjoy, no matter where I was, the consistent, everyday, persistent, without quit pursuit of my potential. And believe it or not, I think that's how I built such a big audience, a big community, and such a great podcast, is that instead of focusing in on how many followers I had or how many downloads I had or how many sponsors wanted me, all I focused in was enjoying the consistent, persistent pursuit of my potential. Most podcasts will fail. There's 1.5 million podcasts now, and 99% of them have less than 100 downloads, and they will fail. And they will fail the same reason that most businesses fail. They'll fail the same reason that most people don't get what they want, and that's because most people will quit. Most people, 99% of the people, will quit before they're 25% of the way there. Of the 1% that will remain, another 99% of the 1% will quit before they're 50% of the way there. Therefore, only 1% of the 1% make it to the point where they want to be, and they actually get to experience acceleration, exponential growth into the aggregate, the compound interest of life, where you want to live your life. Let me explain why. Most people, for me, I started podcasting, and I was blessed to have a mentor, a guy named Gary Vaynerchuk. I was giving him some advice on his sports agency. I asked him for advice on my digital media and marketing. And he asked me, well, how many, fans or downloads or followers do you want? I said, well, I'm on a 20-year plan. I was 50 years old when I started 2 Super Bowls ago. I said, by the time I'm 70, that's I got a 20-year plan. I want to be a very popular podcast when I'm 70. He said, well, how many people do you want? I said, I just need 2 people, 2 ambassadors of my show, 2 people that will tell everyone, go listen to Dave Meltzer, The Playbook, go listen to The Playbook. It's awesome. Every single year, just 2 people that will tell 2 people. And he was in shock. He said, well, what's that going to get you? I said, it's going to get me the most popular podcast in my age group, in my genre. And he said, well, how's that going to work? I said, the problem, Gary, with most people is they don't understand compound interest, acceleration, and growth in marketing. They don't understand how to amplify their brand with consistent, persistent behavior. So if I tell you I'm going to get there in 20 years, and then I ask you, when will you be halfway there? You would tell me in 10 years. But that's not how it works. The reason that 99% of the people quit before they're 25% of the way there is they expect to see growth within the first 5 years. They expect to be 25% of the way there if they have a 20-year plan in 5 years. Now, most people don't have the long-term view that I have. So they have a 1-year plan, they have a 5-year plan at most. So 25% is a matter of months. And of course they're going to quit, because not only does it take much longer, there's no such thing as an overnight success. I always say on average, it takes about 17 and a half years to be a success, an overnight success. But even more importantly, our senses, our eyes, nose, ears, mouth, the way we taste, and our memories are faulty. They're weak. They can't see the growth that we have. They can't see the acceleration that we're getting. They don't understand the development of what's going on. And so we have to be what? The second currency, faith. We have to understand not only is there pragmatic how many downloads or listeners or followers or viewers you have, but you've got to have faith, because things don't work in the man-made construct of time. In fact, if you want to understand how following grows, that it grows exponentially, meaning you might have 2 followers or listeners in downloads in year 1, and then 4 in year 2, 8 in year 3, 16 in year 4. But in 20 years at that same rate, I would have 2 million followers getting me 2 million downloads. One of the most popular podcasts in my genre. But the problem is most people don't realize that you're not even a quarter of the way there until 18 years. You're not halfway there till 19 years. They expect to be there too soon. They're not enjoying what they're doing. They're not enjoying, which also creates interferences, voids, shortages, and obstacles to what they're doing. It also lowers the frequency and vibration of what they're doing. It diminishes and dissolves the content itself by putting these external pressures that aren't real into it. And I learned this at a very young age, because I had the freedom of, number 1, being poor, and number 2, fully having one goal, no matter how I got there, which was to be rich. So I ended up wanting to be a doctor. My brother told me that doctors had to be in hospitals. I told him I wanted to be a sports physician in training rooms and sidelines. He told me not only was I an idiot, but he gave me a great lesson, which is very important for podcasting. Be more interested than interesting. If you want a great tip on your podcast and how to build a podcast, be more interested than interesting. I spend an hour and a half in the morning and an hour and a half in the night studying. Studying to me is the mathematical equation of luck. Studying to me is what I pay attention to and give intention to, the aggregate of what I think, say, do, and believe. It equals the coincidences I want. And so by paying attention and giving intention, I'm able to create coincidences with my content that I want by studying and by utilizing that feat. The lesson my brother gave me at 18 years old, as most 18-year-olds who think they want to be sports agents or doctors or lawyers or engineers or GMs of baseball teams, they have no clue, because they're not more interested than interesting. In fact, if you're more interested than interesting, you can find somebody who is where you want to be and ask them how to get there. You can find someone that has what you want and ask them how to get it. That's the fastest way. Look, I'm not willing to pay your federal and state tax, but I'm willing to pay something that's worth way more. I'll pay your dummy tax. I've lost over $100 million. I got a lot of dummy tax and a lot of lessons that I can pay for you if you follow these simple perspective lessons that allow you to enjoy what you're doing, to find the light, the love, and the lessons of everything that you do. Anyway, my journey then led, after law school, 9 months out of law school, became a millionaire. I had an interesting choice of professions because I was money driven. One was to be an oil and gas litigator, which was the highest paying job out of law school, which is why I went to the law school I did and studied what I did. But I also got a job in the internet in 1992, selling legal research online. Ironically, my mom told me, do not take the sales job, be a real lawyer. Doctor, lawyer, failure. If you don't, the internet's a fad. You're going to lose everything. You're going to be miserable. You're making a huge, huge mistake. Lesson number 2, just because somebody loves you doesn't mean they give you good advice. So many times in life, we have in study, right? We pay attention to and give intention to what other people want for us. We vote for what other people want for us, and then we resent them when it's elected into our lives. Or we, even worse, we vote for what we don't want, and when we don't want is elected into our lives, we're miserable. The lesson that I learned at a very young age was vote for what I want, elect what I want in my life by studying what I want, by paying attention to and giving intention to the coincidences that I want. And so I then, in 1992, took that job, 9 months out of law school, bought my mom a house and a car, once again, learning a great lesson, money did buy love and happiness. And that was a terrible thing to reaffirm in my life, because for the next decade, it was reaffirmed. Everything I did, from our company selling in 1995 for $3.4 billion to me going to the Silicon Valley, raising hundreds of millions of dollars, by 30, marrying my dream girl, having owned anything and everything that I wanted. And ironically, I ended up being the CEO of the world's first smartphone, the PCE phone, the Windows CE's first device in 1999, when they didn't even call them smartphones, they called them convergence devices. I had everything. But what's so interesting is, as much as I had everything, as much as I had left behind the world of not enough, where everything was happening to me as a victim, there wasn't enough of anything for anyone. Why me? I moved into a world of try me. I called it the world of just enough. There was everything and just enough for me. And I bought things I didn't need. I bought, when I wasn't happy, more things that I didn't need, or different things I didn't need, or even worse, I bought things to impress people I didn't even like, just to make me happy. But it ended up allowing me to be unhappy and shallow. And as I transferred out of being CEO in the technology company to be CEO of the world's most famous sports agency, Lee Steinberg Sports and Entertainment, where I partnered with Hall of Fame quarterback Warren Moon, represented the greatest celebrities, athletes, and entertainers in the world, even humanitarian efforts like the Clemente Award, Pro Football Hall of Fame. In everyone's eyes, I had nothing. But yet, I was then going to learn, by losing everything, that there's 4 things that you need to have in order to be happy. And these 4 values, to me, are what I've guided myself on. Number 1 was gratitude. Gratitude is so interesting. Gratitude is the ability to have perspective, to find the light, the love, and the lessons in everything that you do. I tell people all the time, they ask me for advice. I do a ton of executive coaching, all the way from the chairman of Golf Oil to the president of Eros Entertainment, all the great people that I consult with, down to entrepreneurs, podcasters, guests, speakers, authors, entrepreneurs. The simple truth is, just say thank you before you go to bed, and thank you when you wake up. 0.1 seconds, that's all it takes. And in 30 days, when it becomes an internal habit of you, transcending through the conscious, subconscious, and unconscious that make you you, your life will change. Here's the most interesting thing about that. Most people will agree with me that gratitude will change your life, that perspective will change the way you see everything. You'll be able to find the light, the love, and the lessons. But by tonight, half of you won't say thank you. In the morning, another half of you won't say thank you. And within 3 days, almost all of you won't say thank you. Now, I myself, I forget to say thank you. I believe life is about lessons. The lessons will keep on coming until you learn them. I believe pain is not a stop sign. Pain is a turn signal. Pain's an indicator that you have a lesson to learn, telling you to move in a better direction, in a better situation. Pain is simply just an indicator. And although I've studied all of those and surrounded myself with the world thought leaders, I know Jim Quick was here. He's part of the Transformational Leadership Council with Bob Proctor and Jack Canfield and all these unbelievable people. We all agree gratitude is the most powerful thing to change your life. But yet, we all get our own way and can't forget it. So our lesson is, we must stay consistent. If we can't even remember to say thank you, if I stand on stages telling people to change your life and I forget to be thankful, imagine what else we're forgetting to do, how difficult it is to be consistent and persistent in the pursuit of your potential. And it's never more important, with all the noise and all the different podcasts out there, to be consistent. You need to consistently, number 1, strengthen your signal. The more people that know, the stronger that signal is, the better statistical success you'll have to what? Number 2, find your spectrum. I always use this as my example when people say, what do you mean find your spectrum? Most people try to please everyone. They're looking for approval from everyone, and they end up pleasing no one and getting no one. It's those people that are very specific and are very organic or authentic about who they are and the spectrum they're trying to address. One of my favorite people is one of the most popular people on YouTube, and she's the Pimple Popper. And the reason I say that is that it's so interesting that somebody will consistently, persistently pursue their potential of popping pimples and be able to capture, modify, amplify, and perpetuate that on the platform that we call social media. And she's one of the most popular. She has more subscribers than the entire Pro Football Hall of Fame by simply popping pimples. Now, I promise you, I don't know what your frequency is, your vibration, your content, the quality of your content, and the stories and lessons that you tell. But I promise you that they must be as interesting as popping pimples and probably far less disgusting. But yet millions of people subscribe and follow and watch and are ambassadors for the pimple popper. You need to take the lesson of the pimple popper and know your frequency. You need to find that frequency, strengthen your signal so it goes as far as you can, know your spectrum like the pimple popper. And then finally, you need to practice. You need to practice, practice, practice. Why? Because it's not what you say, it's what they hear. And you're not going to know what they hear unless you practice and you enjoy the consistent, persistent pursuit of your potential. Allow not only the exponentiality and accelerated growth and compound interest to work and build for you, but you need to enjoy and find the light, the love, and lessons with gratitude. And if you push yourself, you need another quality, forgiveness. Why? Because if you put up your content as much as you need to, I always say, people aren't out there laughing at you, scoffing at you, making fun of you, if the people who like you aren't telling you that you're putting up too much content and annoying them, you haven't even started putting up enough content. You need to forgive yourself, because when people laugh at you, scoff at you, and make fun of you, eventually, if you forgive yourself, they will too, and they'll applaud you. And you will have everyone behind you, the people that were laughing, scoffing, and making fun of you. I knew you could do it. It's my favorite podcast. You're the best. I knew you could do it. I told everybody. We all know the truth. The third thing is accountability. So many people in that 99% that quit before they're 25% of the way there are not accountable. They go to blame, shame, and justification on why their podcast is unsuccessful, why they can't do and stay consistent and persistent into it. Well, there is no blame, shame, or justification. In podcasting, there's two questions to ask yourself. Number one, what did I do to attract this to myself? And two, most importantly, what am I supposed to learn from it? And if you can be gracious, forgiving, and accountable, your podcast will inspire. It will have a strong signal. It will reach the spectrum that is equivalent or tuned into your vibration or frequency. And your message will be so clear that people will hear what you say. And if you do that, you will be able to absolutely capture, modify, amplify, and perpetuate that content and continue to exponentially grow. And just to finish up before I take some Q&A, there's 5 daily practices that I think are extremely important in podcasting. Number one, take inventory of your podcast. Know what the personal values that you have for the podcast, the experiential values of what you want to do with it, the what, your giving values, of what value and service or solution are you providing to others? And then most importantly, make sure your podcast asks for help, right? The biggest difficulty, the biggest advice I give myself, whether I was 12, 22, 32, 42, or 52 today, is ask for help. We need to know that value. In fact, you need to have an ask and attract strategy. Number two, you need to ask people how you can provide service or value to them and take the feedback, take the input, and make those pivots and those alterations. But more importantly, you need to ask this question, write it down. Do you know anyone that can help me? Do you know anyone that would like to listen to this? Download it, swipe it, share it, whatever it is. Everybody on average has 1,000 people out there. It's not like the old days where they knew their golf game, card game, or church group. People on average have 1,000 people that they can share it with. I don't see enough people asking. If you're not asking in person, on the phone, email, or media, radio, print, TV, or social media, you're making a huge mathematical mistake. Not only do you need to strengthen your signal and find the spectrum and have a clear message, you need to ask. So make sure you know the value of your podcast and you're asking with those values of giving and receiving, but also utilize your time effectively. Use a lens, I call it the Meltzer kaleidoscope, 3 lenses. Use a lens on your podcast of how productive is the podcast? How much value are you providing? 2, use a lens and quantitatively analysis. Give it quantitative analysis of how accessible are you to others with your podcast, not just while you're doing it, but commenting and sharing and all the other accessibilities. And 2, the bifocal of that accessibility lens is how are you accessing what you want? A lot of people just literally create podcasts with no intention or attention. Know your what by referring back to those values, knowing what you're asking for, and knowing your what with the lens of productivity, accessibility, and finally, of course, gratitude. You need to find the light, the love, and the lessons and share it with your podcast. Whatever that is, your podcast is about capturing, modifying, amplifying, perpetuating love, light, and lessons. Your love, light, and lessons, your frequency, your vibration. That's what makes it real. And if you enjoy that consistently, persistently in the pursuit of your potential, you will be successful. The fourth thing is just do it. Do it now. 100% of the things you do now get done. The difference between successful podcasts and those that aren't, the 1% of the 1% are the people that do it now. They're utilizing the podcast magazine. They're utilizing people like E-Rock. They're utilizing all of these things, but they're doing it now. They're not talking about it. Oh, I'll do that next week. Oh, I'll buy that equipment. Oh, I'll do this. No. 100% of the things you do now get done. So ask yourself, can I do it now? And if you can, do it. If not, put it in your calendar and prioritize it for tomorrow and do it then. Lastly, most importantly, and we'll finish up, there's so much fear involved in podcasting. Primary and secondary fear, and they reveal or elevate the needs of the ego. Those needs are quite apparent to me in the 1.5 million podcasts out there. Number one, there's a huge need to be separate. There's a need to be superior. There's a need to be inferior. There's a need to be right. There's a need to be offended and resentful and angry and worried and anxious and frustrated, guilty, all of these different needs of the ego. I see it all over in podcasting, and all you're doing is creating resistance and interference. You're living either in a world of not enough where everything's happening to you, or where I used to live in a world of just enough where you buy things you don't need, different things you don't need, or to impress people you don't like, and you carry yourself for me, where there's just enough for me in the limited, scarce world. Podcasting lives in a world of more than enough. 4.4 billion people and growing. You live in a world of more than enough where you can capture, modify, amplify, and perpetuate your frequency with a strong signal, the right spectrum, and a clear message. You can live in a world of more than enough where you're connected to that light, love, and lessons, allowing it to come through you with your values, appreciation, and gratitude, appreciation, and give it away clearly with no interference, clearly to others. Live in the world of abundance. Utilize your podcast to empower others, to empower others. Use your podcast to share who you are, not what other people want you to be or what you don't want to be. Use it to empower and inspire people. And if you do that, you will empower others to empower others, be happy. And if you do that, that'll make me happy. I appreciate the 30 minutes to speak. I'm happy to answer some questions.
Awesome. Well, Dave, wow. I mean, you absolutely crushed it. My friend, I knew you would, but you absolutely crushed it. There's so many nuggets there. If somebody was just taking notes as quick as they could, that could be game changing. But we do have some questions. I actually posed them inside one of my groups. I said, hey guys, throw your questions out for Dave Meltzer. I sent this earlier today. And I said, it's not the Dave Meltzer that does the wrestling. Before. Because in that world, he's pretty well known.
Very well.
Yeah, I've heard his name a lot on the wrestling side. And so, Dave, the first question, which this one actually came from the comments here, should we build time into vlogging or podcasting, and can we use the content for both?
Absolutely. I use my content for everything. So one of the things that I actually do is utilize AI to transcribe everything I do, all content that I do. And I start with capturing as much of me as possible, whether it's podcasting, meetups, meetings, telephone calls, coaching meetings, whatever it is. And knowing that not only do I transcribe it so that I can have a searchable database of content, but I also can have an editable database of content, which are two components of being able to modify, amplify, and perpetuate the content. Remember, your content complements one another. And the same video, one of my favorite videos I've done, it's one of my most popular, I always call it not popular, but it's the most viewed on TikTok, is everybody reaming me because I said money doesn't disappear. And the video is about perceived value. Now, the LinkedIn and Instagram audience is a little more mature, and they totally got it. They loved it. They, all these positive comments. We're on TikTok, hundreds of thousands of views, but it was like, you're an idiot. Money disappears, and because they don't understand, perceived value and real value. So the reason I tell you that is it's so important to capture as much of the content that you can. Vlog, I do everything with my content. I always say, if you really want to get started, you could take the same podcast, change the title, literally change the color in the title, post it every day for a year, and you'd be out of the 99%, you'd be in the 1% of podcasts. If you took one, that's how hard it is to penetrate an audience. And people would still watch again and again and again the same episode, but you would gather so many new clients and new followers and ambassadors.
So I guess you could call this a follow-up question to that one. Which AI apps or programs would you recommend?
Otter or Rev. Those are the two least expensive, monthly fee, and the technology is so powerful. Rev is also how I write my books, because they actually will send to transcribe with human beings in full editable, as if it was an editor. And then that allows me not to have to write my books. I can speak my books and then get something that's actually in proper English in order to edit that and to add stories, analogies, and other things.
Yeah, so that's otter.ai and then rev.com.
Thanks. Yeah, and the Rev now does, I think StreamYard and Zoom, they integrate and will transcribe for you while you're doing it.
Wow. I have used Rev in the past and had great experience. And I've even done interviews with somebody where I actually took that and turned it into an article on Medium. When I'm like stuff where I'm short on time to do new articles, I'm like, why don't I just do this as almost like a Q&A where I'm exploring the question, but it's all basically written for me and I just got to reframe it.
Yeah.
And, yeah. I mean, it costs, I think at the time that article cost me maybe $20 to have, and this is from a long interview, but I could use it over 3 times on Medium. I mean, what's that time worth to me?
Exactly.
So, love it. So another thing, it's funny when you said about the idea that you have to be willing to start. We've heard that a few times today. And I've given him some extra PR since yesterday because he's great sound bites. I've mentioned him in almost every interview. But Larry Wingett, I shared this earlier, said yesterday, the problem is most people aren't willing to be sucky to become good. And that's like that's the not as pretty version of Zig Ziglar saying you don't have to be good to get started, but you have to start to become great.
Yeah, I got my own Dave Meltzer version of that for you.
Okay.
So, and I learned it from being, with the greatest sports agency of all time, because I was blessed to be, and still am, around the greatest celebrities, athletes, entertainers, media, entrepreneurs, billionaires, and millionaires. And what I learned about all those people, besides them having the desire that they must be what they can be, is one other thing, that their life sucks as much as mine. And my life sucks as much as everybody else's. The difference is exactly what those guys are talking about. I have a capability of finding the light, the love, and the lessons in the suck. I don't ever love what I do. I learn to love what I do. And if you learn to love what you do, if you can find the light, the love, and the lessons in the suck, then it's easy to get started, restarted, motivated, transfer that into an inspired world, because you have control of your mindset and your heart set. And too many people let other people take control of their mindset and their heart set, meaning what they think, feel, say, and do, and the way they feel. I have 3 teenage daughters, and it drives me crazy when they're like, you hurt my feelings. I'm like, I can't hurt your feelings. I literally cannot hurt your feelings. You're the only one that can hurt your feelings. I know they don't understand that, but hopefully you guys do, because it's what Zig's talking about and everybody else, learning to love the suck.
It's funny. I heard this story one time. Michael J. Fox was on some show. I can't remember what it was. And this is after he had Parkinson's. And he talked about how his daughters used to come up and complain to him. I've had such a rough day and a tough time. And here the father has Parkinson's. And he said he watched this lady have a baby in a tree. If you guys remember, that was on the news. And every time they come up to him, he'd say, listen, a woman had a baby in a tree. What do you got? But there's a real bigger message there too. This guy's got Parkinson's, and he was still, which is for life, and he was still comparing it to the woman with the baby in the tree. That's how grateful he is.
Yeah.
But I mean, the message there, like you said, they get to have control of that. This lady had a baby in a tree, and she was on the news, excited as can be. So what do you got? That's my thing.
What do you got? I'm gonna take that. I love it.
So another question was, how important is it to build an email list? So I'd love to ask, I guess, take this and go one step further, Dave. With all the stuff that you do, is that the place you're driving people? Because I always think if you were only had your product in Walmart and Walmart pulled the string, then you got no more business. So do you have one hub you're sending people, and is it an email list?
So that's such a great question. So I believe there's 4 places that you want to capture that data, and they complement one another. So it's more important is, where do you want to start? And I think email for me, in fact, David@dmeltzer.com, you probably hear me say it all the time, get your free books, exercises, guides, my free training, everything's free. This David@dmeltzer.com. But I think after you have your primary collection spot, you need to also realize that in person is the most valuable. So I have an in-person list, and then I have a phone list, right? So, and then I see media, always have, before social media, I've always seen media as an amplifier. Because if you look at Disney, for example, the reason Disney has 470 million views on YouTube for the Mickey Mouse Club is because he had kick-ass content in person, right? In person. And he then put it over and amplified it onto all these other things that didn't even exist when he made it. It started as a black and white whistling mouse. Like, this is how it started. So let's look at that. You want to have that capture point for you, but in person, on the phone, email, and then use media, radio, print, TV, social media as an amplifier to those things that you have right there. So you have to capture people in person, on the phone, and email before you can amplify, or you use an amplification of what you captured to drive them backwards and then back out to the amplification. So I think all 4 of those need focus.
Well, and I'm going to give E-Rock, I'm going to give you time for questions for Dave at the end here, but I want to just get through a couple more here. One was, how do you select guests for the show? So you mentioned, obviously you're looking for a very, very specific guest. And so this person sending it in, I'm not sure if they're saying, how can I become a guest? Or they're just curious how you pick guests and how you find them.
David@dmeltzer.com. I'm so blessed because I have a great network of people that ask me to be on. The nice thing is we've expanded out 7 days a week. We have our podcast. We have office hours 5 days a week. We have lives, 7 days a week. So it's nice that we have a place for almost everyone that wants to promote what they want to promote, amplify, practice, even get advice. And so please reach out to me. We have a place for everyone, David@dmeltzer.com. And I also have a network of people like E-Rock that are looking for different guests as well, and a whole network of people that, come on my stuff and it's like, oh, this guy loved you. You can use me as a springboard and as a trampoline to all types of other content that you can do.
So do you ever, on your show, look at guests that maybe haven't broken through yet, but they're on their way, versus people that are already at that level?
Yeah. So the nice thing about doing 7 days a week is that Tuesdays, for example, are celebrity day, right? That's the big names, right? The Ray Lewises. I've been blessed, even Cameron Diaz, just amazing people. So I have a certain day where some people aren't going to make it, but then I have story day. So you could be nobody, but you, like my friend Mooseburger, Mike Mooseburger, he had an unbelievable story about his brother killing his parents, and nobody knows who he is. And then him hiding it from everyone and going to kill himself in the clip. When he went to shoot himself, the clip fell out of the gun, and how, God said, like, it's still, I think, the #2 podcast download that I've ever had. And I use my trainings for podcasts. So I think if you're going to do it right. Do 7 days a week, and then have outlets as you grow to help other people. Guys like Ed Milet, Gary Vaynerchuk, Tom Bilyeu. Not people knew who I was in the traditional world, but I had no following. But I had an interesting story, and still to this day, people will tell me that I saw you on Ed, I saw you on Tom, I saw you with Gary, I saw you, and those were really early when I was a guest, really early ones, when nobody wanted me on, but it allowed me. So I want to do the same for other people now that I'm in that position, to be as abundant as those people were to me. And please reach out. I have something for everyone.
Well, and Dave, this is my last official question. Then I'm going to turn it over to E-Rock for any questions he might have. But he knows I'm going to ask this question probably because it's been a common theme today. But
5,002nd time in his whole career.
Don't get lucky.
5,000 times I've asked this, but I'm gonna switch it again, like I have been today. But it's a time machine question. If you could jump back, talk to a younger Dave Meltzer, could ask him, tell him, sorry, one piece of life advice based on what you've learned in the years since. But I'm gonna say it this way about how to amplify your message. What do you think?
It's the same thing I would tell myself for best advice. So I have 2 words, and it's not thank you on my nightstand and on my screensaver. It's radical humility. And it took me until my mid to late 30s to learn even what those words meant. It took me 15 years to still practice it. But the key to radical humility is this: ask for help. When I was young, if you want to amplify your message, your podcast, you got to find people that sit in the situation that you want to be in and ask them for help. You don't get enough. You cannot out-ask the universe. You cannot ask too many times in a day. The biggest lesson that I've learned from my success on the rebound, when I'm now living in a world of abundance, making more money, helping more people, and having more fun with my life than ever, is because simply I spend my time doing research to find people like you and E-Rock that sit in a situation that I want to be, that have an expertise and a capability that I want to learn. And I simply say, hey, man, can you help me? I'm trying to do this. And it's the fastest way to get there.
I love that, because we had last event, we had Mark Victor Hansen on, and he has a whole book about that now, his new Ask book with him and his wife. And that's the whole premise, is they say there's 3 ways you can ask. I mean, I don't go into all his stuff, but there's three ways you can ask. And his whole thing is you'd be amazed at how many people are desperate for you to ask for their help so that they can help somebody. So I love that you said that, Dave. I think too many people are scared to ask for help.
For sure.
E-Rock, I see another question here, but E-Rock, I promised I'd hand it over to you for any questions you might have.
Well, no. So, I mean, I'm grateful to have a great relationship with David. We don't get a chance to probably connect as often as we do. With David, I still have a gift that I need to give to you whenever we can hop on a quick screen share. But one of the things that I appreciate about David is that he's always looking for a way, in terms of a kindred spirit of trying to provide value to people. Like, this is probably one of the more prolific content creators that's out there. And really, does he need to do that, right? And so I guess one question that I have is you talked about, hey, here's this one, where'd you come up with the number 17 and a half years to get to the success point, right? Because that's a very specific number. Specificity leads to believability. And then, where does David want to be in the next 17 and a half years? And how can we help you get where you want to go? What's your ask of us?
Thank you so much. I got to 17 and a half years because on average, when I asked young entrepreneurs how long it would take to get to where they wanted to be, they actually would say 10 years. And I say, well, you won't even be halfway there in 10 years. And they're like, what are you talking about? I said, well, in 10 years, you're going to be, right? If you think 10 years, 99% of the people are going to quit at 10 years. And the sad thing is you're only 25% of the way there. You're not halfway there. And then in another 5 years, you'll be 50% of the way there. And then another 99% will quit there. And then in 2.5 years, you'll be 100% of the way there. So by the exponential growth and compound interest, 10 for the first 25, 5 for the next 25, and then the 2.5 for the last 50%. So that's how I got to 17.5. Where I'm going to be in 17.5 years, I'm going to be changing the collective consciousness of the world. And I know people will laugh at me, scoff at me, think I'm Tony Robbins or Jesus Christ, but it's real simple. I already know that I'm on my way to get there because there's 1,000 people like you two that I'm going to empower. I'm going to empower you two to invite everyone to come to free trainings, to get my books for free, my exercises, my courses for free, to empower them simply just to be happy. And what's going to happen in the next 17 and a half years is that you guys are going to empower 1,000 that are going to empower 1,000. 1,000 times 1,000 is 1,000,000. 1,000,000 times 1,000, 1 billion. We're going to have 1 billion, over 1 billion happy people on earth, which is going to create a collective consciousness that will not only be the most viral of all viruses, happiness, that spreads simply by witnessing it, strengthening everybody emotionally, physically, spiritually, financially, even strengthening their immune system to protect them against other viruses. It'll actually change the weather as well. But we're going to create a collective consciousness of happiness and abundance where everything comes through all of us for others, that instead of separating from one another, we're going to unite We're going to clear the interference and corrosion between not only each other and everything, but most importantly, the greatest source of light, love, and lessons that we're all connected to, however you define it. And so I know, certain in my heart, via the math, that we're going to create this collective consciousness of happiness. There's more than enough of everyone for everything for everyone. If you don't believe me, let me help you. David@dmeltzer.com. Come for free. I promise you. Trainings, replays are on Spotify, on every platform, Entrepreneur. Everybody features the podcast, the playbook. You get my books, my exercises, guides, the courses. They're all free. David@dmeltzer.com.
So I want to ask one more question because I want to be respectful of your time, because I know you're an incredibly busy entrepreneur and out to help serve more people. Something that seems to be a little bit taboo in the world of like media is obviously like, you know, exploitation, and I mean that in a good way, from monetization, right? A lot of people mistake exploitation in the realm of media of monetizing, and I've noticed that you have in your backdrop, very intentionally, I'm assuming, Clarity Experiences, Alkaline 88. And so, you know, it's kind of like, hey, I'm going to ask that question of like, I mean, are these sponsors or these companies like you've invested? Because a lot of people don't realize, right? I mean, like you've helped put together one of the more popular like pitch tank or Shark Tank style shows, you know, with Entrepreneur, the elevator pitch. And so are these companies that you're an investor in? And tell us a little bit about these.
I think it's a big lesson, right? I have always given to receive, and always said, the more you give, the more you receive. I shifted my paradigm to the more I receive, the more I can give. I have a brand new show that was picked up by Bloomberg called 2 Minute Drill. This is the set. So instead of having a green screen behind me, this is the set. Clarity Experiences built the set for me. I got my Meltzer brand, and then Alkaline 88 is the title sponsor of our show. And we can't give what we don't see. There would be no show. You can't have a TV show without sponsors. And the good news is that my intention of receiving everything I have is to come through me for others to help empower them. It's not what you receive, it's the intent of what you do with what you receive. So I teach people to receive more and to ask for more, as long as their intentions are good, to do good deeds with what they receive. I always say money doesn't buy happiness, it allows you to shop. But if you shop for the right things, you'll be happy. And I learned through losing everything to start shopping for the right things to help other people, community centers, Junior Achievement, Unstoppable, all the great charities that I work with, including helping other people by giving all my stuff for free because of generous sponsors like these behind me.
Do you want to take 2 minutes to talk about the 2 minute drill to finish up in the final minute?
All right. I'll take less than 2 minutes. 2 minute drill. Please apply, David@dmeltzer.com. Each episode, there's 12 episodes on Bloomberg launching beginning of next year. We're filming the fourth quarter right now, all 12 episodes. We still have spots, over $50,000 of prizes, cash and prizes for the winner. Each episode, there's 5 companies competing to pitch. It doesn't necessarily have to be a company. It could be a mom giving a pitch to a child to eat broccoli. I just want the best pitch. And, you know, we don't go any farther like Shark Tank or elevator pitch. It's only about the pitch. I give my feedback. We get to ask questions. And the winner gets over $50,000 of cash and prizes. Each episode, it's on Bloomberg TV. It's on every airport and hotel room through Reach TV. And, of course, all of my platforms, Spotify, Apple, Entrepreneur, my Instagram. It'll be digitally distributed as well. But we're super excited. I'm looking for a lot of great pitches from anybody. You don't have to have a company. I just want you to pitch me something.
Awesome. Beautiful way to finish up. So, Corey, this is your event. You're the host. Let you wrap everything up and put a bow tie on it.
No, absolutely. Well, Dave, this has been an absolute pleasure. I knew it would be. I knew you were going to crush it. I hope that people, their hands are sore from taking notes, and I think some of them, they will be. So I want to let you run because I know how valuable your time is, but I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making this possible today. You know, as we said, we never know who we're going to impact. And just with some of the questions and comments I've been seeing, I'm pretty sure you've impacted a lot of people. And the fact that you have this new show, I mean, in airports and everywhere else, I mean, that's going to take another jump towards your billion people. So I love all the work you're doing, my friend.
Please join me. Thank you, everyone. David@dmeltzer.com. I'm here anytime, guys. Just ask for help. Thank you.
Thank you so much, David. We appreciate you. I'll let you run because, again, I know how busy you are. We'll call it a to be continued. Awesome stuff. So, E-Rock, we'll close it off. Just take a minute or two to close everything down. But wow. I mean, I know you know Dave's insight. I know you've heard him share his insight many times. As I mentioned, I've had him on in the past as well, so I knew what was going to happen. I knew he was going to absolutely crush it. Anything you wanted to talk about that Dave might have mentioned that raised something for you or resonated with you before we start closing things down?
Well, it's just an interesting thing that, people are all, they're on the journey to success, and, it's a growth process. So one of the things I like to say is that you can't have growth without the resistance. And everybody is always trying to find like the magic pill, the magic potion. And yes, do we want to leverage strategies and tactics that can help us get to where we want to go faster with like less challenges and less problems? But something that, that Juju talks about, who's going to be talking about, to close out this event is, the fact that it's going to take some time, and sometimes that you're not ready to be in the position to do that growth because you haven't met enough resistance to be able to kind of break through that. And so with David and what he was talking about, there's alignment in that, in terms of there's more to it than just what's in front of us. And it's the ability to kind of see beyond and having kind of the focus on where we want to get to, on the summit. And so something that kind of came to me in a kind of, let's just call it a download on one of the earlier conversations, maybe it was Eleanor that talked. But if you run so hard, because we're all trying to get to the summit, right? If you run so hard at the beginning, you're probably going to get winded and not be in the right condition to make it to the summit when the oxygen is less, and you really need to tap into those reserves. So don't be afraid to map out the path and then go along the journey, enjoy the process, take the breaks, maybe have a base camp to get ready for the next ascent, and that's how you'll get to the summit.
I love it. Thank you so much, E-Rock. It's been an absolute pleasure. I love the fact that you've been that rock that's kind of sit back there and then just wait whenever you hear, I need to jump on this, I need to ask this question. So it's been an absolute pleasure to have you co-hosting here. And just the one last thing with Blue Talks in general, the whole idea of Blue Talks for me is to help people get their message out to others. And so even with this event, it's a twofold thing, right? Because we're bringing on people to help them share their message while also having them educate people on how they can share their message in a bigger way. And so what my hope is for people is that you are sitting here taking notes. And as E-Rock said earlier, and this is something that took me a long time to learn, because I'm that person that will go to a Brendan Burchard conference, make 1,000 notes, and then get home and say, I'm going to do 1,000 things, and then do nothing or only one thing. And so I love what you said way earlier today about, just pick 3 things that you're truly going to do and can start tackling, and maybe do those for 21 days even, or 30 days. So I think, for me, I would love to see people take the idea away. There was a lot of stuff delivered today, a lot of nuggets, but don't try to tackle it all at once. Think about what are the 1 or 2 or 3 things that could potentially move the needle for you the most, and tackle those. As far as Blue Talks itself, the public service announcement I'll give for Blue Talks is simply go to bluetalks.com. You'll find everything there. We got the YouTube link is there, the book link is there, the podcast link is there. So all things Blue Talks, that's probably the best place to go. And then at the same time, since we talked all day about having a call to action, what I would say my call to action is with Blue Talks, we're now currently working on the New Year edition of the book. And I think I showed the book earlier today, but this is what the book compilation book series looks like. And so if you want to know more about how to be involved in the book series, send me an email. Since everybody's been giving it their email, I'll go that route. I did yesterday as well, but thatspeakerguy@gmail.com. So it's pretty easy to remember, thatspeakerguy@gmail.com. Send me an email if you want to know more about Blue Talks, the brand, and how to get involved. And there was a question, but I knew we were over time with Dave, so maybe you and I can tackle the question and then sign off, E-Rock. But the question is, Dave Meltzer, so this is a question now for us. Do podcasts ever include public service statements? And I think he's asking this, again, I know him, so I think he's asking this because he's wondering, is there a way to get on a podcast where it's not a traditional interview or conversation? My answer would be when you're being interviewed, that is the public service announcement. If you're speaking about what you're knowledgeable about, that's my take, is that most podcasters are probably going to want you on there to actually interact and engage and have a conversation. If you wanted to do a public service announcement podcast, maybe you could be the first person to launch one. I haven't seen one yet, but it's not to say it can't happen. But I'll pass it over to you, E-Rock, and get your thoughts.
Well, here's something that's interesting and to think in a different perspective, because a lot of times people are like, and I think George was the individual who earlier was discussing about, hey, I feel like I don't have this fantastic story to tell. Maybe I'm not a storyteller. Maybe I'm not a promotional type person. Is that correct? Is that the same gentleman?
Yeah.
So here's what a lot of people don't realize is that you could be the person who crafts the message, but you don't necessarily have to be the messenger. And so what I would encourage you to do is try to see if you can forge some sort of strategic alliance with someone who believes in what you're doing and can validate you being the science or information or expert from from the academia side of things. Partner with somebody who wants to be the mouthpiece and to be able to be the broadcaster for that. And partner with them, and they can talk about your story. They can share their wisdom with the world. And if you can, again, find that kind of right alignment with someone who has their own network and then has alignment with you, then it gives you a great opportunity to be able to kind of divide and conquer. Because here's the one thing that a lot of people don't realize is that a lot of people, because like I contribute to various publications like Entrepreneur Magazine, et cetera, and so there, like a friend of mine is the sleep doctor. And so what the sleep doctor does is he curates all this information about sleep. Now, we all go to sleep, we probably don't give it a second thought, but a lot of people suffer from insomnia, but he is like the guy for compilating stats and information in sleep. And what he's been able to do through his process of media is cataloged and said, hey, I'm gonna put it into a subscriber base. And so I have all these journalists that I've worked with. Hey, do you mind if I keep you up to date with the latest information for this? And then when he finds this information, he will send out a specific email blast to this audience. And this, again, it doesn't have to be journalists like on these magazines. It could also be podcasters, right? Because remember, if somebody is a podcaster who could be the mouthpiece for what you're talking about, can be the mouthpiece. And so he will disseminate this information, and his open rates are like in the 50 to 60% rate for these busy journalists because he's developed being that credible expert in that niche of sleep space. And so that's a tactic or a strategy that you can implement for your own business.
Wow, love it, E-Rock. And it makes me think as well, because we referenced them a couple times today. We could say Shark Tank or Dragon's Den, the Canadian version of Shark Tank. But one of the things that you see happen on that show often is you'll see somebody come on with a partner because they're maybe not the right face of the company, but they're the brains behind the company, let's say. And if you're not the right face of the company, but you founded it and you can't step aside and let the right face help you grow it, you're probably doing a disservice to the company. And it's not to say, only you know if you're the right face. It's not for me to judge if somebody is. But what I'm getting at is you get all the time where the sharks will say, well, I love your idea, I love your brand, but you need to get one other person with you that can be out there schmoozing or what have you. And so I agree with you that if you feel you're not that person, and only you can judge that, then maybe you reach out to a podcaster who is into the same stuff that you're into, who is speaking on the same stuff you're speaking on, and partner with them and say, maybe we can reach more people with my knowledge and your communication.
Well, and you can always co-host. Start your own podcast. You be the information statistician guy. Because look, there's a huge element of people that will have affinity for you and your personality because they relate to you. They won't relate to somebody who is a more, flamboyant, passionate individual. Co-partner with somebody, right? And bring in that person who, kind of what we're doing today a little bit, right? Like Corey, this is your event, this is your show. I love kind of coming and offering it in color and emceeing and that sort of thing. And that's where hopefully it makes it more engaging, because I'm sure I know I get sick of my own voice. And so with our community, I love bringing in other voices because, at some point people start to lose interest because of the novelty wears off.
Absolutely. Well, this for George could be game-changing insight. So George, let me know later on how this hits you and any thoughts on it, or come back and join us tomorrow. I'm back tomorrow with a different co-host, my friend Elise Rothman, who met Juju the last event we did because she was co-hosting the whole event with me. And so Elise is joining me tomorrow because she does Flip Your Script Friday, every Friday interviews, which I think her and Juju are trying to figure out for Juju to get on for that. But it makes sense for Elise to come on tomorrow because she would normally be doing a Friday interview. And then this way, next Friday, it'll just continue on as per normal. So, E-Rock, this has been an absolute pleasure. I so appreciate you. I thank you. And let's call it a to be continued, my friend. And maybe next time we do this event, let's look to bring you back on.
Awesome. I'm grateful for the opportunity, and hopefully I provided value, and I'm grateful, and I just wanted to commend you on your service, putting together a fantastic event and trying to serve the world for the greater good and helping empower people to ultimately, at the end of this whole thing, is helping people to get their story told and to change lives. So between the author, the speaker, and the podcasting days, everybody in this Blue Talks community is grateful and should definitely acknowledge that your contribution to this process and how you're creating value for them.
Thank you, my friend. I receive it with open arms. I learned to become a better receiver, so I receive it. Thank you so much, my friend. And we will, like I say, till next time, which is tomorrow, I'll say the cheesy line from the 70s, same bat time, same bat channel. So thank you so much, E-Rock. Thank you, everybody. I see somebody else saying thank you as well. So thank you, everybody, and we will catch you here tomorrow.